turning and turning in the winding gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world, blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mundi, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
Okay. Ooh. Hi, good morning. Oh God, I'm echoing. My voice is so shrill. Hello, thank you so much to everyone who's come and turned up this hungover morning, the last day of a show. I really appreciate it. I think it's mostly people I've just threatened here. I think we're being strange, so just cult team, if I choke and you turn me into a meme, you're all fired, just FYI. Cool. Hi, so my name's Helen and I am starting a cult. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what I mean by that, and maybe if you guys feel like you should join ours, then amazing, and if not, I'd like to encourage you to think about starting or joining your own. So who I am, so I'm the founder of Cult Games, which is a new label primarily focused on supporting established independent developers. We call ourselves a super indie label. My background, I've been in the industry for 10 years. So formerly Group Vice President of Business Development Marketing, Group Commercial Director of Mediatonic, creators of Fall Guys. I'm on the board of Jagex. Work with groups like Yiki, Film London, Games London, lots of cool stuff. So look, when you, unlike a lot of the talks at this convention, this isn't a how we did it story. It's not a survivor's bias story. We were just starting out. This is our dream. Right now. So the sort of takeaways I'd like to share today are really the philosophies that we're building this on, two of which are just like, forget the notion of the food chain, this top-down hierarchy we all feel like we're living in a lot of the time. Find your people. For us, this is a business growth strategy in theory, and a sort of notion for a sort of happier and hopefully more authentic life. This really messes with my flow, but the team demanded I put this at the top so that it's clear that we're not trying to be like the Manson family of video games. Cult properties are made successful by their committed fans, people who find real resonance or emotional meaning, find expression, find friends. They're the ones that push some properties that weren't necessarily, what might have been overlooked initially. So Cult Games is built on that thesis of connecting real fans. And our industry's ripe for this, because look at what surrounds us, online communities and entire ecosystems like the streamer community who acts sort of alongside and inspired by what we create. So that's the thesis. It's about audience empowerment. So take you back in time a little bit as to sort of what's brought me here personally. So I've been a business and biz dev and marketing and strategy person for the better part of 20 years now. For a long time, that was in things like professional services and management consultancy and all sorts of really fun stuff. And then it dawned on me that actually maybe industries I actually gave a damn about might want business people too. So 10 years ago, I made the passion move into the games industry. Two gentlemen called Paul and Dave took a bit on a roundup, which I really appreciate. Thanks, guys. So I joined a little studio called Mediatonic. There were about 30, 40 people at the time. Super creative, super talented. The market was kind of tough in 2013. They were ambitious and decided it was probably time to get a bit of help on the biz dev side initially. So I got to do loads of really cool stuff in that time. We grew the business substantially. We set up in Japan. We built out a group, including a publishing label. We made games about dating pigeons. I worked with some of the biggest IPs in the world. My face is literally Wizarding World canon, which is really weird. My last act at MT was building out the business, community, deals and strategies for a game called Fall Guys, led by really phenomenal people. And I learned a lot more than I taught in that time. Those guys have gone on to do much bigger and better things without me. But I want to call it out because for me, since the teens, this notion of community management not being about managing, but actually as a powerful growth strategy is something that I've been really passionate about for a long time. So I got to do loads of really, really cool stuff with some amazing people. But there was also a lot of hard stuff. When we come to shows like this, I know a lot of us are looking for partners and looking for cash, looking for partnerships, and I was always the person who presented, everything's amazing, hashtag growth, everything's going brilliantly. But actually, most of my time was peppered with really, really hard times. I was the person that did the stuff before, but I was also the person who took the calls before I was about to go into my own birthday party being told our last project was cancelled. And I was the person who had to beg the team to pitch on games they didn't want to make because otherwise people would lose jobs. This industry is really, really hard. And we talk survivor's bias. I think just being here and being alive is success in its own right. So it's savage out there, and I don't know if we really necessarily talk about how difficult it can be sometimes. So starting at the beginning, when you first join the biz side of this industry, a lot of the things that I hoped would be true were. Working with some of the most creative and intelligent and passionate people that I've ever met in my life, having dinners with people that I've been a fan of since childhood, but the stuff nobody prepares you for, like just how many projects get cancelled, and how sometimes an idea can sound amazing on paper, and then you start to make it and it's just not fucking fun. Like nobody prepares you for that. A launch can go out and it didn't capture the imagination of people the way that you hoped it would, or hell, it does, and then the internet's coming at you, and which of these threats is real, and all the expectations, and God, I've got to follow up on this. So there's a lot coming at us. And my career, like I'm sure a lot of people here, is like littered with the graves of games that never made it. And there's a lot of talk in the industry about really important things, such as creative control and revenue shares and developer first, and a lot of that stuff, of course, I really felt. But actually on dev side, probably the thing that killed me most was when the business side let the teams down. You can have all of the no crunch rules that you want, but people bring their souls to work when they're making games, and there's no getting around it. It's a very emotionally, intellectually challenging thing to do. And we've worked with people who were amazing and all in with us, but a couple too many times it came to launch day and it's like, where the fuck's the publisher? Oh shit, we shouldn't have done the deal that way. Or damn, that strategy didn't land. A friend, an investor now, when he was at publisher and I was dev side, once asked me, like, Helen, what do you guys want from a partner? It's Shams Tajani, if any of you know him. I just said, Shams, I just want somebody to bat the ball as hard as we're throwing it. It's the 2020s, and it's an amazing time to be alive, and it's kind of a terrifying time to be alive. The world, it feels like it's changing every year, like a little bit more quickly. We've never felt more connected or disconnected or empowered or disempowered. God, this starts depressing. There's been a lot of talk of third space at this convention, and we've got this amazing opportunity and accountability. We are able to create third spaces for people. Another thing about the 20s is the industry is growing really fast, which is incredible and really, it's fantastic for us. It's also kind of scary. If you're launching a game this year, guess what? So are a lot of other people. So huge opportunity, huge threat. I think that there's often a lot of anxiety in the industry that we don't necessarily talk about. Authorship's a thing, but ultimately, however you're making a game, it is about connecting people. And for me, it's at its best when it's a team sport, when you're finding people to be alongside you, be that internally your colleagues just trusting that they've got their bit nailed and you're all gunning after the same thing. But no matter what, for me, it's about aligned people trying to make great things happen is when life gets good. But the hustle's real, and it feels that oftentimes that in business partnerships, we've kind of got guns to each other's heads. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit because it's something that I've observed over time. There's been this notion of a food chain in the games industry, that whether you've had talk of it or you're just subconsciously aware of it, you know, this hypothetical theory that there are these evil platform holders and investors at the top, you know, publishers are beneath them, and then devs are beneath them, and then service providers, and I just call total bullshit on it. The industry is just full of people who are human beings, generally really give a shit about what they do, generally really love games, and we actually all need each other. The platform holders are just trying to make an industry for us, and they really need our content. Developers are stressed that they're not going to get the funding, or the project's going to get cancelled. Publishers are stressed that the game might be late, and it's like, honestly, we're all just trying our best. And I think just being aware that you can take your power and you're working with human beings is super, super important. This was my old hierarchy of deal needs. These sort of evolved over time. Initially, all that mattered, but the first and most important thing for me was, who's going to give me the most money, frankly? Who's going to give us as much money as possible for what we want to do? That's still important, checks are still important. But as the graves start to stack up, actually you start to look at other things. Capacity to actually deliver on the bits that you can't do is super important. So if you are looking for a publishing partner, don't just look at the check, also look at, are they good at marketing? Do they get your space? It's really important. Your agency partners, if they're experts at what they do, just fucking listen to them, let them get on with it. But another thing that sort of, over time, more graves, something that's become really important to me is just strategic alignment. Whatever you're trying to do, by the time you've finished with this partnership, are you still going to believe the same things? Are you still going to want the same things? So there are a couple of ways to ensure that. It's not a science. But you want to know that your business strategies fundamentally are aligned. So one way to do it is just to get as close to the top of the organization as you possibly can, find out what their dreams for the company are, and if they match with yours. Like, things change, things pivot, markets shift, but are people gunning after the same dream as you? If you can't get straight to the C-suite, then just speaking to as many people across the organization as possible, just to see if there's that consistency. Are they saying the same thing? I highly recommend. It's the best way to ensure you against things changing. Things will always change, but knowing that you believe the same things really matters. Honestly, can't be undersold, just passion. Just genuine human passion. Do the people that you're working with really give a fuck about what you're doing together? It's not fluff. If people really care, they will do so much more for you. If you want people lying awake at night thinking about, the best creative ideas, thinking about you in the shower, then you need people who give a damn. Finally, is it going to be fun? Milestones are really important in life, and I think we spend a lot of time thinking about that launch, or that amount of revenue, or this sort of watershed moment. But actually life, I've learned, is lived in the day-to-day, tedious grind of getting shit done. So is this going to be fun? Do these people, inspire and energize me, or do they drain the life out of me? It really matters. It will affect your joy in life. It will affect your performance as an individual. So finding new people, and honestly, I don't know if I found any way to do that beyond just being straight and being authentic, and being genuine. If you start genuine, you can stay genuine. If you start phony, you've got to keep that act up. So on to our job. So we're built for initially established teams, primarily because, guys, I can't make games. I have the greatest admiration for people who can. But I am not a person who can make video games. But I can fix stuff. And I can bring people together. So we're built for teams who know exactly what they want to make, We don't help them make the game. We just try and help them sell more. That's our goal. And our aim to do that is by community empowerment over management. So our job is to light the fires under as many areas as possible and fan those flames where they kick off. So we're super marketing, business, community stacked team. Our belief is that in this era, it's the audience that makes great games hit games. Nobody, unfortunately, gives a fuck about your flashy trailer in the way that they used to, unless you've got millions of dollars to throw at it, making more noise. It's actually the fans now that make games hits. Our team's all seen at least one game go from idea to massive breakout, and we're really, really conscious that the playbook that works in one era doesn't necessarily work in another. But we do have a theory, and that's that it's not about creating negative vibes like FOMO. It's about creating vibes like will of wanting in. So creating ecosystems where it just sounds like fun and people want to be a part of it, or they feel represented, or that they feel like their people are there. There's no science to it. You can get sciencey about it if you like, but I'm yet to see data making hairs. So we're obsessed with building organically contagious communities. I always described, I thought I was a visionary genius, like I want this organization to be we're at the center, and then we find more people, and it finds more. And my colleague said, Helen, you're just talking about social contagion. We've been talking about this since the late 19th century. But ultimately, we want to sort of fan the flames of inspiring people to find more of their people. So whenever we look at any campaign, this slide looks like trash because the team keeps deleting it, so this slide sucks, Helen. But it helps me to frame my thinking. So whenever we look at any campaign, I like to look at it through these basic layers. I'm racing through this really fast, by the way. So the first is broadcast comms, and this is where most sort of traditional marketing campaigns begin and end. But that's your sort of, this is my message, I am broadcasting it to you. Super, super important. But that's your trailer, that's your press release, that's your web presence, it's your sort of, I am speaking to you, hear my message. And back in the old days, that's where most campaigns would begin and end. But the only way to make more noise with that is to spend more money. And if you're an independent team, that's not necessarily viable. Next is direct conversation, so bringing people into the room. This could apply to any channel or any kind of product. But with games, we've got loads and loads of power. So it might be just speaking to people on social media. It might be live ops. It might be responding to what people are asking for. But this notion of, I'm speaking to you, you're speaking back, I'm listening and responding to you, you're in the room with me. But the goal of everything should be reaching these exponential comms. So really where it gets super interesting for us is how can we create an environment where people are talking about this thing when we're not in the room anymore? How do we create that energy where it's no longer about us, it's about them? So the game has to be good, obviously. I am yet to see a breakout that has come from somebody in a boardroom saying, if we take this successful mechanic and smoosh it with this successful mechanic and get a team to make it, you know, money plus money equals money, right? Yet to see that work. Every time I've seen something really break out, it's been from this just really random itch of we've just got to fucking make this. If we're going to inspire communities to gather around this energy of passion and belief, and we're really, really into this, like that's got to start with the creator, and we have to feel that as well. So yeah, every time I've seen something work, it's genuinely been, people will ask from the outside, oh, was it, did you fuse this marketplace? Like, no. It's always been like, well, we just got sick of moaning about this game we wanted to be made, so we thought we'd better make it if we want it to happen. Or, hey, do you remember that show Takeshi's Castle? Or, I just really, really love pigeons. So we have to feel that energy of, we just like, they've got to make it, we can sense it. And I always knew that a game's going to be a cult game when we start to obsess about it as well. Like, we genuinely have to be the next fans. And because our model is actually quite equal, so we don't have a green light process, per se. It's more of our marketing departments are like super pumped about it. I know it's going to be a cult game when people are like, oh, we could do this, we could do this, we could do this. Ivy's at Gamescom. Yeah, we know that effectively we need to be the next members of that cult. So what we're looking for, team vibes, frankly. Do we believe that we're all the right partners for each other? Do they know what they're doing? Do they trust we know what we're doing? Do we enjoy being around each other? Like, say, it really makes a difference when you're talking about hard stuff. If you're excited to speak to each other regardless. Is there this obsessive drive between us all to make this happen? Do we think the game's got the vibes? Do we think that genuinely people are going to connect with it on a cultural level or an emotional level or want to gather around it? And then obviously we want to be confident that we can help everybody involved make more money. So when we found our people, ultimately what do? We invest super lavishly on alignment. We spend a lot of time just making sure we get into each other's heads. We don't write a line of strategy until we've really understood, like, what were the origins of the soul of this thing. We want to hear at people from every level of the organization. What does this mean to them? What are we going to get roasted for? What are people going to be excited about? So we have to make sure that we really feel like we're speaking with one voice and we're effectively a first-party team. So we invest super lavishly on alignment. And because we have this sort of lying awake at night thinking about everything that we're working on energy, like, it seems to spread. This is a note from my PR the morning that we announced. Hello, morning, how are you feeling? I'm really excited, nervous. Woke up in the middle of the night thinking of you. It's like, this person had promised me, look, it's a really tough market, it's a really big news week, nobody's heard of you, nobody's heard of the dev, nobody gives indie games press, it's not going to happen. And this person, we ended up with 100 extra press hits we were promised. Like, hustle really works, passion really works, it spreads. So our job, in essence, is to find our people, help them find their people, who help them find their people. And how do you go about it? You can make it as complicated as you like. This is actually a social connection map from a single multiplayer game. And it's this notion of, a community isn't a homogeneous mass of humanity. It's actually lots and lots of different groups of people who think about things quite differently, who have different drivers, or who are connected in quite complicated ways. But what it comes down to is people are just kind of people. So it's applying that same notion to our external comms. This has worked for the team before, we try it again. But how do we develop authentic communities? Frankly, just listen to them. What do they want? What do they care about? How can we add value to their lives? Let them teach us things. And try and connect groups of people together who might be able to add value to one another's lives. ultimately it's about respecting people's time and investing the energy that they invest in you back. Our dream is effectively a world with less sort of ultra-pure transactional relationships. So it applies to everything. Streamers honor the fact that their core business is not marketing video games. It's growing their own audiences. They have their own, community of people around them. They want to grow that. They want to mean it. Creative partners, everybody, yourself, the energy you're expending, how you're getting it back, is super, super important. So on a base level, we're all human beings. And as a general rule, find your people, they will find you more. It's not just to be nice. We have data on games where players join. If they don't speak to anyone, they'll stick around for 2 months. If they speak to somebody in the first 2 weeks, they'll stick around for 2 years. If you hit a critical mass and people have 5 real social connections in that group, then it will typically start to grow itself. So it's not just being nice, it's just business. So why are we doing it? Honestly, we think that it's the way marketing needs to go. We want to work with people that bring us joy. And we just want to feel like we're in a world where we don't all have guns to each other's heads. It's just the world we want to live in. So there's lots to do. Games is really hard. We've got some phenomenal partners. The backing that we're getting is incredible. There's very rarely a day that goes by that I don't have somebody hitting me up with another crazy idea of something else that we can do. But yeah, it's not built in a day. It's very, very new. So yes, I would encourage you all to find your people, take your power, and if you want to join our cult, then by all means do. I must have skipped some words because that was a lot faster than I expected. Any questions about anything? Yeah, right, you can meme that. That was really too fast, wasn't it? Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, darling.
Thank you for the speech. So, what's super interesting for me, because if I understand correctly, you're acting more as a let's call it, for the simplification, agency. So you're not necessarily investing in the games, if I understand correctly.
So we typically throw all of our money into marketing. So we're not, like, the way that we work is nobody's paying for the other person's
For the development,
time.
yeah.
So, like, they're not paying us, we're not paying them, we're all investing in the project together. That's a sort of never say never thing. I don't think that that's the way we'll work forever. Initially for us is we really wanted to funnel everything we've got at launch campaigns. But it's created quite an interesting emotional dynamic with our partners. So because nobody feels like they're beholden to the other, which feels genuinely like we're all investing in the same things. It's created this real sort of interesting feeling of genuine equality. So never say never, but no, we absolutely invest, but we funnel that investment into marketing campaigns.
Because from our experiences right now, everybody's looking for $1 million, right?
Yeah.
If you're a small indie developer, very small, then you're looking only for $1 million. And do you think that I'm sure it does, but how much does it affect your percentage of, from the business perspective, done deals?
Yeah, so our deals are fair. We've chatted to the devs about this, #NDAs, but no, our deals are fair. Of course, it means that the lion, our revenue share makeup is really, really different to a standard publishing model, absolutely. Thanks for asking. Cool. Thanks so much for coming. Last day of the convention. Oh, yes, sorry, madam.
Okay, Okay, yeah. You have shown this like community map on one of the slides. So I have no idea what it does. Can you explain what it shows?
The ultra complicated one.
Yes.
So,
Like
so
more or
they-
less, like what is it trying to do?
Exactly that. It's so deeply, vastly complex. Let me find it. So this is effectively different cohorts of people who think about, and I've forgotten, who think about and prioritize different things. So if you want to get really deeply scientific about it and you've got a really big community you're trying to grow, it's like, okay, these people are in a certain region and this has popped off and they are kind of disconnected from the rest of the mass. These are your hardcore players. So it's actually different people who prioritize different things, and then you can actually pull it out and see how they're interconnected. So deeply complex and way too much science for us as an independent company right now. But I think the main note is, if you have a Reddit forum of 600,000 people, they are not a community. They are people with a shared interest. So it's understanding that actually the communities are those little subcultures of people who prioritize different things, and it's understanding where do they interlock, where do they connect, sometimes deeply, sometimes less so.
There's no more questions.
Amazing. Well, good to see you all. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I have never done public speaking before, so, you know, any notes, very welcome.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
doing. Two of them had done 3D art for other studios. Ryan, who was the lead programmer, had never built a game, so he had no idea how to build a game. He just knew how to play games really, really well. So they got on this journey, and they started building this game called Code 10. And they got to a spot where they thought, oh my God, this is absolute garbage, you know. We can't keep building this game. So just after about a year, they decided to scrap it. Boom, throw it away, let's start all over. And they started with a new title called Ready or Not. So Sterling says, do you want to build a game? Ryan says, yeah, bro, because that's how they talk in New Zealand. And then that's when sort of I came into the picture. I had no history in video games. That's not my background. My background is business and management. I lived in New Zealand and had been at that stage for about 7 years. I came to live in, or went to live in New Zealand in 2012 from San Diego, California, on the invite of a large food company, a big dairy company, and I went to run operations for them, a big swath of operations, you know, $1 billion worth of production and cheese and milk powder and all the goodies that you get out of milk. On a side note, you guys might not know this, and it's completely irrelevant to this talk, but in milk, you have lactose, which is sugar in milk, and you can ferment it into pure ethanol, and we did that, and then we'd sell it to Bacardi, and they make delicious rum and other adult drinks. So, just an interesting fact about milk. And you can also use the casein to make buttons and glue. But anyway, that's irrelevant. So I was in my office one day, working away on my computer, and my computer, can I say shit? My computer took a shit, okay? So I called 1-800-IT, and, oh yes, sir, we'll send somebody right away to fix your computer. And this young guy shows up. That's not him, but it kind of looked like him. Pale skin, walked a little funny, had kind of dandruff on the shoulder. And I thought to myself, man, this guy could really use a friend, you know? And instead of just stepping aside and letting him fix my computer, I started talking to him. Hey, you know, what's your story? What's your name? What do you do? And he started enthusiastically feeling excited that someone was giving him attention. And he started telling me, oh, I like to longboard, you know, but I broke my nose when I fell down, and I like video games. In fact, I'm building a video game with a couple of friends from Australia. And I was fascinated. I said, wow, that's really cool. And he told me the whole story about the video game. And I was like intrigued from that moment. And why was I intrigued? Because he told me about a SWAT game. He said, it's a SWAT experience. We're going to take you, put you in the boots of a SWAT officer, and you're going to get to, get the bad guys and rescue the hostages. And it sounded really cool to me, and it triggered a memory. And it's kind of a traumatic and sad memory, because most of you look too young to even remember or know this, but in 1984, there was a serious shooting in San Isidro, California. Anybody even remotely remember that? No. That's what I figured. I'm aging myself, by the way, which is fine. So a gunman walked into a McDonald's restaurant. It was actually like the first mass shooting. He walked in with a pistol, a long rifle, and an Uzi machine gun. And he just started shooting people. Imagine someone doing that here. It would be horrible. And my cousin Alicia worked at that restaurant, and she was working there at the moment this guy walked in. And, you know, Alicia and a work colleague, you know, fled sort of to the back of the restaurant, locked themselves in a janitor's closet. And later they were joined by another employee who had been shot and was bleeding. But they kept themselves safe in that closet. They could hear all the shooting and the screaming and the carnage. And then later, when a SWAT police sniper ultimately ended the hostage situation with a sniper shot, it came to an end. You know, she came out. That's the picture of her coming out. She's here with the face covered, but quite traumatic event for her, no doubt. That's over 30 years ago. But Very traumatic for my family as well. Everybody watching on the TV, watching on the news, this very traumatic event. And sadly, it happens frequently, you know. We're all sitting, maybe watching TV or on YouTube or whatever. It's getting fed to us, you know. There's been a shooting. There's been an event, a hostage situation. And it creates anxiety, at least it does for me, because it's only being fed to me like as if it was entertainment. But I can't do anything about it but suffer, you know. And when I heard about this game, back to the game, we're going to create this experience where you get to be one of those SWAT officers. I said, whoa, I'm in. I like it, you know. So we ended our conversation. Ryan left. I did my research. I said, what's going on with the video game industry, you know? So I did my Google search and realized, oh, shoot, you know, it's $150 billion industry and going like a rocket ship. Wow, this is really cool. And then I did my research about Ryan. So I walked around the office building. Hey, do you know Ryan, the IT guy? Oh, yeah, he's so cool. He's a genius, you know, smartest guy I've ever met. He can solve any problem. And I said, okay, that's good. Good for me. So I called Ryan back, you know, a couple of days later, and he comes to my office. He's not sure what the conversation is about. And I said, hey, Ryan, that video game you told me about, yeah? I said, what's it going to take, you know? What's it going to take for you to finish it? Oh, you know, time and money. Yep, time and money. And I said, I've got an idea for you. And I didn't get down on my knee, you know, like a marriage proposal, but I did say, I got an idea for you, Ryan. You quit your job, I'll pay your salary, and we'll finish the game together. And he was like, what did you say? You heard me. Quit your job, I'll pay your salary, and we'll finish the game together. And he was kind of like, it took him a little bit to process, and I was dead serious. And his first then, once he caught his bearings, he goes, well, what about my buddies in Australia? I said, let's talk to them. So we had a phone call, then 2 weeks later, we were on a flight to Melbourne, Australia, Ryan and I, and we had an encounter. It was super cool because, as I said earlier, Ryan and Sterling and some other friends had known each other for years at this stage. They were working together on a video game at this stage, but they'd never actually met, you know, they'd never laid eyes on each other. So they were like this intimate relationship, so to speak, but never didn't know each other. So it was kind of magical, you know. We opened the door and, you know, there's Sterling and there's Ryan. Oh, that's what you looked like, you know. And it was kind of a real special moment. We spent about a week in a condominium there in downtown Melbourne, after which we came to an agreement that I would fund these guys and they would build the game. And I would take care of everything else, you know, legal, contracts, accounting, marketing, janitorial, as it turns out. I did a lot of that. And that was the beginning of the formal start of our company and our coming together as a team. And it was quite magical, you know. It was quite special. At the time, I said to the guys, so what's it going to take for you to finish this game? And be real. I said, be real. What's it really going to take? And so they're standing around, they're thinking, okay, it's the three of us. We need a sound guy, you know, we need probably an animation guy, we'll need a voiceover, maybe one or two more. It'll be about 7 people. Okay, 7 people. And how long is it going to take? And then they do their maths. Okay, we're going to do this and do that. Maybe 18 months, 18 to 24 months. And in my head, with my business experience, I said, probably not, you know. So I doubled the number of people. So I said, okay, we'll need about 15 people, and it'll take 3 years to get it done. And a lot more resources than they think. I was wrong as well. It took a hell of a lot longer, you know. It's 5 years in the making. And we finally launched into early access on Steam. So it was a special journey because during that journey, we had ups and downs. You know, I'm funding this and I'm doing okay and I keep my full-time job. But after a few years, you start, you know, it starts getting heavy, you know. You start adding people, you start buying cameras, you start buying equipment. I remember putting my hand in my pocket and instead of cash, it was lint, you know. It's like, oh shit, we got to do something different. So in 2019, in about mid-2019, I told the guys, we need to change the business model. So we began to pre-sell our game. Well, first, I got to backtrack a little bit because there was one important point that I did want to make. When I first heard about the game, and I got excited and I got confidence in the team and the capability of these young guys, and I just felt something. I said, they're special and they're worth backing. And I felt an emotional connection to the game, you know, as I explained with my experience with the family experience with the McDonald's massacre, as it's called. But I still did my research, you know, because it's a significant commitment. Putting time, energy, effort, money, sweat, blood, tears, everything. So when I commit to something, I really commit, you know. I've been married for just over 30 years. I have 5 kids. I'm committed to my family. So I knew that if I committed to this, I was really going to commit. And I wanted to be sure that it was the right game at the right time. So I did a bunch of research too, and I remember looking at stuff like this, you know, in the first days. This is very rudimentary, old diagram, you know, but at the time it's one of the ones I found that sort of painted the picture of the landscape of the video games industry. Where are the games, you know, and what are the size and scale? And to me it was quite interesting to see this bit of space there, you know, between shooters and strategy games, and of course the whole action genre. It just felt it was a bit light, and I thought, okay, we'll be going into that space. That's reasonable. Well, I think it's recorded. You'll get to see it, or you can find that online. And then I did a bit of research, you know, Google search. Tell me about tactical first-person shooters. What's out there? What are we going to compete against? You know, and this came up, and I was looking at the age of those titles, and I thought, wow. Even the newer ones, like Rainbow Six, it's already 4 years old, and I'm hearing people at the time, are getting tired of that, or enjoying it, but they're ready for something new. And I thought, excellent, then there is space. We have a game that is good, I believe in it, and there's space in the market for it. So that gave me confidence, as well as, like I said, the relationship with these guys and how that built. So that was pretty awesome. So then we tested it. So the points I'm making there is, it wasn't just blindly following and jumping into something, but I did a bit of research to make sure that it was the right game, the timing was right, the market was there. Then we teased it out. I remember the day, I don't know if you remember, Sterling, we put together a teaser trailer about Ready or Not, and it was largely cinematic. We didn't have a full game, so it couldn't have much gameplay in it. And we said, we'll launch it. Let's test our theory. Is there really a market out there? Are there really people that are going to want our kind of game? We don't know. We think they are. Evidence would suggest that, yes, there is people that want to play our game. Let's launch a little trailer. So we launched the YouTube trailer, the reveal trailer. I'm not going to play it. You can find it on YouTube. And we thought, if we get 100,000 views on this video in about 30 days, maybe that's validation enough. You know, maybe we'll be happy with that. So we launched the trailer, and if anybody here has ever launched a trailer on your game, you know how you're glued to YouTube 24 hours a day, and it's crazy, and you count, and you refresh, and then you see the next views. And our trailer apparently was liked by GameSpot trailers, and they picked it up and they just replayed it on their channel. So within the month, we had over 1 million views on their channel. And again, so you read all the comments, you know, ooh, great game, I can't wait to see it, I can't wait to get my hands on it, thumbs up, and then 97% thumbs up. We were so excited. Yes, okay, it is the right game. It is the one. We should put everything into it because we have validation that the market wants it, you know. And that was an exciting journey, you know. When the moment you're just waiting for it to tick over to 1 million, because it's just a symbolic number, you know, but it's meaningful. It feels cool to have a video that reaches that height. And of course, today, if you do a Google search or a YouTube search or a Twitch search or TikTok or YouTube Shorts, I think we've got over 500 million, maybe 1 billion views across all those channels on content for Ready or Not, which is pretty cool. When we first launched that trailer and we hit the million mark in viewership, it was pretty cool that this happened. Like within the next week, we had YouTubers and content creators talking about our reveal trailer in all sorts of languages. You know, Polish, Croatian, I think there's one up there, in Spanish, English, French, German, some Asian languages. And again, that just further encouraged us that we were on the right path. And like I said, today, this is just replicated many times over, which is pretty awesome. So that's kind of our journey, but it's not the end. We've delivered the game. We're in early access. We have bigger plans. You know, thankfully, when you're in the top in terms of selling on Steam, you earn a little cash, thankfully. Enough to make it feel like it was all worth it. And it's allowed us to do some other really cool things, like we've invested in 2 other games already, two Swedish, or 1 Swedish game, 1 game being developed in the UK. And if you've got a great IP that you need to talk to someone that might help you out, just let me know. We've invested in this Swedish company called Lurkit, and I do want to put in a plug for Lurkit. It's a platform company that helps connect content creators with game developers and create campaigns and beautiful stuff to promote your game. So Lurkit, I recommend it. And we've carried on, and now we're working on the next level. You know, we're going to finish our game this year, hopefully get to 1.0. We're also working, and we haven't announced this, but I guess this will be the first time publicly that we say this. I don't know if I should, actually, but maybe I will. Whatever. What the hell? We're about 5 months into the journey to port the game to consoles as well. So PlayStation and Xbox, and we've heard a ton of noise within our community and with people who want to play the game. When's it coming to Xbox and PlayStation? And again, another plug. I don't know if the guys from Aurora Punks are here, but another excellent Swedish code development company that's helping us with that journey. And it's looking great. We've identified what our path will be, the DLCs, the expansion for our game, and the journey that we're going to continue to go down on. We believe Ready or Not is a franchise type game, so a la, Rainbow Six, a la, all these games that can continue. But we don't want to just be that model, we want to do things different. We have a lot of innovation right now. I invite you all to try and play the game, and hopefully you get as excited about it as I am. So I'll just share a couple last slides, and we will take some questions or have conversation. Just a few, just for fun, little facts about the team. So that's our COO now. He was the 14-year-old kid who met the guys, and then I met him when he was 19, when they were just over a year into the development of the game. So he's 26 now, right, Sterling? Young, beautiful man who's our COO. That's me. That's an old picture. The guy who helped put this together only found my old LinkedIn profile. I have less hair than that. And that's Ryan. That's the nerdy kid that had walked into my office when he was 23 years old, and we made a friendship, and now he's our chief technical officer. Our team is now about 40 people, just over 40 people. We are a globally distributed team, so we have no brick and mortar studio. We're universal. We work in Canada, United States, UK, Ireland, France, Germany, Indonesia, Philippines, Australia, New Zealand. And I think there's 2 or 3 other countries that I missed. But it works. It's scary for some. You know, our door now gets these. It's the big heavy hand of the big studios, the big global ones. They say, we love your IP, can we buy it, you know? And we tell them the story of how we're a distributed global team, and they get scared a little bit. They want to feel a building, and they want to feel chairs and computers, but that's who we are. And it works, and it's worked to deliver a successful game. And we think we'll continue with the model. So these are just some of our key people. Like I said, there's about 40. These are just some, and it depicts some of the, I guess I'm in the way, but some of the different functions that we've needed to pick up. Very different and far from what the guys originally thought. And then as we've gone and picked up talent along the way, you know, we've picked up people that have worked on some cool projects. We're still a small indie company, I call us. So we're not the big Blizzard or whatever. And so we scrap, and we're a scrappy company, and we work hard. And some of the people we get, you know, we work hard to get them. And we're lucky when we get people that have good experience, you know, that have worked on other really cool projects, and they contribute to ours. One project up there that's not a video game, it's the avatars. So our lead animations guy, he had worked on the first Avatar movie. He lives in Wellington. And he worked on, with Weta Studios, did animation work for the first Avatar movie. He left, he joined us, he helped us with some of our animation work for about a year. And then they called him back, hey, we're gonna work on Avatar 2, come join us. So he left us, and he left for about a year and a half, or 2, and they finished the Avatar 2 project. I've seen the movie. It's all right, I guess. And then he comes back. He says, hey, I'd love to rejoin you guys. And so we welcomed him back into the fold. And I said, but I don't, he said, you know what? I've realized how much I love working at Void Interactive. The environment, the way we all treat each other, you know, the collaboration, the bandwidth to be able to explore and my own creativity and deliver to the best of my capability has been great. So if my door knocks again and they say, hey, come back for Avatar 3, this time I'm going to say no. I think we'll stay together, which is very good because we're in the moment, we're trying to pursue the establishment of our own animation studio in Indonesia, and he would be very instrumental to help us do that. So anyway, these are just some of the video games that some of the team have worked on. And lastly, I guess, for those of you in the crowd that are game developers, I thought, I don't just want to, I guess, what's the point of my story? What's the value in it? Or what can people get? And I said, I don't know. It might trigger some thoughts, maybe give you some inspiration. But at a minimum, I thought these are probably good points to reflect on if you're on a journey, whether you're going to build a game or you're starting a company or whatever you might be doing. I think these are some good reflections from my experience and my story. So is the mine worth digging? You know, is there gold in this mine? Is it a great game? Are the conditions right for this game? I see that every year, I think close to 10,000 games are launched every year. Probably more than that. I think just on Steam alone. Does somebody know the statistic in the crowd? It's in the thousands, right? Nearing 10,000 new games launch on Steam. And then they launch on all sorts of other platforms. And statistics say that over 90% of those games are failures. Like they're not commercial successes. They don't attract people and players. And I thought, oh my goodness, you know. Maybe if they had been a little bit more diligent at the beginning, they could have saved themselves a painful journey. So I think that's very important, and I challenge you. It's good to have passion for a project and for you to think in your own mind that it's going to be successful, but it's worth testing the theory. You know, is this worth digging? Is there going to be gold in this mine? Are the conditions right? Is there demand for this game? Can we pull it off? Those are important things. I've met too many developers now in my video game journey that are now defeated and deflated, and they're walking away from the industry as poor souls, you know. But they could have avoided that, because I think they had the talent. They maybe were just not focused on the right project. And so that leads to that second point. Don't be afraid to abort the mission. If the important factors don't line up, why keep pursuing? I know there's those odd, you know, the against all odds stories of how, you know, this person won the gold medal, you know, against all odds. They won the gold medal in swimming the 100 meters, even though, you know, they have some terrible thing working against them. I do know that those stories do happen, so I don't mean to discourage people, but I do want to encourage people to not be afraid to hit the abort button, mission abort. But do it, you know, if there's rationale for that. Things are not lining up. It's not looking like the market conditions are right for this. I might not have all the resources for this journey, and other things like that. Or other things, like I mentioned Sterling and his friends, they hit the mission abort button in the early days after working on Code 10 for a year, because they took that step back and they realized, oh my God, we're building something that's not going to work. It won't fit the bigger vision we have in the future. Let's throw it away. It's a year's worth of work, but let's throw it away. And it was good, because then they started fresh on now what we've got, which is a successful project. The third point, once you're in, be in it, you know, and that's what I said. Once I had that confidence that, yep, the stars are lining up, the game is good, yep, we've got what it takes to get there, then you're in. Then you don't waver. Then you have confidence. Then you walk with a confident stride in the direction that you want to get. So the first points would indicate like, ooh, you should tread cautiously. But you should. But then once you get to that solid, then you go with strength and power. Climb the trees occasionally. When you're working on a game, you can often develop tunnel vision. You know, you're so focused on your work that you see nothing else. And what we say here, it's good to stop and climb the trees, and then because you get a bird's eye view, it's okay. We're working our way through this forest, but are we headed in the right direction? And it's hard to see that from the ground. So you climb the tree and you look down, and that's symbolic because it just means take that step back, talk to people. When they come knock on your door and say, hey, we'd like to buy your game, okay, let's sit down and talk. It gives you a different perspective. Or when other friends, you know, have other ideas or things that they want to share, do that. And then walk up, walk down, and then look at the project. And do that often. It just helps you, you know, make sure you're steering in the right direction. And lastly, and obviously enjoy your wins. You know, we've been fortunate, quite fortunate, to have had a few wins, and we've had a great time. We've formed some strong bonds like a family. We've even shared the same bed, haven't we, Sterling? But in a platonic way. With both my business partners, actually. We were traveling in France, and we had this really tiny room and one bed, and I felt sorry for him because I snored. But it was all good. We built some friendship, but most of all, the last thing, and I don't have it written, and I think we all say it and believe it in the video games industry, is love your players. You know, love them, love the community, treat them with respect, give them as much information and updates, give them opportunities to participate in the development of your game. And that's it, really. So that's our journey. It's not over. We're well on our way, you know, to do well. And we want to continue to do well, and hopefully you guys can even help us out on this journey. Tell your friends, wish list us on Steam. It's quite healthy at the moment. And I'm going to stop with that. I think it's good timing. And if there's any questions that I can answer, I'd be happy to answer, or any dialogue or comments. Yes, sir, over there. I think there's a mic, because I believe this is being recorded.
You'll get it in a bit. Hi, great story. I've got two questions.
Yeah.
And they're about the same topic. So first question, you went on this adventure, on this gaming adventure. What were the thoughts of your family, of your wife, that you were going? And then the second question is, how did you convince them it was okay?
Yeah. I guess that's a great question, and I'm fortunate. You know, I mentioned I've been married for 30 years, and I have 5 kids, and we're in the fortunate spot where I've always been the guy who manages the finances and brings home the bacon, as they say, and I've never let my family down. So they had full trust. It wasn't even about convincing, hey, honey, we should do this. It was like, honey, I've spotted an opportunity. I'm going to go after it. She goes, great. I support you. So it was that easy, actually. And the kids were excited, like, wow, you know, even though they're daughters, my 5 daughters, but they still thought it was cool that I was going to be in video games.
Cool, thanks.
Hi, thanks for the talk. One question I had on mind is, from your position as CEO, considering the nature of the game and surrounding the controversy around police brutality and gun violence around the world, did you find any challenges that you had to overcome with marketing the game or building the trust within the community that you're going to do the game justice and the situation justice as well?
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a great question because we have been challenged. Because we plan to have these real life depicting scenarios, right? And they happen, you know, a restaurant shooting, a shootout at a hotel between gang members, or a radical group doing a shooting in a nightclub, for example. And I dare say even, you know, a shooting level that takes place in a school. And that's quite confronting, right? And we've been featured in Kotaku, I don't want to mention their name, but I did, in a very negative light, without even understanding what our true objective was. So as I said from the beginning, mine and my partner's belief is that we're trying to treat the topics carefully, make them real, and give people the opportunity to be in the boots of a policeman. So not be negligent, and you don't jump into the game and you can, you know, start killing everybody. You're the policeman, you know, and maybe there's some things that you can do in terms of gameplay, but you're not going to succeed in the game. You're going to fail. You're going to get an F, you know.
Yeah, you lose points.
Okay, you always play. You get an A, an S. Good scores?
Usually an A. Usually an A.
Anyway, so good question. We're smart enough to know that if we need to make some modifications to the game to get on certain platforms, we will. We'll have those conversations. We won't die on a hill, you know, about certain content, but we are strong enough to know what we want to achieve. But there's some noise, like in particular, and I don't know why, but or maybe I should know why, but in particular about that level that maybe deals with a school shooting. We've already decided, you know, it's not going to be in the K through 12 setting, just because to stay away from that, and we'll handle it as lightly and as respectfully as we possibly can.
Thank you.
Firstly, thank you for bringing the game out. I bought it in the beginning. It's hard as shit, but I love it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So my question is, I guess, about publishing. It was your first rodeo, first time making a game, and I think it's really courageous that you self-published. But at any point during your journey, did you reach out to publishers?
Yes. Okay. I kind of, we didn't cover that, did we? And there was, like I said, we started the journey. I funded the first few years, and then we started to pre-sell the game, and that kept us going for another about a year and a half, and then it became challenging yet again, because when you're growing and you have 25 people, and that's a heavy financial burden, yeah? So we did get to a spot where I get my guys together and we say we might have to partner up with a publisher. We might have to do it. And that's a tough pill to swallow because it's seldom favorable, right? And I understand the publisher takes a risk. You know, they're going to fund to some degree. They're going to support you. They have to believe in your project, and if it fails, then they have also not succeeded. But sometimes, the slice of the pie that they get for that help is quite a heavy slice of the pie. And that was painful because we've been working on this thing for years and doing what we do to sell your soul for a bowl of soup, for example. It doesn't feel nice. So, but we did, actually. We sold our soul for a bowl of soup for a short period of time. But I made it clear with this publisher, I said, look, we're not just looking for a bit of cash. We're looking for a partner, someone that can help us, because we're a new studio and this is our first game and you've done it before. And we did have this partnership. There were some changes within that publisher, some strategic changes, some personnel changes, and the relationship with us actually changed to a degree that we felt it was no longer tenable to continue in the relationship. They felt it was not tenable because it didn't align. So we were able to part ways. Amicably, we said, okay, you go your direction, we'll go our direction. And I tell you what, it was a miracle. We loved it. We were so glad it happened because we felt like the chains fell off, so to speak, And then we were able to continue on our way and decided we'll self-publish, We can get there now, yeah. Thank you, good question. There's one, there we go. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, anyone, that's good.
Hi, great talk, thank you.
Thank you,
it seems like the game was an extraordinary success given the size of the team and the experience of the team, who made it like almost an unexpected, unusual amount of success, which is great. I'm super glad for you guys and the game looks great. But what are you doing to perhaps mitigate the risk that your next project is just going to be an ordinary amount of success instead of extraordinary amount of success?
Yeah, that's like an impossible question, You have one beautiful child and you think your next one's going to be just as beautiful, but no, my God, send them back. The stork made a mistake. It could happen, that's a risk, absolutely a risk. So again, I talked about some criteria up front, and for us, it's just be diligent around that criteria. And we're still going to make mistakes, but we'll say for the next stage, we'll try to have, in this case, we had one egg and one basket, and we went hard with that egg. But now we have the luxury of having a few eggs. So it's, backing maybe 2 or 3 projects and then applying the same sort of diligence to it. But you're right, it's always a risk. Even the big companies, right? They're like big AAAs, they'll have a huge success and then they launch a dud. How did that happen? They're spending tens and hundreds of millions and it still flopped. I don't know. So good question. I really don't have an answer, other than to say, we'll be diligent and try to apply the same logic and learn from our experience. Yeah, thanks
Excellent.
for the question.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate that.
So first of all, thanks for the game, amazing game. But I have to ask kind of a follow-up question to the previous one. Since we see the rise of popularity in like hardcore military genre with the games like Escape from Tarkov, Squad, and Hell Let Loose and things like that. Is your vision gonna stay within the realm of these kind of games, or you don't turn off the possibility of branching out in something completely different?
Right. So for Ready or Not, it makes sense to stay in this vein, right? If you've dug a mine and you found some gold, you keep digging that mine, right? But from a company perspective, Void Interactive, we're not necessarily just going to stay. So I mentioned we've invested in 2 other games, and they're very different. One of them is a dinosaur survival game for VR, and another one is a pirate game, that it's more tailored to kids. That's a VR game, and then the dinosaur survival game for PC console. So we have some bandwidth to move outside of the Ready or Not genre, but this is our it sounds so wrong to say it, right? This is our gold mine, but it's productive. People like the genre, they love the gunplay, they love what we're doing with the game. We think we can keep building. Our model is, because this is in Los Sueños, like a simile of Los Angeles, using their SWAT team. So the next iteration will pick up the model, go to another country, maybe come to Croatia and then drop it here. Use the special forces from here, use the geographies, locations, scenarios that fit the country. And we can do that for the next 20 years, you know, and moving around the world. So with this, yeah, we're going to keep going down sort of the pathway, but we have bandwidth for other types of work as well.
Thank you. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Excellent. One question. Good. I'm glad there's questions. It's always painful when it's crickets, you know. Oh, that was boring.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing talk. Could you talk a little bit maybe about the complexities of managing such a diverse and globally distributed team with different time zones and different personalities? And
Yeah. Thank you for that really tough question. The difficulty of managing teams remotely, right? And that is very difficult. One, it involves a lot of trust because, you know, are they really working? Or are they just saying, you know, laying on the couch watching Netflix and working occasionally? I don't know. But we always said from the beginning, you know, it's not about, we want your brains and your creativity and what you're going to produce. You know, we're not going to worry about how many hours you work or keep a leash on you. And people enjoy that type of work environment, and then they're still productive. Then we try to create a lot of forums. You know, we have Discord. We have a bunch of Discord channels. We have relax channels where you can go in and just talk about nonsense and share ideas. We try to have regular catch-ups with everybody on the team just to check in. How are you doing? How are things going? Are you clear about what you're supposed to be working on? You know, that sort of thing. But it's still complex, you know, because and the more it grows, the more complex it gets. But what we've been finding is when you trust people and when you tell them, you know, hey, you're now part of our family effectively, you don't treat them like a number, but like a respected member of your team, they start to do kind of the job for you. And so they collaborate in groups, and then magic things happen that you didn't even have to prompt, you know. So it's not a great answer. We don't have like a mechanistic approach to managing people. I do come from a background of over 20 years in executive management, and I've had all the training about how to deal with people and lead. And I use some of that stuff from myself with my team. And I'm really proud of my co-founders and how they've evolved and grown and their capacity to manage people. And just kind of like that, I guess. I don't know, that's not a great answer, but it's an answer.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yep. All right, excellent. I think we've reached my time. I've got the yank. Or is there one? Are we done? Done. I guess we're done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you guys around. I might even give you a game key.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
pictures and video of
of live operation over there with many different games from Assassin's Creed 3, Brotherhood, and like, every live ops games that Ubisoft released over the years. I spent 2 years in Wildlife Studios, with a mobile game companies. That's where I learned much more about how you build monetization, engagement tactics that are tied to monetization tactics. So I hope that this presentation gives you like good insights into it. We only have 45 minutes and then some questions. So I'm not going to be able to talk about every single aspects of live ops. That would probably take us at least 3 days and many presentations. But yeah, without further ado, let's dig into it. First, when we talk about live ops, generally the first things that come into mind is money. Why do we do live ops? Well, those 3 big companies, they do live ops because most of their net revenues is actually generated by the live services they sell, and it's huge. EA, with the billions of dollars they're making, 71% of their revenues. Blizzard is 61%, and Ubisoft 44%. But live ops is really not just about making money. When we're talking about live ops, what's important basically is that the revenues that you're generating, they're recurring revenues. That allows you basically to not necessarily have to stress too much about how many games you have to release on a given year to basically continue exist with your studio. That means you can also keep working with the people that you've, like build relationship, build projects with. Like we're small, tight families, like after you work 3-4 years on a game. And what works basically in terms of, like keeping your team with you, it also works with the gamers, right? When you have a live ops game, you're going to recruit many players of a time, and that means basically more visibility in terms of how people basically perceive you in the industry. But literally the end goal is what? Is build the game you've always dreamt about building, and maybe initially you didn't have the resources to do that. But, live ops game is something that you planned for 4, 5, 6, 10 years. So the game that you've initially built on year 1 might be very different on year 5 or 10. But if it was that easy, everyone would do live ops, right? And live ops is super challenging because when we think about live ops, you need to think about 7 different pillars. The first pillar, of course, is game design. You have to think about how you're going to build and maintain that long-term monetization. Associated to game design, you have monetization. They often, like work hand in hand. But the challenge is how do you build something that is fair and rewarding, especially those 2 things are perception things, they're linked to perception of players, so that is super hard to do. Then the way you market, communicate, sell the game in live ops is going to be a bit different from traditional games. Then you have the analytics brick. If you talk to anyone working on a live game, they live and die with their analytics team. Like it's the bread and butter of live ops. We need analytics to take always the right decision. 5th pillar, super important, support and Q&A. And when I talk about support, I talk about support from the development team. Like how many people do you need to keep like the game running live, adding new features, new content all the time, but also customer support. Because like if you're going to sell things on your store, for example, you need a customer support team to answer players when they're going to have issues. And QA, of course, because you're adding new features, adding new content. That means QA is something that you're doing on an every single day basis. Now, for all of these pillars, nearly, you're going to need specific tools. I do monetization. How do I handle my store in-game? How do I engage with my players in-game? Like, how do I get all of my telemetry data, like, so that I can analyze it? And also, like, support. Like, you have a store in-game. Maybe, like, when someone purchases something, it's not always going to unlock. So you're going to need someone that has access to, like, part of the back office in the game to do something about it. And then the 7th pillar, is actually what people sometimes always forgot to plan for, which is how are your teams, all of these teams, going to work together to solve the many issues that you will be facing when you have a live game. So let's jump into it. Unfortunately, due to time, I won't be talking too much about analytics and support in QA, but feel free to ask questions or come to see me afterwards. So first pillar, game design. There's one model that I like a lot. It's used by Department of Play. They made it based on a survey they did with players. It's on mobile, but it's very interesting because it's actually very simple to understand. The higher the element here, the higher the motivation for playing, and that is analyzed against time of install, the amount of time that players have played the game. When we talk about game appeal, it's very easy. It's kind of like what you put in your marketing trailer. The world, maybe you have a great combat mechanic, for example, so that's what you're going to showcase, and that's going to make people buy the game. So of course, that should be normally the main driver in terms of motivation on day one. After that, you have everything that's progression. So, might be progressing through the story, or just, leveling up if you're playing Diablo or games like this. Then, anything that you can add in terms of events, in terms of having free samples, triggers that get people to come back. And the last one, the bread and butter of live ops, of course, so the social features, new game modes, new content, that's what basically is going to make people stick. So the three elements, what's interesting is how do they impact what we call the end game. So, of course, some games have no end game, but still, even if you have a campaign system, what's my motivation for redoing a game? Even if it's a multiplayer game, why should I continue basically playing the game after, maybe 100 hours? So understanding basically what people are doing in your game after they've, really played hard with it, that's super important, and you need to think really hard about it. So when we talk about end game and progression, what I'm talking about is what exists in your game that you can use to extend that progression level in a way that's still meaningful and fun for players. So there are a few examples that we all know about, like Diablo with their Paragon level. The idea is that you go infinite, right? The normal level cap is 100, but after that you go Paragon and you can do whatever you want. You continue to increase. If you think about Destiny 2, you put the loot behind hardcore, loop system, and you add random stats to the item. So that means basically it's not just you doing a raid once, you have to do it multiple times. If you take a city builder like Anno, it's super interesting because Anno, normally the goal is building a very strong economy. But once you've done that, what is there to be done? Well, in Anno 1.800, what they've done is that they actually, when you're done with the economic part of it, they add a beautification system, and now you're rated basically against how beautiful your city is supposed to be. That adds, another 100 hours for some people, basically just on a campaign that they've done. Very simple in the end, but super smart. And then last, there's the obvious, we've played solo, then maybe now, you have a multiplayer progression. So all of these things are interesting elements for how you can extend progression for your endgame. When you talk about endgame and social, one of the most important things that I want to talk about is not nearly like social hubs and how people meet with each other. What's important is what they do together. So having players really build their own stories with your game, that is going to make your game very special. If we think about The Division, for example, it's a shooter. Suddenly, you've played basically for hours that game. It's PvE, and then you go into a zone where there are no rules anymore. It's like the people you meet, they can play with you and help you, but then they can stab you in the back. Anyone that has played The Division can tell you stories about the Dark Zone and how, it actually, had them, add incredible stories that are often, more interesting than what they've played in the main game. If we talk about it online, been existing for, 15 15, 20 years. You know, like EVE Online as a controlled space where you can't really do whatever you want. But then they said, okay, there's a space where it's up to you. You do whatever you want. And the reason why people are still playing EVE Online today is because the fun part of the game is where they are building their own stories. And if you check out Amazon for EVE Online books, there's actually a journalist that built, you know, like a small book that spans 10 years of what happened in EVE Online. It's crazy. So it reads like a thriller, for example, a space thriller. It's amazing. I really advise you to read it. It's super interesting. And last but not least, if we talk about Destiny as well, you know, like if people have played Destiny in the room, you've all have interesting stories about how people fall in the puzzle system mechanism, or they screwed up because they didn't shoot, you know, like the boss in the right place. And yeah, so that's, you know, like those mechanisms that they've thought about, they're here to build, to help basically the players build their own stories. And it's super interesting for another thing, is because and how many doors you've left open for yourself. If you have an offline game and you're like, hey, maybe I could build an online component, did you think about it ahead of time? If you didn't, probably you have a missed opportunity maybe to bring an online mode of some sort. When it comes about content, you need to think about how long and how much money to integrate. It's not about, you know, like working with the super efficient and nice outsourcing companies that do the models. Is how you don't want to do that yourself and you want to give tools to your community to do it, then yeah, maybe they can build new content for you, but do you have the moderation tools? Do you have the team that is going to moderate this? So think about that. And the last part is the playground, like ability basically to increase the playground, increase, you know, like have new maps. I remember that anyone, you know, like talking about this a long time ago, where when they released the game, they're like, it costs way too much for us to create new maps. That's a problem when you want to be a live ops game and you want to add, you know, like new playgrounds for the player. But that requires a lot of balancing, because when you're adding something to the game, that means you need to always balance with what is existing. And when we talk about gameplay as well, there was one thing that I was checking. I don't know if you played Callisto Protocol. They added, for example, the new Game Plus in a DLC. That, when you look at the market and you know that New Game Plus is usually something that comes free, that can be super tricky as a sale to your players. A social differentiation. So, you know, like games like Fortnite, of course, are the kings of social differentiation. I haven't talked, when I talk about social and social elements in the game design, I didn't talk about hubs, for example. Hubs is not there basically as a progression mechanics or as a game design mechanic. It's really there as a monetization mechanics. In games like Fortnite, when they increase, for example, the waiting room to add more people, that's done on purpose so that people basically really have that need to feel different, have a different skin. So that's social differentiation for you. Other games also emphasize social recognition. So Star Trek Fleet Command is a very interesting example. When you're in a clan, 50 people, if you buy something in the shop, it will automatically give freebies to the rest of the clan members. There's actually a nice story that I was told about this game where, you know, like someone actually spent the 7 figures in that game just because of this. I guess that person wanted friends. That's a very expensive number for friends. And then we go into more like the dark side of what some players want. Some players want dopamine. You know, like when fans, you know, like say, oh, I love, you know, like Diablo Immortal, clearly they're hooked on, you know, like having that, I don't know, element of like, oh, I'm gonna put the runes into this and maybe I'm gonna drop things. Not everyone loves dopamines in their game, right? That's why you like the loot box, that's why you like the mechanism that requires on luck, it generates so much like bad press because it's not something that we want to associate in a positive way with gaming. Some people also sell shortcuts. It's one of the big things if you play an Assassin's Creed game. You've always seen this, like the XP boosters. There's a thing that always goes on when we talk about like people that have like very little time have money. So generally, these things are for them. Like some people do not have the time to do all of the side quests on Assassin's Creed, so they will buy the XP booster to just like play the full game. It's not everyone agrees with this, but it's still in a gray area. And last but not least, the power system, buying power, that is the #1 component for what's driving free-to-play games. Like Marvel Strike Force is the next excellent example of it. What people buy when they're buying characters, they're buying power, they're buying that level inside the leaderboard. That's what they're buying. They're buying like the ability to be #1. So once we kind of like know maybe what our players want, how do you price things? That is super tricky. The first thing, of course, is absolutely do your benchmark. Analyze the market. What do people give for free? What do they sell? Like how frequently do they sell? All of these things are super important. Then you need to think about the fact that not everyone, unfortunately, is equal in the face of money. So you need to think about what do you give for every single types of purse. So instead of using the usual, like dolphins, fish, whales, that is traditionally more associated with gambling, I like to think it in a more normal fashion. Like if I only have 10 euro a month to spend on your game, what will I be able to buy? If I have 20 euro, 50 euro, or some people have unlimited amount of money, what would they be able to buy? And then last but not least, once you've kind of like done the analysis of the market and you've tried basically build a model for every purse, you need feedback. And that's the hardest part. So if you're lucky enough to already have like a nice community of people that you trust, that they respect their NDA, go to them. If they're so-so when you present them the monetization, think about how it's going to work when you present this basically to a journalist or a YouTuber. Probably is going to get bad. So take their feedback, and just take it with a grain of salt. Some people also do like survey or analysis with like more general population, but this can be dangerous because you never know if you're not going to get someone that says, oh, look, I've seen the monetization model for that game. That's what they want to do. And then you have a PR crisis, and then it's bad. And last but not least, but on the pricing, there's something that I've seen, especially in mobile. Scopely, once again, I've played a lot of Scopely game in my life, are very good with this. They're generous with the non-payers. They're super generous with people that pay in their game. It's kind of like a basics. Like monetization is always complicated because like it's a perception of value, right? So your monetization is ever only as good as the generosity that you're able to display. We had a very good reminder with Naken when we launched Blood Bowl 3, because we ended up basically with a game where it was missing the progression system that was bringing all of the generosity. So when people saw the customization item, they saw only, oh, I need to buy this to get this. When if we had the customization system on the side for free with the progression system and maybe thousands of items for free, then the perception would have been way different. Because if you only have one way to acquire content, it's not generous, it's like just pure buy for the player. So that's not working. Then there's one exercise that I like to do, because once we've defined a bit, like what we can sell, how much we can sell things, it's how do you actually take players on a journey to make it a bit more interesting, to build a theme around this. So if I take an hunting game, for example, and I want to build live ops over many years, maybe the first year I want to get my players in a winter setting. Maybe second year we'll go on a safari. Third year we'll go to Mongolia. And that gives me a framework for like what I can put in my different season And for every season, I'll think about what kind of new monetized content I'm going to add, new features or freebies, events, or just quality of life. How do I improve the game for the players? So new content, for example, if we take winter, maybe like I'm going to have weapons that are like skinned specifically for a map with snow. So like instead of the general normal guns, maybe I've got a white skin on it and stuff like this. New vehicles. Oh, okay, maybe I'm going to add a new snowmobile and things like this. And new features can be new map, new way to hunt in that game. Then the last part, which is complicated, is that you need to also choose your life model. There's two models. Some people do hybrid, but really the two models that you see most of the time is either you go with DLCs and you add a year pass. So let's say you release 8 DLC during the year, and you're going to have basically like a year pass so that you can get all of the DLCs with like a small discount. Or you have an in-game store and you release season pass. So in-game store means hard currency. In the content, or the types of content you're going to sell, it's kind of always going to be the same thing. You're going to have like cosmetics, you can have items, like stuff like this. The difference is going to be on the amount of content that you're going to add. On the left side for the DLCs, usually we talk between 10 and 100 content per year, and only a very few features lifetime of the project. Where on the other side, basically, it's like, that's where I talked about the importance of the live production pipeline, because you're going to release tons of content. And one model, of course, is generating more money than the other. DLC ones, basically the DLC model generates less money. And there's a big reason for that. It's not just based on the numbers of content that you're going to release. It's just the fact that when you're based on the DLC, you rely on the first party to sell things, right? So it's great on one side because that means you don't need to have tools. You don't need to have a tool to animate the shop and stuff like this. But if you want to do bundles on the fly, if you want to do rebates, go and discuss with your certification manager. They will try. Because anyone that has seen a certification Excel file cries. Like I had a 1-hour meeting one day with a certification guy from Nacon. It's hard. Like those people are amazing. So yeah, so in the negative part as well, think about the fact that it's really harder to also sell a year pass over 12 months. The price is going to be higher, and the commitment for 12 months for a player, that's huge. So that's also the reason why basically that model is generating less money. On the other side, you're the king of your store. You animate your store yourself. You're the one that build the bundles, that animate the discounts. It's also easier to sell a season pass because most of the time the pricing will be between 5 and 10 euros. And like 3 months commit is way easier than 12 months. The problem is that you need tools and you need a customer support team to animate this. And that brings us to live ops and tools. And that is a big slide. I'm not going to necessarily talk about everything, but when we think about store, I have to tell my dev team, no, you can't add a bundle to the patch and then unlock it. That doesn't work this way. It's a live store. So that means live updates, storefront system that I can basically on the fly manipulate. It means gifting system. Gifting system means a friend system because I need people to give the thing that I buy to. My ability to build bundles, rotation in and out of the store, target system. And who says target system then says, hey, maybe I can basically try different offers to different group of players. And then when you have 10,000 maybe items in your store, having a little help from an AI could be helpful basically to try and help you design those next bits of bundles. Then I need to engage my player in my game. So I need a new system. I need a pop-up. Maybe I've got this, I've got an event that's happening and I want everyone to know about it, or simply, like my servers will shut down in an hour and I don't want you basically to start, playing because you'll be cut down, right in the middle of your game. Loading pages. Even if we have next gen, they still exist. So, you're a live game, you probably want to avoid having loading pages that stay the same for a year. And loading pages can still be useful to, just display, hey, what's happening this season? This event is coming forward. 3 seconds, you have nothing to do. I have your attention. I have a loading screen. And then there's all of the tools that if you think about them early on when you build the game, they're things that allow you to do engagement with your players for nearly free. You don't have dev resources, basically. If you have a leaderboard, and when I mean leaderboard, it's not like the thing that is static and never changes. It's a leaderboard where I'm saying, hey, during this weekend, for race, hey, the best time will get something. And then you give this to your community manager, and they can build, like every weekend if they want to, they can build a small event. And that is zero dev time cost. That's a tool that you've developed, your community manager can run with it. Same with challenges, like whether it's at the player level or the community level. Let's say, okay, if you're driving 5 million kilometers in the game during the weekend, we'll give for everyone a new car, a new customization, a sticker, things like this. Let's say then that, it's the end of the season, you want to be generous with your player, I want the ability to boost the level of experience you can get for the battle pass. That is something that I need to be able to do with my tools, not have to ask the dev to code something in the game. Live content, the same as well. When you're developing the game, you have the ability, we've done this with Nacon on the WRC game. They just gave us a very simple JSON file, and the community manager has 3 or 4 parameters. He could create a game inside the race. Amazing, No dev involved. Just we check that it's working, of course, and that he didn't make any mistake. But very little effort to create game in the game, to create events. And then the events can be, for example, I don't know, you tweak the UI for Halloween. You want to be able to switch it on and off. Ideally, you're able to do it server-side. Analytics, you need to have every single piece of information inside the game. You need player account. You need, the activity levels, social metrics, because we've talked about, content creators a little bit. Always good to have information about how many people stream your game, how many people, are building videos. It's a health indicator for a live game that's really good to have. Player experience, what do my people do in the game? What do they fail? What do they succeed at doing? Monetization, not going to dig into it. It could just be one presentation just for monetization things. And then there's another one that sometimes people forget as well. There are very good listening tools on the market. So when you have your community manager, try to find them a listening tool, because instead of going to you with, oh, there are people complaining, they can say, hey, that subject moved from 10% of the community being unhappy to 20%. That small piece of information makes an entire difference when you have, for example, to decide that maybe you're going to prioritize a bug fixing that's going to require 2 months of development. Right? So we need more data, and that's not only on the game side, that's also on the community side and the social side. And last but not least, I talk about customer support a lot. If you have a store, that means what? I mean, you need to be able to do refunds. You need to be able to sometimes put back missing items in the inventory of players, because it doesn't always unlock. Mass add and removes, we messed up. Server is not working for 5 hours. Compensation to everyone. Having a tool to do that, that saves a lot of time on the development side. Same for removing. Let's imagine you're releasing a new red. Someone found a glitch. Suddenly you have thousands of players that have the end goal content that they were supposed to struggle to get. You probably want to be able to remove that from everyone's account, a small compensation, and then fix the bug, right? But if you don't have any tool for that, that means you need to ask your development team on the fly to code something. And they haven't tested it, so it could go wrong. Moderation, if you have a chat, if you have user-generated content, you need to be able to moderate that content, and that goes in pair with moderating the toxic people that go with it. And then Player 360, so this one, sometimes people forget about it, but put yourself in the shoes of the customer support agent. He's contacted by someone. If he doesn't have any information on that person, it's very hard. And then, time spent on answering a user is money. It's also, re-engagement. So if we're not fast enough when we answer a customer, what are the chances that they quit the game? Maybe it can be higher. So the Player 360 is very good. That means I can search by player ID, I can search by username, I know when they've installed the game, what they've spent money on, what do they have in their inventory. We had the case not long ago with someone on Blood Bowl 3. They contacted us and said, hey, you know, like, I didn't receive my compensation. But compensation was 3 weeks ago. So we had to look and check, and that person actually installed the game 3 hours ago, prior to when they contacted us. So we struggle a bit to get information, and we shouldn't have. It shouldn't be like a 5-minute, you know, like search, answer, and done, you know. But unless it took us 2 hours, that's not a good use, basically, of our time. And the audit trail, very important, because when you have those support tools, you're opening a breach. It can happen that some people will build a store behind your back on, you know, Discord or, you know, like Telegram, and yeah, they'll just steal things because they have the ability to unlock content, add currency to anyone's account. Real story. So you need the audit trail to check that basically whenever someone is giving something to a player in your team, it's associated with a ticket, something that you can track. But not only that, as part of the certification requirements from Sony, for example, we're required to have 6 years of content and to be able to answer Sony whenever they're saying, hey, by the way, this transaction here, give me information about it. So audit trail is no joke for this kind of thing. And now let's talk a bit about marketing and sales. When and what to communicate. So it's super interesting because short-term, long-term really brings different things when we talk about live ops. When you talk only the short-term route, you're building a lot of surprise. You're working on the fear of missing out. It's amazing for monetization, but for retention, like, players don't really see where you're going with the game, so that's not great. On the other side, if you only build basically long-term plans, very detailed, that's amazing. Like, players have tons of information, they're excited, but we know how the player's mind functions, right? They will also decide what is of value to them. Oh, maybe season 1 is crap, so I won't buy it. Season 2 is amazing. Season 3 and season 4, I don't care, right? But you don't want that, right? You still want them to be hooked and waiting for the next content. So there's a small guiding principle here, basically, which is the more visibility you give to your player, the less detailed information you're going to give them. And that's where you kind of like the basics for many live ops games is this yearly roadmap where they don't tell you what's the difference between the Japanese operator, the Belgian operator, Singaporean. They don't give you that, but you know it's coming. So you can, say, okay, I've got a full year of content that I can look forward to on Rainbow Six, but I'm not going to give you the details as Ubisoft because I want to manage the surprise. So every season, I'll dig deep into it, but not at the yearly level. So that's for the players, and it's a big thing. It's really something where you need to spend a lot of time between the dev team, the marketing team, because it's commitment, right? You don't want to go basically after the first season and be like, wait, no, this, we won't have it. Players will be disappointed. So you need to find the right balance between enough elements that, the roadmap looks good for players, but it's also something where you need to be careful and, because it's pressure that you're applying on the dev. So marketing team and dev team, they really need to discuss this to find the right balance and not be in a situation where they have to, every 3 months, update the roadmap because, we're not able to basically deliver everything. And that's for the players, but you also need your own internal roadmap where you need to think about what are the permanent and repeatable activities. What do you do on a seasonal basis? What do you do on a monthly basis, a weekly basis, and a daily basis? Why? It's because every time you're building an event, everyone you're building engagement, you have the ability basically to also tie this to a monetization operation. It's crab day. Okay, cool. I'm going to do a bundle about it and maybe a small event that's tied to it. So that's how, if we take how, for example, the mobile industry works, they're super good at doing that. They'll use whatever, makes sense in terms of event, tie it with a small monetization event, and run with it. Content creators. So content creators are super interesting. One of the things that you can do with content creators is work with them. We've got good example with big companies, but, you know, like, and big content creators, but it's awesome because, you know, like, when you build a rev share system, revenue sharing with the content creators, it means you don't necessarily have to basically put in front a lot of money. Like, so first, financially, that means you probably don't have to, you know, like, spend, I don't know, $1 million to get a video from Mr. Beast. Maybe, like, it's a ticket of entry that's going to be way lower. And the second thing is that they'll be vested in the partnership because they're going to get revenues from everything that is being sold. So that means probably they're going to do more stream content, more YouTube videos for free because, right, they're part of the venture, right? It's a joint venture when you're building assets together and they're getting a rev share out of it. Then you need to think about all of the tools that could be useful for them to create content and engage with their audience. We have the Twitch drops, not presenting it, but like they've been around for a long time. There's some companies that are interesting. Azaris, for example, is a system where as a content creator, you can run giveaways, you can run like trivia systems, you earn points, and then you have an out-of-store where you can spend your Azaris points to buy things for the game. Interesting. And then the gifting system is interesting as well. If you have that ability inside the game, then you have content creators that specialize in giveaways. So they'll do tons of videos where it's like, hey, you know, like season pass for free, follow me today and stuff like this. Maybe not your favorite videos, but it's still free visibility that you get on YouTube. And then last but not least, access to info to create content. Treat the content creators as partners. You like invite them to the studios. If you have a test servers, you like allow them basically to have access to the content. Because if you have a test server, for example, and you have the new content of patch X coming in, they'll be able to do content in advance. That's golden for them because it means they have the time to prepare, the level of quality will be higher, but also you can get feedback from them, right? And they're the people that talk to potentially, when put together, millions of players, even people that are not playing your game yet. So build a relationship with those people. They're interesting. It's all acquisition. And finally, sales. What's interesting when you look at Dead by Daylight is the amount of discount over the years and how it increased. And there's a very simple reason for this. When they release the game, what happens is that, you know, like, every mechanism for their live ops, you know, like, strategy, probably not mature enough. You know, like, they're still discovering, you know, like, how much their users are spending, what do they like to spend money on. So it's not yet the time to, you know, like, really go with the big sales. The big sales, you'll do it when you have a mature live ops organization and, you know, like, all of the data, your pipeline is in place, and you know exactly how much you can get per acquired user. So generally, when you're like, after a few years of live ops, what happens is that the game could nearly be free to play. You know, and you can tell basically how your business is going to work. So the goal is, okay, lower the barrier of entry, try to acquire as many players as possible because we know how to retain them, we know how to monetize them, so we don't necessarily need to sell many games. It's all about what's happening inside the game. Big pillar, last pillar, collaboration and process. I always call this the secret recipe. Not easy to talk about it because, like, it could be like a whole presentation in itself. But what's interesting is that the things that you're going to need to do when you're live with your game, acting on player feedback. Sounds easy like this, you know, like, player talk to us, we discuss internally, but it's actually very complex. You know, like, first, how does information get to you? How is it treated? Like, if a community manager, for example, comes to you and say, hey, there's a big issue on that, in that part of the game, how many people does it impact? I don't know. So maybe these guys need to talk with the analytics team and try to figure out, like, the real impact. Once you're able to kind of prioritize, understand what's happening, needs to go to your QA. They need the information to replicate and document all of this. Sometimes they don't have enough information, so it goes back to, you know, like, the community manager, the analyst, and say, like, give me more information. I can't fix this. Then the dev will fix it. Then, you know, like, you're going to need to test it, maybe retest it again because, you know, like, it's adding more bugs than it was supposed to fix. And then you need to deploy and communicate. And I'm adding a line here because sometimes it can happen that a bug is actually not a bug. I had this situation once on a game where like the community manager was reporting something about a character being way overpowered. Turns out that basically when we run the analytics, the kill-death ratio was the same for any kind of like operators, but that specific operator and loadout was in absolutely every game. So the perception of players was that this one was always winning. But in reality, it was not the case. So thanks to like the community manager doing the proper job of checking with analytics, they avoided spending like huge amount of time trying to balance something that didn't need any balancing. But if you don't have the process, you haven't thought about this beforehand, then there's a chance that you're going to take the wrong decision. And of course, it's important, but this needs to be done probably 50 times, right? For all of the amount of bugs. So having a live coordinator of sort, a producer, like whatever, you need someone so that to make sure that there's nothing critical that falls through. Server crash and maintenance patching. If you're detecting an issue or if you're planning a maintenance, well, you need to talk to each other, right? If there's a maintenance and the community manager is not aware of it, he's not going to be able to tell the players. That can happen. Then you need, sorry. Yep, here we go. So internal communication, then the CM or the CS teams need to be able to talk to the players. Then maybe the maintenance or the fix like is taking more time than it's supposed to be. So you need to go back, communicate internally to your community managers, who are going to communicate back to the players. And then when it's finally fixed, you need to tell people internally. You need to tell your players as well that the maintenance is over, or that the fix for the server issue is done. And then you can go back to analyzing and listening to your players again. The main issue is how do you do that 24/7, right? Like in terms of infrastructure, when your dev team is working during weekends, when there is a server basically crash happening, who is communicating to the players as well, right? So all of that is HR, but we need to think about it ahead of time. And it's HR, and it's also money. Exploit, cheating, and toxicity. So this one is super important because if I want to deal with exploit, for example, like how do people know that what I'm doing as a player is exploit? How can I enforce a ban on someone if I didn't tell them that this was an exploit, right? You're going to have trouble with this. So you need to think about how you're communicating all of those policies, how you're driving those policies together. So the dev team, the marketing team, the community managers working together to define, okay, like what's our policy basically for toxicity, exploit, cheating, you know? How we're able to detect the issue and communicate to each other about it. How do we enforce the policy? It's always going to be gray areas, whatever happens. The best policy you can come up with, there'll always be like something that you're like, yeah, but it's not exactly the policy we defined, so that's going to take some time. External communication, once you've taken a decision, and then you need to analyze basically if the effect of the policy and the action that you've taken. All of that, you know, like, is something that we need to plan ahead of time. Like, it's not when you have the crisis that you need to think about this. And as you probably have understood, whenever we're talking about live ops, there is no silos. There is no, oh, the developer versus the publisher. It's one team working basically to deal with everything that's happening in live operation. So that means, you know, like, we need to be able to interact with each other on a daily basis, and yeah, so that we also need to have a shared calendar, for example. So shared calendar means I know when the dev team has a maintenance that they had to do, and that means my sales team is not gonna, you know, like, deal a free weekend on at the same time that we're doing a maintenance. We're not supposed to do a maintenance during the weekend, but still, right? Regular touch points, having access to the data as well, super important, right? We're working as a team, we're all vested in the success of the project, so we need to understand basically how our actions are impacting successfully the game. That means having access to the data to see what's happening. regular reports, in-person meetups. You know, it can be, for example, a small war room when like you're launching a new season, for example. Just meet together, like be there. It's much more efficient. Like we're in the same room, we can deal with whatever is happening. And that can also lead to common objectives, and I talked just before about it, but it's also shared processes and like everyone knowing within the live ops organization how they contribute to the success of the game. So yeah, so that concludes basically that big presentation, lots of information, game design, monetization, marketing, sales, analytics, support and QA, all of the different tools to manage these, and then the magic recipe of like, we know how to work together, we know how to deal with situation, we're not caught by surprise when whenever something is happening. And last but not least, basically for me, as a head of live ops, any game can be live. Of course, some will be, it's easier to do it. Like narrative games, it's harder to have them live. But if you have a pipeline that generates very easily narrative-driven content, you can do it. But it's just something that we discuss on day one of conception. Like when you're already basically like super advanced in your production cycle, it's probably already too late. You've taken decision at the technical level, at the tool level, that we may not be able basically to change. And like when I talk about the content production pipeline, if it takes you a huge amount of time basically in terms of integration for new items, new content, new stories, that doesn't sit well basically with the ability to every 3 months, every month adding new content. It's always a race against time with live ops, so day one conception basically for being able to build a live game in a way that like doesn't basically stress you out. There you go. Thank you. Do you want to pass the microphone around for questions, if there are?
Sorry. Thank you for the insightful talk. I was wondering, you showed us many tools to use to monetization. So how you tackle the problem when something is annoying for the people that play? So how do you conquer this problem to not overdo the monetization part of the game, so it's fun to play?
Okay, so you mean not going overboard with monetization in a way that it prevents player from enjoying the game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was talking about generosity, basically. Anytime you add content that you monetize, you also need to think about, okay, what am I adding basically for free or for cheap, in a way that players, like that do not want to spend money are not going to start burning bridges and like the whole community and say, oh, it's unfair, we have nothing, like but we still enjoy the game, we paid for it, especially true for premium games. Like the generosity aspect is what you need to think of. And then the one thing as well is also like if the items or what you're selling impacts the gameplay in a very big way, like if it has power elements, like if you have a racing car for a racing game and suddenly the only car that you're selling for money is the fastest, you're going the pay to win road. So if you don't want to go there, that means there are some tricks, for example. So like what a lot of games do is that they'll take that best car, they'll put it in a season pass, but the catch is that it's time, right? I will give you that car to you for free if you finish the season pass. So the discussion is no longer about do you pay for that car or not, it's about do you play to get that car or not. So it's a small tweak, but it's the danger is always when this has an impact, for example, on the game where you can destroy the skill element of a game by having too much power on something that's being sold. So that's where you need to find the right trick. It's okay-ish. Not every player will have it, but yeah, that technique of like, I give it you for free, but it's the end of the season pass, that works. That's what we're going to do, for example, on Test Drive Unlimited. And whenever I discuss with my dev team, the Kiloton team, I tell them, make sure to tell me what's the highest power rating when you've upgraded the car completely. I never want to see in the game a car that basically has a lower power rating than the car that will be sold in the shop. That never needs to happen. Like the part that people, because then you even the playing field, and the difference become about, do you want to pay now to get that content straight away, or are you okay basically with paying like 20, 30 hours before getting that content? At least that's my trick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the talk. It was super insightful. My question would be about designing competitive events for, so let's imagine having a simulation game that's free to play, and we want to add leaderboards and some competitive event. What are some things that are already to consider?
The only thing that you need to consider, to be honest, is just where you display the information, and do you have the ability to just track that data, freeze it, and be able to display it to your players. In terms of design, like then it's up to you. Like you can try as many things that you want. Like you can say, oh, like we're gonna have, like limitations in terms of like, for example, you'll only be able to use certain cars or like certain characters or weapons, for example. But you can try it out. That's why like when we talk about live ops, we always talk about analytics, because it's all about finding the right recipes with the players. So, like, if you're unsure at the beginning, like, I don't know your game, so it's hard for me to give you a precise answer, but try things out, see how players react to it, what they talk about, and find recipes that work. After, like, a few times you've done these events, you'll be able to know, like, oh, this event, like, triggers that kind of, like, behavior of the players. Maybe some events are better for, like, syncs, like, so people will spend a bit of hard currency, for example. Other events might be just good for, like just pure gameplay retention and fun mechanics. So you have to try it out and find your own recipe. Technically, it's not the hardest thing because it's data, right? You just take the data out of the game, you freeze it basically and say, okay, I just want data from that amount of time, and then yeah, for 1 week I look at the data in a specific way. But there's no, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And maybe for really like competitive elements, is there anything, events, is there like, have you had any troubles with introducing leaderboards into a simulation game, for example, like hunting or racing?
No, you can do it, no problem.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
As long as you have great content, and it was the first pillar of your presentation, if everything else is bad, like the services, you're not prepared, the data, etc., and the launch goes bad, how can live ops save a game?
That's a very good question. Live ops cannot save the game. You need to have the strong basis. The big problem of live ops is that if you have no retention, and the core mechanics of your game are not able to retain the player, there's nothing to sell to the players. They're not there anymore, right? So live ops is more about the philosophy that even if the launch goes bad, you need to have the capability to continue invest in the game. Even I will go back a long time, we've been at Ubisoft for a long time. What's interesting is that, for example, if you take The Division, so Division 1, after 6 months, it was supposed to be dead. Like, DAU was like crushing hard. Players were unhappy, like, that was bad. What Ubisoft did at that point was not everyone is doing it, but that really saved the IP. Like, they stopped everything. They said, I forget about monetization. All of the DLCs, I push them back 6 months. I only work on the core gameplay elements, the features, the feedback from my players. They did that, and it's the first time in my life that I saw patch 1.4, it was called. There were actually journalists and media talking about patch 1.4 as being like the renewal of The Division, every player went back up. It was at levels that were near launch levels, incredible. So no, live ops won't save the game. It's not the goal of live ops. Is not necessarily. If you do live ops properly, then it's not only about monetization. It's also about integration of player feedback. It's also about, if I've got good monetization but poor retention, that means I'm always struggling to acquire people. That's not good live ops. Good live ops is my retention goes up slowly. I see my DAU, my monthly active user always going up. That means whoever I acquire, I'm always able to keep more people than people that leave. So good live ops is about good retention first. And then if you're doing a good job there, then monetization will follow. But yeah, thank you. That was a good question.
Hi, thank you for a really insightful and enjoyable presentation. I really enjoyed it. Do you find that some of the development teams don't understand the amount of resources that actually go into the publishing side of live ops? They think it's like a community manager and maybe tech support. How do you explain to them what happens behind the curtain?
Yep, I do that presentation.
The whole presentation to the developers?
Oh, yeah. But it's, I have a longer version of it that's like an hour, 30 minutes, which, like I said, you actually nailed it. The main challenge is making your dev team understand that the ability to launch a season, work on the next season at the same time, work on the big features that will be released in 2 or 3 seasons, that is no joke. That is no joke at all. So it's something that we show, when I showcase, to them the timelines, now I'm working a little bit more as well on explaining, how much content do you need? You have a store, you have a rotation system. I can't hold a store with rotation system every 3, 4, 5 days with 100 items a year. I need 1,000. And suddenly it clicks, it's like 1,000? But that's what we've done for 2 years of content. And I'm like, nope. So so big discussion. Then that's why I said, day one of conception, because if we're having these conversations, when they're already in production, that's already too late. It's something that really need to be planned way earlier. Especially a lot of the studios that I discussed with, they've made technological choice that really basically prevents them from releasing content very easily, because they're like, oh yeah, but when we integrate, a new content, we have to fix the lightning, and it's it takes us, 6 months. And I'm like, for one content? Okay.
How scared do they look when you give them the presentation?
So yeah, thanks for your question.
Hi, great presentation. One quick question. How do you reconcile the idea of the eternal pipeline and the extreme generosity to the highest paying players, so they then just jump away and go to the other thing when they spend all their money?
So the usual way that most games go about it, they have the rarity system, for example. So the rarity system means that you have items that are more or less desirable than others. But one thing, for example, that exists is that you can have, for example, modes that will require you to have specific items. And you can only unlock super free items if you have them. So I know it's the Scopely model, but it's like if you're spending a lot of money in the game, then they have systems where you're going to be able to play some part of the game, and the amount of content that they give is actually too crazy. But that's where go back to the content pipeline. If your content pipeline is super efficient, then you can be super generous. If it's not efficient, and it costs way too much money, then yeah, it's going to be a struggle, because every time that you want to do something, you're like, oh, I'd like to give free stuff, but I can't. It's too expensive.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
last question.
Would you consider churn prediction part of live ops?
Definitely, yes. Churn prediction is super important. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to dig into the analytics part, But like when we talk about churn, it's churn against, like for example, if you have a chapter system in the game, then you want to know where like people are churning, right? So you absolutely need to have this. And ideally, if you have a CRM system, you're able to do what Ubisoft does for many, many years now, which is like they know when the players can churn, they'll send an email. And through that email, like just to say, hey, like maybe check that video, or like here's a freebie for you. So they'll try basically to prevent that, and it's always been working well for them. Like they have really good numbers. I can't showcase and talk about those numbers, but they have good numbers. So yeah, but definitely churn prediction is super important. Yeah. Thank you.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Turning and turning in the winding gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world. Blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere. The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus Monday, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
Seriously. I am at least 20% better. Seriously. PewDiePie. What? It's not. It's doing. How can you eat me 20% better? Seriously. PewDiePie. What? It's not. Do it now. What good is it for? And 2 million subscribers doesn't. What? It's not. What? It's not. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously. PewDiePie. PewDiePie. Additional. Seriously.
Hi everyone, thanks to be here.
Yeah, thanks for coming for our talk. It's about art direction. We're going to show a lot of images on the screen, so if you can't see the whole screen, I would recommend finding a place on the,
you can go
bride
outside
side,
maybe
not the
if
groom
you're,
side,
if you're
but
too close
whatever.
because, you're gonna miss part of the screen, yes. It's good, it's good.
Yeah, good job.
If you prefer that, I think it's okay, so yeah.
You could also do it while we're talking, we don't mind.
Perfect.
So,
today we're going to talk about, oh, just come back. Today the presentation will be about the art direction from the AAA to the III. I don't know if you ever understand or heard about the name III here. No? We'll try to explain it to you a little bit. So my name is Nicolas Quentin. I'm the art director at Panache Digital Games.
I'm Etienne Beaulieu, user experience director at Panache Digital Games. We've both been there since pretty much the beginning. So I'm a user experience director. I don't do UI, I don't do UX, I do both and more. So we'll talk about that. So our talk today is about how to carry a AAA experience and how it helped us to define a strong direction in a small team. From the conception to the release and all the steps of development of Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, which is the first game of Panache Digital Games.
I started my career, I'm going to explain a little bit to you what we did before that, before Ancestors. So I started my career like 23 years ago in 2000, so it's the math are easy, as a level artist. I work on a racing game, a small games. We're all junior. We learned a lot about it. It took almost a year to do. We were able to ship it. And it leads me to another game that I was the lead artist. So 20 years ago, there's now a lot of people who tell us what to do. So we had to roll quickly easy. So yeah, I was the lead artist on Siberia, an adventure game, a point and click. I don't know if you heard about it. But it was a good success. It led us to the second one. We were able to do the second one because in the beginning the story was split in two. We're not sure we're able to do it, the whole thing. So with the success of the first one, we're able to deliver the second opus. From there, I went to Ubisoft and I started to work on a game called Assassin's Creed. I don't know if you heard about it. And this is where I met the father of the franchise, Patrice Desilets, who is here today. And yeah, I think we worked on that for almost 4 years. It was a big project. It was in the bigger studio in Montreal called Ubisoft Montreal.
The biggest studio in the world, actually.
Yeah, it was the biggest studio in the world at the time, I think. So, I don't know.
Still today.
Still today. So yeah, it's a huge studio. And in the beginning, it was called Prince of Persia Next Gen. And we took ownership on the IP and we delivered the first Assassin's Creed. From there, I went to the cinematic department because as you saw, in Siberia I was really used to do pre-render and my love for pre-render was still there. So went to the cinematic department, work on the trailer for Assassin's Creed, and it leads me to work on a trailer of the game Tom Clancy Hand Wars. It was done by Ubisoft Shanghai. And the job we did on the trailer was kind of effective, and the UI we did in it was good. So they asked me to go help them to ship the game in Shanghai, in China. So I went there for 1 year, helping them closing the game, doing the presentation. So I was kind of the art director presentation. When I arrived there, the game was already advanced, so it was really about closing it. And I spent a year there.
Yeah, so I started my career as a graphic designer. That's what I studied in school. So I did a lot of branding, packaging, and motion design, everything graphic design. So when I just got out of university, I started my own company with a couple of friends. It worked out pretty well, but you know, you're young, you don't really know what you're doing, but it helped us gain a really lot of good experience. So I managed to touch a lot of different subjects and a lot of different things, and freelancing, some huge things, and then some really small ones. But I got sort of tired. I spent a lot of years doing that. It was a little bit of a struggle, but it was still like a really good learning experience. And I got a call from one of my friends from university who's like, hey, do you know Flash at all? I'm like, yeah, okay, well, because we're looking for someone. So he was working at EA at the time. And he's like, maybe you want to come? So I sent my my portfolio and everything. I did some tests, and then I got hired to do some UI for them. So in 2 years, I managed to do two full projects and 2 end of projects. So that was a big, huge learning experience. Very, it's EA, right? So it's very AAA, huge pipelines. Even though I worked on some Wii games and I worked on some Army of Two, so like more AAA heavy guys with guns, so that was a really good learning experience, learning how to do UI. Had some good mentors there, so I figured out that that's really what I want to do in life. So from there, after that experience, I moved to Eidos Montreal, where I worked on Thief as a senior UI artist, and that's where I met Nick over there.
Yep, this is where after Ubisoft I went. I went as the art director for the reboot of Thief. And after a year on that, I was like, okay, I really need help on the UI and things. And we need someone who knows Flash and all those things. At the time was really important. I hired Etienne. So since then, we work almost together on all the game we did. And so it was at the end of it was a long process, the project. It took us 6 years. In the last 2 years, I became the game director of the project, but the goal was not to redesign everything at all. I was still the art director, and I'm still an art director here in my heart. But again, was to make sure that everyone who was running in all directions were running in one direction to make sure that we were closing that game. So it was really an interesting process that sometimes it's not always easy to ship, but when you do it, you're really proud of the work that has been done by the team.
Yeah, so after Thief, I moved to Behavior, best known right now for Dead by Daylight. At the time, they had just got hired by the company that made Star Citizen. They just finished their huge Kickstarter in 2012, I think, where it was like record numbers and everything, and they needed a lot of help to get it started. So when I got to Behavior, I did a lot of different UI work, trying to establish basis on where we're going from there, what is the visual style. The most work I did was on something called the MobiGlass, which is like a personal assistant thing that pops from your watch. And it was a lot of trying to figure out what is the visual style, what are the different core mechanics of the UI, because that's the fun thing of doing sci-fi. There's just UI everywhere. You have all these hollow lenses and screens and whatever. So doing sci-fi is really easy on UI because you just do it on everything. And that led us to working at Panache.
Yeah, so we start after Thief on my side. Pat called me after a couple of years without working together to know if I wanted to start to work on a game that was about the first monkey to walk. No.
It's not a monkey, it's an ape.
It's an ape. So yeah, so it's really important. So here you have Pat trying to convince me that, yeah, we'll do a good game, we'll start a studio. So yeah, I believe him. It was a good choice. And from there we went to Patrice Kitchens to start a first meeting about what is Panache, in fact. Yeah, we had a game in mind, but also we had to recreate a brand for the company itself, to create a website, to make sure that for the hiring, to make the people, the world know that we were there, that we were existing, that we were starting to work on something. So it was really the first kind of iteration we did. So we created the logo, starting from scratch. We're talking about from AAA to III. What it means. Here, for logo in a III game, you're gonna go outsource. You're gonna pay $50,000 if for an agency is doing only that. They're gonna do focus group. You're gonna do a lot of things. On our side, we did it maybe in a week or two. We were really proud of it. We show it to our friends. It looks good. Perfect. Let's go. It's our logo, and now it's still the logo we have 8 years later, and we're still really proud of it. And I think it's unique. So this is why you need to put confidence in what you do when you go from AAA to III.
Yeah, so when Patrice and started Panache, there was a big shift in the industry. At that point, there was a lot of big established, especially in Quebec. So Quebec is well known for having these big studios that everyone knows. And there was a big shift in the industry. People had experience, had worked at these big titles for so long. But there was, yeah, like I said, there was a shift. So there was tools that were sort of easier to make games at that point. Smaller studios were possible to make. People were giving like money. There was like, oh, there's a way to make like really good quality games after all. And you got all these people with a lot of experience who are starting to get a little bit tired of the bigger process and the whole executive level that are not from Quebec, that are always from elsewhere, and that come and then they just buy everything out. So there was a really resurgence of a personality discovery, right? So like I said, like all the big companies that you probably know, these were the big five maybe at the time.
Yeah. 20 years ago, everyone in Montreal was working for those companies, you know, for sure. So we all learn. A lot of people have the UB experience. They have the EA experience. Some have both. But frankly, me and Etienne, we work in 4 of those companies. So it was really that for the first 10 years in Montreal, working on huge company coming from the outside. Except
yeah, but now there's a
behavior.
big swish. Like you might know these companies, or you might probably know their games. But these are all companies that came out around the same time or since then, and they've all been able to develop some really good games with the similar type of scope that we're aiming for. And that's actually what we're going to talk about today: is how to bring the AAA process in a III size. So the III concept is to keep an independent spirit, is to try to have your own independent mindset. It's not AA, which was something that we hear a lot. I think AA is AAA without an A, which is, you know, it's a little small, it's reductive. We want to do indie games, but we want to do them good. We want to have ambition, and we want to figure out how to make some really good, interesting games. But sometimes you have to try to figure out a way to do that in a good way, because independent games sometimes it's a lot of artisanal type of mindset. But for us, it was a good way to try to figure out how to build a game from the conception to the pre-production to the production to the post-production. So these are big steps that are well known by big companies, that if you talk to publishers, they'll expect different gates from that moment. So trying to keep that in mind, and we'll go through all these different steps. And we'll go through that from Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey.
Is someone played Ancestors here? Good. So a lot of new people will play Ancestors in the next week. This is good.
So for most of you who don't know what it is, we'll play a little trailer for you. By the way, you can go see our new website. It was just out yesterday, panachedigitalgames.com. One thing to mention about this is that this was made by just a few people. This is not like you would see, again, in the AAA thing. It would be a department that do cinematics all the time. This was me, Nick, a few animators, like, you know, everyone that could put their hands on that, but it was made by just very few people.
Yeah, it was all done in Unreal, so no pre-render, no things that, oh, we're not able to do it, so let's fake it. You know, it was really about showing what we were able to do, and frankly, without, you know, adding too much, and we were also a first time that we're able to put a presentation and the art direction kind of together, see if it works, and from there we continue.
Yeah, so it this was mid-production pretty much, so it was not done, but it was on its way. We knew what we were doing at that point. So let's start with the conception. So what is a conception phase in a project? So you start by gathering visual experiences, looking at comparables, you test your ideas, you inspire the team by those ideas, and you try to figure out your tech. So for us, like the first step, for example, was we decided to go with Unreal. The Unreal 4 just came out. It was like free at some point. And so we decided to go with that engine. We thought that it was a good way to push it forward and to get the visual results that we wanted.
Yeah, we were able to use the marketplace at the time. That was completely new, so it helped us to prototype really, really quickly without having a big, huge team. So those kind of choice we did in the beginning really helped us to continue.
Yeah, and so in conception phase, you're starting a new studio. So what is the first step of starting a new studio is starting the studio.
Yeah, so once we had those kitchen meeting at the Pat's house, we started to have a theme, we started to have a website, we know, okay, we're gonna hire people, so we need a place, a location. So it was before COVID, so no hybrid, no things, no remote, everyone was working in their office. So we were like 6 guys starting the thing, really proud, found the building in Montreal with Leonard Cohen as a mural on it. I don't know if you know Leonard Cohen here, a great senior who's from Montreal. And me, myself, painting the walls in our new studio. It's another thing you don't do in AAA games when you're art director.
You don't have your art director painting the studio.
Yeah, you don't have to paint the walls. But at the same time, we just did our logo. We chose the orange color, as you see here. And then we wanted to put the brand within our local, the locale itself. So it was really interesting to put our hands dirty on that. And it was exactly the philosophy of let's do our thing ourselves.
Yeah, for a few years there, every time somebody new came to the studio, we had them build their own IKEA thing, because they were like, okay, here's your thing. Your first day at work, build your thing. So we stopped doing that, but it was a ritual at some point.
Yeah, IKEA style.
So another thing is figuring out the branding of the company. Like Nick said, they developed the logo at the beginning, and we made this splash screen. So that is really just the two of us. We were like, okay, we're talking with Pat. What is Panache? What we want to show as an emotion for Panache? So it's Quebec. There's snow. You're driving on the road, and you hit a moose.
And polygons. We have the digital in the Panache digital game, so we wanted to have some polygons. It's trying to add all those elements that Pat wanted to kind of show within the world of the company itself.
So back to Ancestors.
Yeah. So as an art director, it's the same thing. When you start a project, you gather references. And as you see here, our main focus was Africa 10 million years ago. We realized that the vegetation was not that much different than what it was today. It was just more spread. You had jungle till Paris, but now it's reduced. But on that, it was really easy to find reference about what are in Africa. So and in the beginning, we're focused on the Rift Valley, really more jungle-oriented, because we said, oh, we're gonna do a small games, because we're not a lot of people. So it was episodic in the beginning, so you'll see, it will grow a little bit, more we will advance. So in the beginning, it's really about gathering references, thousands of them, documentaries, movies, books, newspaper, whatever, gather, spending hours on Googles, and it's really about gathering those references for yourself to immerse yourself in the project, but also to make sure you'll be able to explain what you want and what you see. From those thousands of references, you cannot show thousands of references to your team and say, hey, look, this is the game. No. You have to do mood board. You have to focus on a couple of them and choose the right one that will really represent your direction and the vision of the team. So, we had the jungles, and then we realized that maybe we can do a little bit more with what we're doing. So started to gather reference on the savannah, on the other location, the beach, because it can be interesting that we walk through the jungle, through the ocean, and it can feel that sense of evolution within the map. So started a mood board on landmarks. So as you see, we started to focus a little bit and determine what will be our key elements of the game. Again, when you're alone as an art director on a AAA project in the beginning, we didn't have concept artists, we didn't have anything, so I started to put my hands dirty again. In big AAA project, often you're just like, you're not going to do anything. We don't want you to touch anything, just direct and do it meetings and things like that. So on that side, started to do my own concept, trying to create the creative feeling from the reference I just gathered before. Pushing the limits, finding the color scheme, testing things, telling stories. Do you see the ape here somewhere? because it's the first ape who walked. So we wanted to always make it stand. Telling a small story in a concept is really important. If you don't add a character, it can miss something. So from there, continue the concept art, the color scheme, and then, I have to push and test myself within Unreal to, am I able to reproduce my own direction? You see what I mean? I was the artist who was following my own direction, so at some point, it became a loop, and I think it works, but it was also a good moment to say, okay, now we can achieve what we want. I think we are in a good direction, but at least for sure, once you're gonna need a bigger team a little bit. But for now, we're really proud of what we're doing. Another thing you have to do by yourself is not asking your team, can you do like a month of concept of waterfalls to see what I have in mind? In Tripoli, those kind of things you can do as an art director because it's kind of fun and rewarding. But here at night, okay, how are we going to do waterfalls? What are those variations? And then start to do quick sketch on the iPad easily. It's not to show, it's not something that we're going to send to marketing, but at least when I came in the morning, the day after, I have my answers and I can show them and try them in Unreal. So those kind of things, you have to do it by yourself, in fact.
But not always. Sometimes you need outsourcing.
Yeah, not always. More you advance and more the conception start to be finished and we know where we're going. We want to prepare ourselves for the pre-production a little bit more. This is where we started to do some outsourcing in concept art. So we did thumbnails, we're able to choose. When I was talking about telling a story within the concept, I see that here. It's everything that we wanted to put there. So new location, biomes. So yeah, it was what we did like in mood boards. Now let's do it in concept art a little bit more.
So when I arrived on the project, one of my first ideas, let's say, was to update the logo and to have a clear direction on where we wanted to go. How could we summarize this game? Because it was still an evolutive game about evolution. So the idea was to try to find, the key image of seeing this and understanding a little bit what the game is. So having a very iconic image symbol of what evolution is, which is the 5 characters that are evolving. We want this cell division, which is like a clear little thing, a graphical thing that we could reuse and use as a basis to build everything else. Another key point at that point in the development was we wanted to have sort of a documentary style looking game. We wanted to be episodic. The idea was to have chapters in the game that every time would update. So I was doing some research about, this doesn't have any real purpose. It's mostly trying to define the style, trying to define the motion style too. Like I said, we're going for a BBC minimalist, like scientific. So it was just like random tests that you can do in production. Just try to, in conception. So you're just trying to come up with ideas that you can build on. So another idea was to try to have a cornerstone menu, so something that you always go back to. Every game has those, your journals or your main lobbies or the main menus that you have in the game. So this was that one at that point. So it helped us sort of define what we wanted, what we didn't want, but how to evolve this style. So this was like, you can navigate time and space on Earth and scroll through time. And then we sort of settled on this one for a while. It was our main menu for a year maybe, sort of a photo bashing of different ideas. And the idea was to try to have, again, something to aim for. Sometimes it's a little fast to have a main menu really early on, but if you have the people and the resources to do so, it's important, people who aren't see what the other teams are doing. Sometimes it's interesting because they boot the game and they see the main menu and they're like, oh, this is the game that we're making. It's about human evolutions and there's animals, there's threats, you're trying to, again, summarize what the game is. And it's nice to put it in context too. It's not just a floating idea. It's a main menu. Could this work as a menu? Oh yeah, it could. So we did it. This is a mock-up, but we made it in the game. So the conclusion maybe of the conception phase is something that we call the art Bible. So it's taking everything we just talked so far and having a document that you can always go back to. That will change because your ideas will evolve. You'll get more ideas that you'll always go and put back in there. And it's a good time to put both different facets of the art direction that we're sort of talking about today, you know, the environment and the more of the branding side of it. So you have a nice document that you can always, if you have a questions further on, you don't have to go through a whole research phase again. You go back, you open this document, and, oh yeah, we came up with these answers 1, 2, 3 years ago. And it's a good time to, you know, establish creative pillars too for the rest of the team. For us, for Patrice, he likes to have words, you know, clear words. Oh yeah, if we do a new feature, does it touch these words? Yeah, it does. So good. So we have all that in a nice document that is easy to present also. From there, we move to pre-production.
So yeah, in pre-production, still it's a bit the same thing than in AAA games. Mockups, asset libraries, checking the tools, validate the tools that we've tried, and in-game style test.
Yeah, so for us at that point, it was a big team scale-up. This was like the bulk of the team for most of the development. This was a good time also, like all the various people are represented here, all the various workers are represented here. There's 3D artists, there's animators, so everyone can sort of we've covered all the grounds, right? We can make a game with this team.
So as I said, I started to do some 3D previews, and again, in the big AAA games, the art director is more like looking at those, giving direction to the theme. Then you have to put yourself really in Unreal and then try to test. We had a lot of narrative about our volcano. It's going to explode. We wanted to show that time period that passed. So started to do tests. Are we able to do a big volcano that will explode and all those things? So started to do tests. Starting to work with the weather also. And then it's something that's still in the game, but it's not as big as we wanted. But still, we know that we were able to achieve those kinds of big, kind of wow moment. Here's a test that I did. So no FX artist, so I did the FX here. I did the wall machine. So I have to really go back on the tech side of it, recreate the elements, showing a story here. You have the volcano completely clean, it explodes, it's broken, and then 10 million years ago, it's what we have today. It's a round mountain or something like that. So it shows evolution, so those kind of tests. In pre-production, you have to push yourself and do them. The teams start to be bigger, you can use some artists, but still, we're really putting our hands dirty here. Another thing we did with the wall machine is to create a whole map. So it was like to Pat, hey, look, we can go everywhere. But you see, I'm going to show you something here, the Shangri-La, it's called the Oasis. We did the game like iteratively, maybe 20 times just here. So that that's part of the map really evolved. In the beginning, it was only gray blocks. Oh, some rocks. Oh, some vegetation, no good lighting, and then we start to tell story. And at the end, if you play the game, it's the beginning of the game, it's exactly the same place. And also another thing we realized is, oh my God, in the beginning, in the conception, we thought we're gonna reach the lake, and it's gonna be a good challenge to do. And at the end of the game, we reach the ocean. So in fact, it's interesting to see that our expectation on ourselves in the beginning was really smaller than when we're able to deliver, in fact. So again, other tests we did. What is a map of 1 kilometer square? What is a map of 10 kilometers square, 50 kilometers square, 100 kilometers square? And at a point you have to say, it's good to be big, but we need also to fill it. So it's that balance that we had to find about, is it too big, is it too small? So this is those kind of tests we did in pre-production to make sure we had our answers once we're in production. Again, another test we did, the water level test. In the beginning of the game, we're going to have a lot of waters, and then we're going to show the water, the level is going to go down, so it's going to change the map. It's going to really affect the player experience. It was interesting, but it was a really big challenge. It led us to think, okay, in fact, we have to do 3 maps. Oh, it's maybe not a good idea. So often tests you do like that, you're really convinced it's cool, but you cut them. You cannot go there.
That's something that you really learn from AAA, you know, in these big teams, you have people working for 2 years on something and it gets cut. But it's fine, you have 300-400 people. But when you're smaller, you still sort of have to go through the same process, but you have to be agile and try it and put it in the game and be like, oh no, we're cutting it. So not losing time, but still working on things and putting in the game and understanding why we're not going there is really, really important. So we finished with this map. This is the final map.
Yeah, so the final map, I think we found a good size. It was telling a story, you know, the story of you start in a jungle and you advance, and then you need to the map itself feels like there's an evolution within the map, even though it's the same map. It was our goal here, and as you see, there's a lot of oases, there's a lot of things to do, even though it's a big map.
So in pre-production, it's a very good time also to test the very specific features, to prove them, to see if we're going to move forward with it. So there's a few examples.
It's a fake background studies that I did with the help of a new artist who just came and helped us doing those kind of fake trees in there, because Ancestors is a sandbox, but as you see, it's not an island. So we had to create our frontiers and to make sure that it looks good, but you don't want to go there that much. So those kind of tests, so again, using wall machine, using the volcano that I did test before, and the waterfalls and birds, and starting to add that living and breathing world, even though we don't have a big team, we wanted to have that scale and look. Another study we did, it's there's a lot of eighth during our map, so it's wanted to work on the mood. You know, the mood in a jungle is different than the one in a savanna, those kind of things. So we started to work and to learn on Unreal also at the same time. So do tests and what we were able to do within our map. One of the tests that was really interesting is, we're able to do a 24-hour cycle, and I think that within the design, it's really interesting to tell that story on that side. So we wanted to have a lot of map, but the map during the night and during the day, it's completely different. So on that side, it was really a new tool that we had. It helped us to create variations. It helped me also to start to test some lighting for the game. And so it was really a start process of, we're getting where we want to go, and it's bigger than what we expected before. In pre-production also, you encounter tests that are challenged. Often it's go well and everything looks good, but sometimes, I'm going to do a river, and then, oh my God, it's a nightmare. A lot of bugs, and then you're like, what's happening? It's a tool, they're not often, you look on the internet, try to find the answers. So, now at the time, we had a technical director who just entered the project, and now we become really, as Etienne said, each role was kind of filled at least. So we put more effort there because it was an important part of the game. You cannot have a jungle without a river. It was not possible to, it's tough, let's cut it. No. It was part of the gameplay also. We wanted to swim, and it was also what kind of gave the direction to follow within the whole map. So we did a tool to make sure that in the beginning of the production, it was not a problem anymore. To solve your problem in pre-production will really save you a lot of time once in production, and it will help you to cut less drastically, I think.
So pre-production also is a good time to start developing your HUD. This was some early tests about the HUD. The idea was trying to find the style also. We didn't want to go too cliche with bones or cave drawings because that wasn't the right time at all. So it was trying to figure out a way to be, we're prehistorical. So what could be a HUD for that? So there was trying to be a natural look to it without being too interface-y. So the idea was trying to push that forward. Another big challenge of that was we had to play the whole game without a HUD because he doesn't like UI. So a big thing was how can we remove that and make sure that the player still understands what's happening. There was also a big learning curve to the HUD, which is very opposite to what you'll hear in any UX talk. It would be like you need to be accessible and easy to understand quickly. But what about a game where you have to challenge yourself through frustration of learning something? It can be easy right away. So there's always a little learning curve. There's a little nuance to everything. There's not health bar with a number. There's almost no numbers. So that was a big challenge, but it was a iterative process, like we said. Another good time in pre-production is to try to mock up features that are being talked about. So you're like part of conversations, you hear people talking about this and that, and easy, you can just put that on a page and be like, here's what it would look like, here's what we could do with it, and it helps to confirm or deny the idea. Because sometimes when you see it, you're like, look at all the work that is going to come forward of this. So it's a good time to just push forward, have your ideas come to life a little bit. So at this point, like, we wanted to maybe see if we could have a sort of a grave from the future where you could see all the hominids that have died and their lineage and everything. And it was a lot of work to do, so we sort of abandoned this idea. But another side of that is you can sort of propose some visual-driven features. As you can see, like, the leopard has no fur. It was like very early on too. But it's okay, it doesn't look the best, but the idea is right there, and you could see how it can go forward from there. So you try to propose some visual-driven features, and maybe it inspires a designer who's like, oh yes, let's do that. And that's sort of what we did with this one. Another big thing was at some point, Pat came up one morning and he's like, we're missing an emotion in our game, which is fear. Fear is so natural in all creatures of the world, and we didn't really have that in their game. So how can we reinforce that? So we worked with a system designer, a programmer, and myself, and we tried to come up with how that would work inside the game. So as you move forward from your safe space, you start getting into unknown space, and then what scares the hominid and what scares the player behind at home comfortably with his popcorn is anything that could attack him and kill his avatar. And that is the creatures that jump out of nowhere. So the idea was trying to figure out a sort of a visual thing, hallucinogenic. So you get into this short vision, and you have creatures that pop out of nowhere that are not real. And just by living that, you feel the fear. And you even start the game in fear. You start as a little baby being attacked by everything, and that's how you start the game. Another big work here, this is mock-ups in engine. So I created this dome. So the idea was, how do we show senses? How do you show smell without showing exactly where you're going? So again, like, I did a sort of a dome that shows you very nuanced the direction of where you need to go and what you need to smell. You have colors that show you if it's good or bad. Icons, if you know what it is, the icons will show. So again, like, this is in Unreal. Those are mock-ups that are done in Unreal. So you have to be agile and be able to understand how it works. And so when I'd give that to the tech artist, he was like, okay, I know how to create this now, because I was already like halfway there. Another big part of pre-production is to try to find a visual feature that can support all the visual development of the game. Something when you're by yourself and you're trying to build a whole game, especially if you have big ambitions, at some point you can't work 25 hours a day, right? You have to figure out a way to try to streamline this process and make sure that you can find a cornerstone visual to your whole visual identity. And for me, it was this. It was doodling one night, I guess, trying to come up with ideas about what the game is. We were starting to talk about what the evolution of the game is, and it started to become like the neuronal connections. And again, just doodling, trying to figure out what is the visual style of that. I came up with this image, and I was like, oh, I'm inspired by this. So I progressed, I keep that in mind, and then I started exploring around it. Came up with this sort of mechanic, this sort of strand visual, the neuronal pathways, the synapse. Can we do something sort of modern, but not really? Can it be like no real time connection, let's say? And can I live through that? Can I use that as menus? Can I use that to represent different things? As you saw earlier in the trailer, that was something that was featured in the trailer. So again, just exploring the idea. And then you come up to the end of the pre-production, and you're like, okay, now I think I have something. So I did a first test of here's a sequence of menus that it could actually work. This could be ancestors. It feels like that is the game because it's so connected to the neurons. It's so connected to the brain development. There was a nice symbolic and a nice visual touch to it. And then you finish your pre-production. You get into production. Production is the big bulk of it. That's where you do a lot of the work. You do a lot of the features. You have to keep your direction, you have to be agile, you have to be flexible too.
So this is how, when we shipped the game, this was the size of the team. Everyone is there at that photo, no one was missing that day, so bing. So we were at 35, I think. So it's not really big if compared to project like where we were before. So for us, we were kind of ready for the production. We knew that everyone here we have something to do for games. So here are some pictures. As you see, it feels like a real studio where we're not only 6 anymore. You know, we have people, we have tools. One of the things also for the AAA is the equipment, the salary, everything is as a AAA at some point, you know. Often it's something that scares people. Oh, we are students, we are indie. This is not the case of a AAA game, and there it's what we wanted to, when you hire people, it's something you have to convince them that, yeah, we aim at do something really great, something almost better than AAA games, because you're gonna own it at some point. So this is a game, me, really happy to have new artists working with me, because when you're alone, sometimes it's fun to challenge yourself and find ideas, but it's good to have people around you also to challenge you. So Nair, we did a lot of tests during the pre-production, but now we're about the details. We're about reaching, you know, that quality we're talking about, the quality that other AAA games are delivering. So pushing the God rays, pushing the mood, making sure that all location in the game has a unique feel, and finding a ways to kind of create that aspect that even in a smaller group, we can achieve completely really good graphic details and design.
Yeah, having details will really make your game stand out from everything else.
Another thing we did during production, in design they really want to use the rain, but as it's said sometime, can we feel that without having the UI? So in the 3D we had, okay, we're gonna animate the fog. You know, I remember I tested the fog before, we're gonna animate it. Okay, it's another challenge. But now it's all sunny, and then suddenly in 3 seconds, the clouds are coming, the fog is coming, and then it starts to rain. So that the game is talking to you, the player, and is also affecting the character. Now it's cold for him. So it's really all those aspects that if you have your UI or not, at least you understand what the game is telling to you.
It has to look cold, right? So you're trying to keep the overall direction too. You're in production. It's easy to get lost sometimes in the details. The idea is to try to keep, like you said, try to keep your own direction, because you came up with a direction, but you have to follow it. And sometimes that's the hardest.
And you remember the mood board from the beginning? Here's 2 of them. We had a lot of them, but we were not sure we were able to do them all. And then at the end of the game in production, we realized that, oh wow, we have 6 biomes. It's really bigger than what we expected. Remember in the beginning, we're supposed to play in the jungle, and half of it. So now we have a bigger game, and we have also variations, and I think we can tell the story we wanted to have with those 3 maps that we don't have. The fact that the map itself evolved, so now it's more about when the hype is advancing within the map, we have a feeling that everything is an evolution also with you. So another thing, details. If you look at only the ground, we're on the jungles, it's a lot of vegetations. And more you advance within the map, there's less vegetations. What it means, there's less food, so the game is becoming more difficult. But as a ape, you become better also. Now you walk. So it's those kind of things, so that the environment was not only there to be beautiful and tell you a little bit of story, but also to tell you where you're at the game in those kind of 10 million years span. Another thing you do also by yourself that often you have a team in AAA games is those little touch-ups. You have big QA teams. We had 3 QA. So they help us to define, okay, little bugs that at the end I was not sending to my team. I was resolving them myself in the engine. So it's really those kind of elements that in a AAA in the beginning you create a big old Bible, and at the end you're doing yourself the little small touch-up because there's a polygon across those little things. And at the end, you feel that you work on everything, and it's really rewarding, in fact.
So in production, too, you have to start building features for the end. There's no cavalry that's going to come in and help you. You have to build your expectations. You have to build your ambitions and be able to deliver. That's why the iterative process is really good, and you have to be proud of every iteration. And if you have time to do another one, then you do another one. So for example, like this was the first version of the RPG menu, the neuronal pathways that we're trying to develop. It's not quite that in the game at the end, but this was pretty close. This was the evolution menu. Again, not quite what we get at the end, but it was pretty close. So it's trying to make sure that you're able to evolve at the same time, and you're able to build these features that you're proud of, that you could be like, okay, this is it, because I have no more time. Another thing when you're trying to build is trying to build the details. Sometimes it's easy to get lost. It's easy to have all these different things going on at the same time. But if you're not structured, and if you don't know how to build things with an intention, things get lost, and then that's why you crunch. That's where you get all these bugs. So trying to be systematic, building all of the versions. So like the neurons had all these variations of steps. So trying to put them all on one page in Photoshop, and then having the testing there. And then when I built that in the engine, it was pretty quick. And yeah, so that's a lot of work that you do at the end. So remember the fear that I was talking about earlier? Again, first test of VFX. We had no VFX artist. Everyone took a little bit of that work. So we all learned some VFX. So I started out on the left, sort of, it didn't seem violent enough. So I finished up with these like sprite sheets of the violent teeth and things. Though the colors are weird because that really glows in the dark, and it changes with the color in the game. So again, you try to learn tips and tricks everywhere, and you try to make it, but you do it yourself. Again, you do it yourself. You have to do all these fucking icons, and that is the worst thing because you're so busy with doing everything else that is fun, but you have to do the non-fun stuff, like doing 300 icons.
Usually use an internship to do them. It's like
yeah, and you had no intern, so you sit down and you do it, and you put on some good music, and then you make it happen. And then you finish the game and you get to post-production. So what is post-production? It's mostly marketing stuff and all the content that comes in after.
So again, same thing for the logos, trailers and things. We could have used an agency, do our screenshot, a lot of paint over and things. No, we wanted really straight, written in-game. This is what we have in the game. This is what you see in the screenshot. For sure, we put some pose to make sure that the composition were good, but animation from the game also, it's nothing like was kind of done just for the screenshot. So at the same time, it was us being honest with our public.
Yeah, so also another big point of ending the game is finding the right key art. So the key art is a big aspect because if you have a store asset, the player has to, or not even the player at that point, but the user who sees your thing has to know the promise. He has to know what the game is. So that's when you go to outsourcing at the end. So remember at the beginning, then we started doing that again. So at the end, we hired this concept art firm to help us with this concept art. I said key art, sorry. So key art, what is it? It's trying to figure out what are the key points of the game. So we wanted the clan, we wanted all the different aspects of the game that you play and all of the things that you're going to experience and have that in a cohesive image.
Yeah, what you do, who you are, where you're going to go. So those kind of elements, the exploration. So everything that is within the game, we try to pack it in that image with some priorities also, the clan.
So let's summarize everything that we talked about so far. So the real experience of that is trying to have your independent freedom of sort of doing what you want, doing the game that you want, trying to do things that are different, that people can remember because it's different. Like Pat says, we're the only ape game out there, the only game about evolution. So if you want to play, you're going to play our game. But we tried to build it with the AAA, like a proven process, because AAA is not just like evil mega corporation trying to swallow everyone else. It's they have like systems and they have processes that are there that you can sort of take and build fun games with them.
We learned a lot from that. So yeah, so it was 4 years of development with an average of 20 people. You know the picture we saw in the middle of the presentation. It was average size for the whole production.
And we managed to release on 3 consoles, PC, PS4, and Xbox One. So that was a big success for a small team.
We had 53 kilometers cube of playable space. So again, really much bigger than what we expected in the beginning, what we planned in the conception. Are we going to do small? And then realize that maybe the tools, the hard work, and all we're doing are giving us a better result.
And we finished with about, let's say, 30 hours of gameplay, more or less. I think the speed runs are like 17 hours, I think. So I don't think you can do it faster than that. But you could also play for hundreds and hundreds of hours, just being an ape and living through that.
And tell you your own story.
Yeah. And we sold 1.5 million copies, so I guess that's pretty good, right?
And it's still selling.
And still selling today. So thank you so much. So if you have any questions, you can grab one of our mics if you want to, or you can just come and talk to us.
If you have questions.
Yeah.
What was the biggest obstacle in your process?
What? Sorry.
What was the biggest obstacle in your process?
The biggest obstacle, I think it's a technical aspect. Often we want to reach something big, and then we realize that, oh, it's maybe tough. And then it's really to make sure that you do your homework about challenging that tech to make sure it will able to answer your question. If you dream too much and you don't take that technical aspect, I think you can hit a wall at some point. So yeah, it's good to dream big, but quickly you need to, you really need to put yourself in the situation and, okay, how are we going to do it? If not, in a bigger team, I think it's really something that it's maybe a little bit less important. So you have a bigger team to challenge that. You have more technical, but in a smaller team, this is really where you need to dream big, but at some point test it, because if you go too far, it's going to be a big loss of time. And after that, it was a big thing for my process, I think, to realize that it's not always easy.
Yeah, I would say the biggest obstacle was also trying to come up with a new kind of game. It wasn't a thing that you could copy or evolve or something. It was a completely new kind of game. So a lot of the design of it was, again, iterative, and it was hard coming up with what would be a fun game that is built on learning and frustration and discovering things. And that's the main takeaway at the end. It's a very polarizing game, because some people have trouble going through these emotions. That's not an emotion that you want usually in games, frustration. And you have frustration from the first second that you play the game. But then it gets easier, and then it gets better, and then you have this accomplishment at the end. So that curve is very new and very different. And that was a big challenge of coming up with how do you pace that? How do you make that as a fun development? And so yeah, that was a big aspect of the development that was hard.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yep. Hello. So how you define the triple E budget? Is it like a small AAA budget, bigger than AA?
The tough question. I mean, it's bigger than a small, small pixel art platformer game. Of course, it's bigger than that. There's still 35 experienced people that are working. So yeah, it's a decent budget. But like everything, you're always hit a limit. And you're like, oh, we should go so much bigger. We need so much more money.
But I think it's over 5, because you are in the Death Valley in between 2 and 5. No one is going to publish. So.
Yeah, I know. Finding a publisher is always tricky, especially if you have a weird game. So we got with Private Division, which is a Take-Two subsidiary that was dealing with independent games that we're trying to build up, and so far they've released a bunch of similar-sized games, like not small, tiny, independent, weird projects, but something that has a little bit more breadth, that has like a lot of gameplay. So it's a nice sweet spot that sort of is more developing these days. And so when we started, there was very few of that. It was, like I said at the beginning, it was way more on the AA thing that was sort of disappearing, and it was a lot of the small indie games. So we got into this nice little middle ground here.
One of the things that you talk about Private Division, and it's also, we arrive at a good time, Unreal, are we able to do more? And those kind of small divisions that were also, oh, there's a lot of good indies, so we're gonna take them. So it was part of a process, not only for us. We are not the only ones say, oh, we're gonna go indie and with like experiment people. So it's really, oh, we realized that, oh, they have publisher who have that same kind of ideas, and then they took us on their wings.
But the focus group testing and this kind of openness of the development and such things, was it AAA or AA? So that if you're AAA, you don't tell a shit. If you are indie AA, you are totally open and ask every friend to play it and get the feedback.
Yeah, it was somewhere in the middle. That's the thing, like having a decent publisher, it gives us a chance to like test the product a little bit, test the promise, and see what the reception was out of people. But we didn't have like the huge group of, like endless play tests over and over and over again. So we did have a lot of internal play tests where we, hey, here's some beer, try the game, give us a thing, what do you think? So it was sort of, again, in the middle. That's the thing of the III. It really falls in the middle.
Does III mean impeccable, impeccable, impeccable?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Sorry?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Impeccable. It's French.
Oh,
I think what you did is impeccable.
Oh, impeccable.
Sorry,
I got you. Oh, yeah, yes.
Sorry,
yes.
I'm have
Thank
this
you.
Finnish accent of French, so it might be strange.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks for coming again. And more questions, you can come and talk to us.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
research specialist at Amber Studio. I'm going to go ahead and talk about myself for just a little bit. I've been playing games ever since I was a young kid. My dad got me an Atari and then a Sega, and ever since that, it's been downhill from there, basically. And I've been working in the gaming industry for about, I don't know, 7 years or something like that. Started out in QA. I did community moderation and then community management, and I started to work in Amber since 2020 as a market research specialist. It's been a wonderful experience, to be honest, and I think that, you know, my passion in marketing and gaming kind of melded together into this lovely little job. I'm going to continue talking about Amber a bit in case you don't know us or anything about us. We're based in Bucharest. That's where we were founded. We have a lot of people in staff, about 1,200. We also work in Montreal. We also work in Guadalajara. We got people in San Francisco, Los Angeles, pretty much everywhere. And we do game development as an agency. Some of our partners, maybe you've seen some of these. I don't know if you know any of them. Amazon, Epic Games, Roblox, Gameloft, and even other names as well. We are a community of artisans delivering positive impact by evolving the science of art and play. So that basically means that each and every one of us are very passionate about gaming and we love to play, and then we experiment. And that's pretty much how we like to add value to our partners. And one of the main subjects of my thesis today is how do we approach innovation as an agency, because as you probably know, as an agency, you have a client and you have a proposal or you have a task at hand and they want to give you something to do, and that's pretty much a challenge for us. And you also have to figure out, okay, so we have a challenge, we have a set of limitations maybe, and how do we actually do innovation within those bounds? And that's pretty much what we're going to talk about very soon. One of the methods that we do some of these things is the triple diamond method, and if some of you know, it's started out as the double diamond method, but what we like to do is bring in the third week for execution and polish. But before we do that, in my role, this is where I usually come in on the market research side, and then we move on to the development of the concept. And then we actually do feedback rounds and polish and, you know, come up with a good solution for our clients. This is a very, you know, intricate mapping version of the first one. Not going to get too deep into it. It's usually the first part is where I come in and I do all the research and I talk to game designers and we come up with concepts and all kinds of fancy ideas. And then the art team comes in and starts to polish the deck. We actually come up with a very nice proposal. And then we actually do the feedback implementation, polish, validation, and then rollout. So for us, it's important to map not only what our client has to say, but when we have an audience in mind, we do empathy mapping, and we think about what does the audience think about, what do they feel, what do they like, what do they need, what do they want. We also look at our competitors, so if there's already pre-existing games, we'll see how they act and we see what they do best or what they do worst, and we can, you know, go from there. And then we can also do a persona mapping, which is based off of empathy and overall audience research. And then we also use these psychometric models, which is we choose 2 of these main pillars. So it can be social or action, mastery, achievement, immersion, and creativity. You'll see this come up in a lot of games. So you can have games that have a social aspect, whether it's competition or community. It can go both ways, or, you know, very separate. You have action, boom, destruction, lots of chaos. Everything is fast-paced. Usually it involves weaponry. You have mastery, so people who want to finish a game up to 100%, or they want to go for achievements or for whatever else. Achievement as well, as I said earlier. Then you have immersion, which is, you know, you have a story, you have an elaborate plot, you have characters that you can, you know, relate to. And then creativity, obviously, with design and discovery. So I want to talk about how we approach market research. The short of it is that we pretty much use everything we can see from the gaming market and use it to our advantage to bring out the best that we can out of a project. So my methodology starts out pretty much from here, where we gather all the press articles, we do surveys, we analyze user sentiment. This could be from user reviews or anything like that. We then use granular data. One of our partners, Data AI, is really great for that, especially for mobile games. That's where they focus the most on. We do a collection of metrics. So this is for KPIs. We see how much people play. We try to figure out how many units has a game sold, our competitors, so we can know pretty much, we can benchmark ourselves, see how we can position a future project into the existing market. And then we try to put it all in one nice little package, and we gather all kinds of insights, or at least a clear path of action for the future of the game. Now we're going to come up into the case study, which is pretty much the main subject of what I will be talking about, is how do we approach and create a game for a future audience, and how do we start from just having that question in mind, which is basically a challenge that came to us from a large publisher, and basically they asked us, how do we make a game for Gen Z? And that was what we had to start with. The thing is that when you make a game for a new audience, maybe you would want to do your homework and you want to know what they like, what they dislike, and you want to know what makes them tick eventually. And why is this important for either your brand or your game? Is that this is one of the generations that is going to have a lot of say in how things do with their buying power or the way that they think and react to your game. And for a lot of brands, this is going to be very relevant in the near future. Moving up to what we found initially, we started doing a survey with a sample size of just about shy of 200 people. And we asked them pretty much what do they like, what's cool for them, what they don't like, what social media they like to use, what games represent for them, what games do they play, what's their perception of media, how do they interact with it. We're going to sit on this slide for a while, so feel free to take pictures and everything. So yeah, so let's start from here on the left side. So this is updated, but we did the research back in 2021, so they were a bit 1-2 years younger than that. But now they're 15 to 26, so they're late teens going on to young adults, basically. We know that they have a long engagement time, so they like to play even on mobile, they like to play on console, and they also like to play on PC. We know that they are always connected through digital media and through phones, basically, so we have this lovely little pocket laptop that we have with us every day. And this is the first generation that we're noticing, and we're seeing that, they basically have it on them all the time. So they're always connected to their friends, to the media, to games, to everything that is part of our life. And we also know that they have a strong sense of morality and civic involvement, so that means that sustainability is also a pain point for them. They want to know that the brands and the products that they interact with do not harm other people around them, of course. And they like to decide who, what they watch, and want to be an active part of the media they consume. So this comes into play when you're looking at YouTube streams or Twitch streams, and you'll notice that there's a comment component. You can press the like button, you can share it to people or whatever, and you become a part of that community that the influencer has created or the YouTuber has created, right? So what's cool for them? Obviously, social engagement through technology and media. This comes into play with user-generated content, which we like is a very wooden term. It's basically people who want to create their own content and they will share it among their friends. Authenticity and cancel culture, self-made content creators and authentic social influencers. So authenticity is very important, and there's a bit of a caveat to that. So it doesn't mean for you as a brand the way that you communicate should mean that you're authentic towards yourself, and the way that you communicate to your audience, you shouldn't try to be like, oh, hey, fellow kids, look at us, we're cool, but they'll feel that, they'll pretty much figure it out, and they will know that you're trying to approach them from that point of view, and it's not going to turn out okay for you if that's the way. So it's easier to be like, oh, yeah, we're a brand, this is what we do, this is what we want, and that's it. Obviously, media interconnectivity, which we will approach a bit after this slide, the digital mall, and collabs, brand and platform mashups. Obviously, we've seen collabs happen with some of the games that they really play, like Fortnite, and you'll see all kinds of skins with either Star Wars or Mandalorian or everything that's super famous or well-known even way before the generation itself. What they don't like, the idea of being told what to do, which is obviously, I don't think that anyone really likes to be told what to do, but this is something that's kind of intrinsic in any young teen, which is kind of going through that part of life where you're kind of rebelling and you're figuring out that maybe the adults around you aren't really necessarily that smart, right? And you're like, wait a minute, okay, no, you're not supposed to tell me what to do. I'm going to challenge everything that you're going to tell me. And that makes it one of the smarter generations because they have the ability to find information and to do more critical thinking, and they will check on you and to see exactly how true you are, and that's how it connects with the idea of authenticity. FOMO, the big term, the fear of missing out, and I think that kind of applies to maybe even more than just Gen Z. Maybe we don't like to feel like we're missing out of something that everyone is participating in, but as a teen or as a young adult, if you're like around your friends and they're like, whoa, did you see that, or did you go there, or did you happen to be a part of that event, you might feel a bit left out, so that's going to be a thing for them. Uniformity and constraints. This is going to play out into the research that we did, and for anyone who's an indie game developer or any kind of a game developer, trying to give them an experience that's very handheld and telling them exactly how to do things might not pan out perfectly. And that's going to come into the games that we see that they play the most, or the most famous games that they play the most, do not offer them the same level of restraints as other games. So if we look at Roblox, that's a game that's has a very heavy component on sandbox, on a sandbox experience. You can do pretty much whatever you want. You can create jobs, you can create a simulated life, and you have a social aspect that's very deeply ingrained into how the game works. And all of that connects into the way that they like to play however they want, and they will create their own moments of spectacular gameplay without the game telling you specifically, oh, you know what, this is exactly what you should do, and it's going to make you feel good. They're going to be like, yeah, maybe it's going to make me feel good, but I have a better idea on how I can do my own thing. Right, so the games that they play. We have obviously the big heavy hitters. We got like Fortnite, and we have Call of Duty and Roblox and Grand Theft Auto. I'll add a small caveat for Grand Theft Auto because there's something that I've noticed about that game. On the online, there's the standard online game that you download and you play, and everyone will basically shoot you and explode you to smithereens, and it's not necessarily the most fun experience in the world. But there's also another thing, especially on PC, that's where you can do that. You have modded servers. Those are servers made specifically where the world itself kind of changes immensely. Why? Because players can create their own experience. How? You can have businesses made by players that they come up with an idea. I've seen players organize their own street races. They have a small phone that pops up on the screen, and you talk to people and you organize a street race, and then they do it pretty much organically. It's not a game mode necessarily as much as it is something that they will do kind of organically. They can come up with all kinds of other business ideas. They can create music that they make personally on their PC, and then they can upload it into the game, and they can listen to it, interact with it. So there's a lot of creativity and self-expression coming into that, which is very interesting to see. So coming into that, games for them are Obviously, it's a way to recreate and to relax and have a good time, but it's also a social experience, and that is a very important part. Games are also super mainstream. It's not like back in the day when I used to play games, not everyone maybe knew about it. Maybe the older generations were like, what's a video game? What do you do with it? What do you mean it's not a movie? Now it's mainstream. Everyone knows about it. Everyone's seen Ready Player One, so maybe they have at least a basic idea of what a video game can be, right? And obviously they can play to stay connected, and this gives them the opportunity to express themselves. They can relax, they can chill, which also plays into my other transition into what kind of social media and chat preferences they have. So for chat, we have the big one, which is Discord. Obviously, this is a very good application into seeing how groups can form, and players can communicate within themselves. You can see what other players play at the time. Then you have user-generated content, self-made videos on TikTok. You can do stories on Instagram. You can chat on Snapchat as well. So these are some of the most used platforms. And the way that they see media is not only by trying to view the news and see what other people are feeding into you. Now you have a phone which can record a video. You can do your own thing. It doesn't take much. If you have an iPhone or a Samsung or whatever it is, if you can record a video, that means that you can become a creator. It doesn't take much. You'll upload it on YouTube. It doesn't matter if it's going to be, I don't know, the next PewDiePie. You don't need to be that, but you're doing it for maybe your friends or a community that you're building. It's very easy and it's very accessible. It doesn't take all of this equipment to do it as well. So it can be much easier and much more accessible to a generation that has already been born into some of the devices that they already have on hand, whether it's a mobile phone or daddy's tablet or whatever. Now, into this bit of research, I'm going to show you a few samples of what we initially found. We asked our Gen Z friends what's the reason for why they're playing, and obviously the big one, this nice little side, is to relax and escape daily responsibilities. This is why we do it all the time. We just want to disconnect from the real world. We don't want to think about anything else. Cool. But then we see this one, to socialize and spend time with my friends. Now this is big because normally back in my day, I used to play video games, again, to relax and escape these daily responsibilities, but most of the games were single player. You wouldn't play them necessarily with your friends because you couldn't, because that's how they were made. Internet was not readily available to anyone. There wasn't 4G, no. Maybe you had internet that was accessible through the neighborhood, maybe. But that's pretty much the comparison. Now, because everyone has it, it means that you can socialize with every one of your friends and you can play together. I used to dream with my brother. We talked about this was way back when. We were playing Warcraft 3, for example, single player game, strategy game. And we would talk about, whoa, it would be so cool if we could play a game just like in Warcraft 3, but you could see behind the character and you can find enemies, and then you could trade, and then you could do quests together, which basically became World of Warcraft back in, I don't know, 2003 when it was launched. So even then, the hunger to play in a cooperative way, to connect with, well, in that case, it was my brother, or with other friends, it was something that it was already in our heads, right? So for you, if you're a game developer and you want to build a game for this audience, it's not going to be necessarily the main thing that you can do, but our recommendation is that you can build a foundation on the idea that you can create a casual multiplayer experience or a collaborative experience, maybe co-op. It doesn't have to be necessarily competitive. Moving on. Okay, where can you reach this new generation? Basically, we asked them what social media platforms they use the most. Social media is a bit of a weird one to ask, but we placed YouTube on it because you can still chat with people, and this pertains mostly to streaming, I think. So the majority chose YouTube. again, just as Twitch, mostly for streaming, I can imagine. But for you as a game developer, my advice, if you want to build a game, you can build a community. You can do so by releasing some videos on YouTube. You can do a dev blog. You can do, I don't know, you can pay influencers, get them to play your game, and they can promote it through YouTube. That's the best place to start. Twitch is another option. And then there's Discord, which is basically used for chat. So if you're, again, a game developer and you want to build your community, you're not probably going to pay a lot of money to create a forum or a different website. You can just build it on Discord, because I've seen this happen on multiple games now. A lot of the community management and moderation and building a community starts by creating a Discord group, basically. And then the idea of how you find games, maybe these things change from one generation to another, because obviously the way the technology changes and the world changes around us, we can see some interesting things. We asked, how do you find new games? You have the Game Store page. Now, this can include not only the App Store or Google Play, but it can include the Steam page. So if your game gets featured and you're lucky enough to be on the front page when you launch the app and your game is visible, that could be a good starting point. Easy to say, hard to do. Social media in general, so that's a good place, again, to start by promoting your game. And through friends or family, which is basically word of mouth at this point. But the interesting part about friends or family is that it means that, well, you're going to try and find out from a trusted source if a game or a product is good for them, and is it worth interacting with? Is it worth for me to engage it? Is it good? What do you think about it? Oh, should I play it? I don't know. No, yeah, it's good, so you should totally try it. Okay, fine, I'll try it. So, yeah, I think that kind of ties into why influencer marketing is kind of working out for a lot of games, because it's a trusted source and it's someone that we now connect to when we see them. It's someone that we like. It's a person who probably has the same values and opinions as us. And when we connect in that way, it's easier for us to, follow their recommendations. And now we're going to talk about the average game session by type of gamer. So we actually did a bit of a segmentation. So we asked people, what kind of a gamer do you think you are? Are you a mid-level gamer? Are you a streamer? Are you a hardcore gamer? Or are you a casual gamer? Obviously, a streamer plays on average more than 2 hours. You're going to stream. So it's pretty much your job / passion, and you're going to do it more than on average than anyone else. Mid-level gamers and hardcore gamers probably going to play a lot more. But on average, what we found out is that it's probably going to be an average of an hour. So you're going to have more or less than 1 hour. Basically, for you as a game developer, that means that you can play with long game sessions. It means that you can, do short matches like 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, play around, find out what your audience likes. And now the idea of how do you do a multiplayer experience? And we had to ask them, okay, what kind of a multiplayer experience do you like? Do you want to beat your friends? Do you want to explode them? Do you want to be competitive? Do you want to dominate? Or do you want to have a collaborative experience where you get together, again, you socialize, and you have fun within the game as a team? So that main preference, there's obviously a bit of overlap through the sample. There's going to be people who like the best of both worlds, so that's okay. But we did notice that it's the first thing that they will look for is working as a team. So you'll see a lot of games that do PvE experiences in parallel with PvP as well. So basically, if you're going to do a game and you want to focus on multiplayer, our recommendation, go for the team experience. You can go as well with competitive. I'm going to summarize pretty much all of the recommendations that I did before. In terms of reasons for gaming, don't forget this is a social experience and a relaxing experience as well. So meld those two together. If you want to reach your audience, build a community through Discord, and then you could promote your game on YouTube, on Twitch. Those would be the first places to start. You can go for longer game sessions, as I said. Don't be afraid to experiment. And then if you're looking to do a multiplayer experience, you can do team play and co-op. Now, at the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you a little QR code. You will be able to view the whole bit of research. There's a lot more questions that were asked, and especially in terms of single player. Do they like it? Yes. So that doesn't mean that you should be doing only multiplayer. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't focus on the story. You can totally focus on the story. The story says it as well. What do you care for about the most? The story pops up as most. This is just a sample, but I'll probably remind you about this again. But just as a caveat, they do like to have team play and co-op. Obviously, a lot of us enjoy that as a component, but this is a main thing. So, closing thoughts, there's around 2 billion Gen Z kids around there. They're going to be 27% part of the workforce by 2025, and that's pretty quick. So, considering the fact that that's what, 1-2 years, this is going to be one of the generations, and then followed by Generation Alpha, the ones that they're going to have an impact on how games evolve, because every marketer worth their salt is going to say, oh, well, if you look at your audience, this is what they like to play. This is how they interact with it. This is how they want their product to be. Otherwise, they're going to refuse it. And this is going to be a majority that's going to decide on how your product is going to work. And that is why I say that it is a big component for every brand to be on the forefront of this and make sure that you know your audience, basically. So I said to you that we had a challenge at the beginning. We had to come up with an idea, or we had to come up with an insight based off of what we found from, studying Zoomers, basically. And the idea is that back in the day, this was your regular gaming and shopping experience and social experience. So if you're born through the 70s or 80s or even up to the 90s, you would go to the arcade. My dad took me to the arcade in my hometown. It was only one place you could play games in. If you didn't have, or if you weren't lucky enough to have a console like I did, because I said, oh, I played on Sega and Atari, not everyone had that. Okay, so this was one place I would have gone to. Obviously, things changed, and then internet cafes started to become a thing, and PCs were accessible to a bit larger audience, people who would pay a modicum, small sum. You could play 1 hour of Counter-Strike. I did that exhaustively because, well, my mom used to work even up to the third shift on an internet cafe, so that meant that I spent many a night playing multiplayer Counter-Strike. And, again, a social experience, a competitive experience. Now, how is shopping for us? I like to go and browse my clothing. If I buy something, I like to see it, I like to touch it, I like to have a physical experience. I also like to do my research, but then again, that's my job, so that's maybe different from other people. And then as a social experience for us, you're going to the food court, or maybe you're going to the cinema, you're going to talk to your friends, you're going to group up, and then you're going to do pretty much all of that. Things have changed a bit. So instead of going to the arcade, you're going to play games on Roblox, you're going to play Fortnite, you're going to play Stumble Guys, or Animal Crossing if you're on Switch. You're going to play Minecraft, which is basically on every platform. You're going to play Brawl Stars, which is on mobile. So everything is going to happen either on your little PC or on the phone. It's maybe arcades are a thing now, but they're kind of maybe a gimmick. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but not everyone is going to do it every day. Not everyone's going to wake up and be like, oh, can't wait to play Mortal Kombat 1 on my arcade. No, that's not going to happen these days anymore. So yeah, shopping experience. Obviously, that doesn't mean that everyone's going to start buying clothing online. If you want a product, you're going to check it out. You maybe want to look at it, but the reason why I put up YouTube or Instagram or TikTok is because now we have influencer media, and that means that there's people who act as a trusted source, and they're going to recommend products, and that is going to influence our opinions on how we are going to consume certain things. So even I do that. If I want to buy a new keyboard, I'm going to check with a lot of people. I'm going to see, oh, what does the internet say, and what does it recommend? Should I buy an RGB keyboard? Do I want a mechanical one? What does that mean? And again, as a social experience, it's pretty much, you're still going to go to the food court with your friends. You're still going to gather and, you know, congregate as a social experience. You're still going to go to the movies. That's not going to change anytime soon. Maybe, who knows? But along with that, there's the idea of you're going to the movies or you're going to the food court, you're going to capture some moments and you're going to put them as a story on Instagram. Before you're going to organize yourselves, you're going to do it probably on Discord or on another app, and you're going to talk about, hey, should we meet up and go to the cinema or whatever. So this is how we see that, you know, human behavior is kind of cyclical in the way that it happens. It was the same with newspapers before mobile phones. People would sit in the subway, they would all be looking at the newspaper because that's where you get your news, you have a bit of time. Now it's going to happen on the phone. And for Gen Z, the way that things used to happen before, now it's going to be a bit different in the way that they interact with media, obviously because now we have technology surrounding us at every step. And this is how we define the problem, the idea of the digital mall, a new hangout. I'm not going to go into the whole metaverse thing because that's not the point of the talk. The idea is that before people went crazy about it in 2021, this thing already happened, and we've seen it in Fortnite with concerts. We've seen concerts happening in Minecraft. We've seen what I've said through Grand Theft Auto Online, where people create their own experiences. It can be through Gary's mod, where you create, again, a different experience. So this is pretty much the insight that we came up with, is that everything that we used to do maybe physically now is going a bit more isolated into digital. Our conceptual approach, we looked at some of the games that they play. Again, we mentioned all of these. We gathered some of the common defining factors, which is social and action, which is obviously a common factor among all of these, among us. And obviously, there's a few games that came out, again, through how they were discovered. This Among Us was picked up basically by a few YouTubers. It was played by them, and then people were like, this game is amazing. Now we know about it, so there you go. Yeah, and then we basically chose these pillars to build upon the next project. Research and adaptation. Yeah, for us, it's very important to research not only this audience, but it's to see how they impact the gaming market. So we're probably going to be doing this again eventually, or we're going to keep studying to see what things change. Maybe there's different patterns going to show up. Maybe the market is going to evolve in a certain way, and we're going to be on top of that. Now, once you have a survey and you listen to what people have to say, there's always a component of how they act in comparison to what they say that they like or dislike or whatever, right? And that's why you validate everything by doing user interviews or focus groups. You can do play tests, again, just to see how they interact with what game you want to do. Maybe you have an idea of what they want, and then you will see that you'll have a different result in the way that they play it. And they'll do that. Marketability tests, again, so if you have an art style, it's a good idea to check with a few I don't know, variations, just to see what they like the most and which of, maybe you have a game theme or a story theme or something, and you might want to check to see what exactly they like. And how do we do value for our partners? Obviously, we see what the audience wants. We try to check if it fills their need. We check, obviously, if it's fun and engaging, because it is a game at the end of the day. We check if we can build it on time or on budget. Can we optimize delivery? And what technology can we use? Is it new? Is it old? Can it be used in a good way? So how do we do value to our teams? Everyone plays, obviously, so we're passionate about playing games, and that's how we do potential, and we do it with purpose. And that was it for me. Now, obviously, QR code, you can find out about the research that I did on Gen Z's impact on the gaming market. You can find me through the email. You can bombard me with thoughts. If you didn't like what I had to say today, go ahead, tell me. I don't mind. If you liked it, please tell me about it. I need it. And you can find me on LinkedIn as well, and you can do the same. I respond there, so don't worry. I'm not on Facebook anymore that much, so it's okay. Yeah. And that's pretty much it, if anyone has any questions. Yes, sir. You, yes. We'll wait for the mic.
Hey, thanks for the talk. Yeah, very interesting. I was wondering if your company has UEFN on their radar very much, and if a lot of clients come up to you about it. I know it's quite new, but it's kind of hitting all the points.
UEFN, can you develop on that one?
So it's Unreal's new engine that lets gamer or developers build games as with Fortnite as base, and then distribute it to amongst all of the Fortnite users across all the platforms.
Yeah. I know about that one. I looked it up. Knowing my team, I don't know specifically if they're trying that, but knowing them, I'm pretty sure that they're at least looking at it, for sure, yeah. But I don't know to what extent that is. I mean, I would love to say yes or no, but I'd rather not, you know. But yeah, this is one of the things that probably all of our colleagues already know about, at least, at the very least, for sure. But yeah, it's very new, and I would love to try it and to see what games could be made through it, for sure.
It's only about a month old.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I noticed that you didn't have Fortnite under the creativity section, and now like anyone can make something with it, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. I mean, I could see some potential in it because again, it plays into what we found out about the idea of self-expression and creativity. And when I checked it out, I saw a lot of types of games that were already being made by players. Some of the ones that were done by the guys from Epic, obviously super high polish, very epic in the way that it looked like. But when you see players doing it, not the same production value, but very interesting in the way that they think and how they bring ideas into play.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. Back there. Yeah.
So imagine this scenario and not reality. So 10 years ago, there's a game targeted to Gen Z.
Yeah.
Right? And it went great. They built communities, people stayed, very lasting game. So now, the problem is that my game is targeted to the younger generation because it was targeted by the age group.
Yeah.
Gen Z is still playing, of course, not that much because only the people that really made a everlasting community. Is there any advice how to adapt the game, how to
the first step, no problem. If I were to think about how can I adapt my game to, so you figure out that it's being played by a new generation and maybe the game isn't doing as well as you would want it to, right? You can either make a completely new game if that's what you would want, which is obviously easier said than done. It's easy for me to tell you, just do a new one. But if you want to adapt it and you know that you can adapt it and you know you can make some changes internally, then find a way, first of all, find a way to find that audience and see how you can communicate it first, and then do maybe feedback rounds or something like that. If you already have a pre-built community, then, and you know that that new audience isn't interacting into that one place, then you can try to find out, well, where are they hanging out? Where are they finding their information, or where are they talking about your game? Because if they're not talking on your platform or the one that you've chosen, they're talking about it on another one for sure. So find that one and see how you can get their thoughts on how you can maybe make it better, or see how they talk about it, because you don't necessarily have to ask if you already see them. If you can track how players interact within your game, and you see that maybe one feature doesn't get as much exposure or it isn't being interacted with as much, well then see how if you can either remove that or maybe you're going to alienate your existing loyal fan base, or maybe not, but see if you can do a new game mode that can attract that audience. Very high level, by the way. Yes.
Thank you so much for the talk. It was really interesting, and back at our company, I'm sure our data analyst is going to be very excited by all of the charts in your slides. I'm actually currently working with Discord on their Discord activities, which are basically games directly in the platform. What do you think about the potential of Discord activities as a gaming space for the future?
I have to admit something. I haven't seen about Discord activity.
That's okay, they're very new.
I would love to find out, but I really don't know if it has a potential. Because if I haven't seen it with my own eyes, or if I haven't checked it out and I haven't seen any pattern or something, I can't tell you for sure is it going to be a game changer or not. But on the top of my mind, just a gut instinct, if it's already on Discord and the way that it's being implemented, even through, for example, it's going to be available on PlayStation if it's not already, then it's probably going to be a good place to start for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
You can go on with that for sure, yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Anyone else? Because I don't know how are we on time. Oh, we have time. You first, and then the gentleman over there.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was like little to no interest in sort of more the indie games or like the actual art of the games rather than more like multiplayer.
Yeah, one thing that I was always curious about was art styles, but we didn't check for that specifically because we were working within boundaries, obviously, so within a specific request. I would love to check that out just so I can see, okay, do you like pixelated games? Do you like epic views like in Skyrim or like in Cyberpunk or whatever? I don't know if that's necessarily an issue, but what I've seen on mobile games is that younger generations will play hyper casuals. They will play newer games that have graphics. In the research, if you check it out, you'll see that we asked one of the important things for them in a game, and story came up first, and then the second was graphics and the quality of graphics. I don't think it's the problem of doing a pixelated game or, I don't know, cell shaded or, you know, Unreal 5, whatever, best looking thing. If you do it with a good art direction, and if you polish it to a level, I think that's what ends up in being more appreciated than anything else. Maybe style, not necessarily as much, but if it looks good, it has a good feeling for them, and it's, I don't know, in some way relatable. Does it look cozy? Does it look creepy? And if it's done very well, I think people will like it anyway. Did you have another thing about the question? Because
yeah, I can do a follow-up. I mean, is there a difference in that case when it comes to like casual versus hardcore gamers? Like, do they enjoy, or did you not check that out?
I don't remember specifically, but I think that it's also a weird thing to ask people if they think they're hardcore players, because it can be subjective as well. So that's why we did a bit of a segmentation to check their play time. So maybe you think you're a hardcore player, but you play only 1 hour a day, and the other hardcore player plays 16 or something like that. The way that you perceive yourself can be different from other people, but don't know if I checked specifically for genres or something like that. It's probably not necessarily an issue, because we've seen that there's like streamers, we've seen games that are pretty hardcore. I mean, Fortnite isn't necessarily an easy game if you get into it, and neither is Grand Theft Auto 5 for that matter. So yeah, and there can be games like Stardew Valley which are super chill and very casual, and they're being played anyway. So, you know, I think that's my answer. Okay, thanks. And the gentleman.
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering if this research, it is called about Gen Z, but I'm not sure if it's truly about Gen Z, and I will explain myself. I have 2 kids, both are Gen Z, and the both sides of the spectrum, the younger one and the older one.
Oh, okay.
And the older one, he passed through this, he's 18 now, and currently he's not into almost anything of these games or that kind of things. He just like party games with their friends, they drink and have party games. Yeah, and he likes deep, I know, single player indie games. He evolved through that.
Yeah.
And my sister, my younger sister, she's fully into this kind of games, playing, I don't know, Minecraft, Roblox with their schoolmates. But it's just an excuse to be with their schoolmates because they want to hang out and they cannot visit each other all the time. So it's a way to share their time.
Yeah.
So it's like I feel it's not about the generation, because probably they will evolve in a few years into something completely different. But the new generation will still have the same needs and will keep doing this. So it's like I feel this is more a research of younger gamers and will still be about the next generation younger gamers more than Gen Z as, I don't know, if we can study baby boomers, what kind of games we like, I don't know. It's like, yeah, we can find over 30 years and we can like the same kind of games now and in the future and in the past. But it's like I feel this is more of the younger generation, whatever is called at a certain time.
Yeah. First of all, it's nice to hear from someone in front of me who tells me that there's players of different sorts who like the solo experience and then the multiplayer experience. I think, for example, when I play a multiplayer game, even if it's like an MMORPG, so it's a lot of people around me, I don't necessarily have to interact with them, but I like to see that it's a world that's alive. But I can still play solo. It's an entire subject, especially for game designers. It's something that they look into. Can a multiplayer game be played solo for just one person who likes to just be around other people? Obviously, that's why I said that we as humans are kind of cyclical and we kind of stay the same, but technology changes around us, and that's how, things and the way we interact with the things around us kind of change. So that's why I prefer to approach how do you reach them, how do you build a community, because that's what changes. So we know that obviously if you're a teen, you're going through a lot of learning experiences socially first, right? So you're experimenting on ideas of showing either affection or hate or frustration or rebellion or whatever, anything, but that can happen for the next generation as well. It can be the same thing. What's probably going to change is the technology around it. Maybe they're going to be all on VR for all we know. Maybe the metaverse is going to be a dream come true, but not in 2021. Maybe it's going to be in 2030. Who knows? But yeah, it's one of the things that I've thought about whenever I reread this, and when I reread my presentation, and when I did the whole thing on the digital mall. It's true, people kind of have the same behavior to some extent, but I think that there are some changes in the way that this next generation is thinking and interacting with the world around them, is being the idea of authenticity and challenging former beliefs, and the way that, okay, the world has changed so much and we don't know if we can trust the older generations because everything is so different right now. Just look at the way 2023 is technologically compared to the 90s. You would think about leaving your house with your phone in the house. We don't do that anymore. So that's something that's changed a lot, I think, and those are some of the nuances and some of the things that are probably going to impact, younger generations. And obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with the next one. But yeah, I think those are kind of the few differences. But yeah, it's kind of cyclical. The human behavior is kind of pretty much the same, but technology changes. That's why I said with the paper thing, with people, in the subway. And now it's phones, so yeah. But the idea is that you can't talk to people on paper because you can't tap it. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think we have maybe just a few more minutes, so does anyone else have any questions? And I guess that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Ninja's journeys into modern time.
cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. Center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world. Blood-dim tide is loosed, and everywhere. The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mind, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born.
Testing, testing. Okay. Hello, everyone, friends and family. Thank you for joining us for a panel on how to sustain a sizable studio over a lifetime. I have distinguished guests with me. I think we're missing one, but I think we're still going to start. But for the, you have to turn it off, on actually. So before we begin, I'd like the panelists to introduce themselves so that everyone knows who they will be asking questions to. So start in any order you want.
Thank you. My name is Noreen Carmody. I'm one of the founders of Revolution Software. We're based in York, England, and we founded the company in 1990, so we've been going for over 30 years. So resilience, hey? And that's it.
I'm Patrice Desilets, and hello.
That's the fourth member.
That's our fourth member. It's going to be a better conversation with you on, anyway. So I'm Patrice Desilets, Creative Director and CEO of Panache Digital Games. I've been in the industry for 26 years now. In fact, and worked 13 years at Ubisoft Montreal, very first Ubisoft Montreal employee back in '97. And I was a creative director and game designer of Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time. And after that, they asked me to do the sequel, and I came up with Assassin's Creed instead. So directed the first one, second one, and Brotherhood, then I left. And in 2014, I started Panache Digital Games in Montreal, and our first game was released in 2019. Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, a game about human evolution, open world, third-person action-adventure game where we drop players in Africa 10 million years ago, and we say good luck, try to survive and evolve. And now working on our second game, and we're 52 since today at the studio.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ante. I am business development manager for a Canadian company called Big Blue Bubble. It's been around for many, many years, over 2 decades. And before that, I was a marketing director for a Croatian company called Croatia. Quite a bit different from my current one. One is a core gaming company, the other is a mobile first, but both have been around for almost 25 years.
Thank you for accommodating me coming in late. Apologies, I was at a function earlier. My name is Scott Nye. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Inflection Games. We're a studio based out of Edmonton, Alberta. You heard Aaron Flynn open the keynote. So working on our forthcoming game, Nightingale, launching later this year. Prior to being part of the original group that started up our studio, I spent several years at EA. I have a finance and accounting background, so expect lots of fun-filled discussion around that. But at EA, I supported multiple studios around North America, depending upon the different org structure at a point in time.
Okay, good. Now let's start off with some mild, very, bland questions. So the first one is, what would you consider a sizable studio? Do you have like a number in range?
Well, our studio size fluctuates depending on what period we're working in, whether we're at concept stage or in full production. Currently, we're at concept stage, and the the way we work it is we've got about maybe 10 people working as core. We also work with trusted freelancers. At the moment, mostly artists, and also with external developers. So in total, I would say that we are roughly around 30 people if we total that up. And then our last game, Beyond a Steel Sky, in full production, we were about 70 people. I'm hoping we're not going to go to that level this time. It's an expensive exercise. But it would be, it will be probably upwards of maybe 40, 45 when we're in full production.
What's a sizable studio, eh? And I guess it depends on the game you're making, on the scope of the game you're making. At first, at Panache, I didn't want to be more than 15. That was my goal. I said, 15 is going to be good. It's like a small class. And at UB, when I left on Brotherhood, there was 5 different studios working on Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Roughly 400 people working on it in Montreal, another 150 in Singapore. Don't write those numbers down. They're not precise, okay? It comes from, so let's say 800 people in the end working on one game, and some people didn't know the creative director of the game. So this time around, I said, no, now I want to be with people who I know their names, I know their family, their dog's name. That was really important for me. And then we made a game, and our publisher asked us, he said, no, make it a bit bigger. And so suddenly we were 20, then 30 and 35, and like I said, now we're 52 on our second game. And we just finished renovation of a new studio because I want, even though you can work remote at Panache, but I like to have people around me because, like I'm doing right now, I like to look people in the eyes. And on Teams or Zoom, you cannot do that, which is weird for me because I cannot look into your soul. Did you understand what I just told you? Anyway, so we finished renovation, and there's 64 desks. So that's my sizable team for me, 64.
80.
Oh. That's so you're good. We are 80. We are sizable. Yeah. To pick up on the earlier comment, it in part depends on what you actually want to be. We certainly have a bias for what we are at Inflection Games. We've come out of that big AAA environment. We've been on, in studios of 400 or 500 people. It's challenging. It can be fun in its own right. It's just not, having been there, done that, it's not what we wanted to do again. As we think about the evolution of our studio beyond Nightingale, we don't have aspirations to just be like, well, it's 130 people today, so if we're going to do 2 projects, I guess we're 250 people. We're trying to think about our relationships with, the exceptional talent that exists to do co-development with studios around the world, as opposed to everybody having to be in-house. With continued evolution at an exponential pace of technology, what are kind of those skill sets and things that we're doing today that maybe technology will take care for us tomorrow? Those are some of the challenging things we're trying to work through as we think about our 3 to 5 year plans within the studio. So, to the question, what is the optimal size? Whatever you want it to be. For us, 80. Apparently 80 is the number. But certainly for us, it's we don't want to be big. That's our main thing. Yeah.
Okay. How there are always these articles, 7 habits of successful people, or 12 somethings of somethings successful people. So can you give out a few general advice on how to sustain a sizable studio over a lifetime? Are there any few bullets that you would say, I feel this is important on how to sustain a sizable studio?
I can certainly, again, back to this notion of maybe why being part of a smaller studio, and 100 people may not feel small to others, we certainly know everybody in the studio. And that's what we really enjoy, back to the connections. And we do encourage people to come into the office. We do have the majority of our team located in Edmonton, coming into the office for several days a week. And it's because we love having that connection with people in the studio, being able to come together, have lunch together from different disciplines, and just have different activities going on within the studio, and it being more than just coming in and working on the game and going home. So to the extent that we care deeply about the people that are in the building, and like having relationships beyond it just being a work relationship. That's what we find has helped us attract and retain talent, for sure.
Yeah, I think considering your workplace to be a part of your friends and family's life is important, but I think the main difference would be that when money runs out, your family is going to be there with you still, probably. Might not be the case with your colleagues. So going back to the number side and identifying those key moments or habits, if you're looking for those, I think it's about seizing the right time and opportunity. And just if you are starting out doing work for hire and getting paid for a project, but maybe there's a time where you take risk and shift more to the revenue side of things and take a little bit more revenue split than insisting on upfront payment. So maybe that would be one from me.
So basically, make sure you have money in the bank.
That helps with things.
Number one. I am bad with lists like that. Me, I just wanted to have a friendly place to make games, because it's supposed to be fun. And after a while, it just, like you said, when they're so big, it's not fun. You go to the factory. Let's be honest. But then you dream. So I guess it's dream intelligently, I would say, number 2. That means that really it's about scoping all the time. With the time you got and the money in the bank, and you try to make a game around the size of the team you want. This is something, looking at my guys at the back, it's something we're always doing, always. Scoping, rescoping, redesigning around, because it would be easy somehow to just hire somebody else to do a thing that maybe we don't need, I would say. So yes, rescoping is important, because if you don't want to grow.
For us, you know, at the concept stage, we don't need an awful lot of people. Our creative team are, you know, a small group. Our CEO is the writer and designer, and then, you know, we have a couple of other people that support that, and also the art director and producer. So, and we hold it at that until we're sure that what we've got, that we've got a good story, we've got a good design, then we start expanding. We do bring in some artists, they're generally freelancers, to you know, cover that side. But that also allows us to control the overhead costs of both the project and the studio, because we've got to cover that the whole way. And once we have something that we believe that we can, you know, show to a publisher or somebody else, that we can raise some further funds. But I don't know which one of you said you've got to have money in the bank. It's one of the most important things. So you know, for us, and that's my job, really, to keep an eye on the money in the bank, and it's, you know, it's hard.
Okay. But while you're all now talking about money, let me immediately segue into that. Do you assess the sustainability of the studio purely through finance, or would you like do anything else, use any other KPI that says this is how the studio is sustainable, or is it purely this is the P&L of the studio and we are profitable and thank you, we're sustainable?
Well, yes, we look at the Excel sheet. That's all I call it. And my co-founder, GF, is the one in charge. I need someone in charge of it, of the Excel sheet, and we make sure. But personally, I'm lucky to come from Quebec, where it's at the end of the year, we receive 37.5% of all the salaries coming back in tax credit. Yep. Big check. Yeah, 37.5. And damn, the Canadian lady who left. Because I don't want it to be gone. So that changes everything, and and I keep saying, and you were lucky, but harass your government to give the same amount, and stop coming to Montreal for it because there's too many studios. But it's true. All that money that was given to game studio that helps to have healthy industry, they made all the money back. So have a voice, call your government and harass them to say, hey, look at what they've done over there, and you can have a pretty big number. But I digress to your question.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
So I guess it's telling that 3 out of 4 of us work for a Canadian studio, so maybe that's number 4 for you, move.
Yeah, well, coming from the province of Alberta, where we don't have a interactive digital media tax credit, I've actually taken your advice when I worked at EA and BioWare, lobbied successfully for the implementation of one that was canceled by the current government. And then I've been left at the altar in the last 2 budgets as we've lobbied ferociously through the industry association that I'm also the chair of. It is important, certainly within the gaming ecosystem in Canada, and it can have a significant impact on the sustainability of your studio. I'm not, I recognize I come from a somewhat privileged position. Over the course of the last year, we had a business transaction close with Tencent. So it's nice to have the largest gaming company in the world sending you money every 3 months in order to meet payroll and stuff. But to the question, yes. I mean, unfortunately, there's a reality where there is a P&L. Companies can't continually lose money and sustain themselves. Support from government certainly helps, but for our planning, maybe the way to approach it is we're not so rigid that we are managing ourselves day to day to some budget that was set 6 months ago. That opportunistically, as things change and evolve in the either in the studio or in the industry, talent presents itself at weird times of the year. We're not so beholden to, well, we're only supposed to be X number of headcount, therefore we will, I'm sorry, I can't take this extraordinarily talented person who was just let go from Meta. Right, like those opportunities present themselves and you jump at them. So we like to believe we're nimble enough to take advantage of opportunities, keeping an eye on the bottom line, but not managing, cash on a daily basis for sure.
If I may add, at Panache, it's really important that we don't hire snipers. So we can. Yeah, that's all I call them. There's 2 type of, for me, employees. There are the snipers, the ones that are good at, but really, really good at one thing. I prefer to have shotguns. So a talent that is good at more than one thing. So like that, I don't need two snipers. I use one shotgun. It's maybe not as precise, but this is how we can have a smaller team and then be aware of a budget that is sustainable and healthy. For me, it's really, really important that you cannot be only good at one, because then eventually you'll need another one, and a different talent to fill the hole that you're with.
We just had a very recent hire. In Alberta, the predominant industry is oil and gas, and some people went through some challenges recently in the oil and gas sector. We had a person with a PhD approach us, applied into general opportunities, a PhD, working in the oil and gas sector, a expert in computational modeling. And we're like, I think that doesn't belong in general opportunities. Let's pluck it out. Let's have a conversation. Let's talk to a couple of people in the studio. Let's figure out some things that we're trying to solve that this person can deal with. And they typically would not have landed in any other, like, if I would surmise that if they applied to a large AAA gaming studio, they might have been dismissed. Zero games industry experience working in oil and gas. They came in and they are actually doing some amazing work on Nightingale, and they started with us 3 to 4 months ago.
Okay, everybody's looking at me. I guess new question is in order. So you talked about a lot about having a fun workplace and like this feeling that you don't go to a factory. So I would ask, how much is the company culture important for sustainability of the studio? Is it like something that you are working on daily and really focusing on, or is it something more of a like, oh, I'll do something here and there, but that's not the focus here?
I think it's vital to the success both of the studio and the project itself. And we work really hard to try and achieve this at Revolution. A couple of weeks ago, Charles went off to the Netherlands to see one of our tech people, and he took a couple of members of the team that hadn't been there before, on this little mini cruise from Hull, an overnight ferry. And, those things, we do that. We take them places, we have parties, we do what we have to sort of encourage them that they are, they're part of the team. We value them, and I think that's really, really important. The other thing, of course, is, they have families and so on to support. So we do our very utmost to pay wages and so on that allow them to have, a good life. And it's really important for us. They're friends. They're our friends. And we have fun with them. When, because they're not in the studio the whole time, when they do come in, we always go for a drink afterwards to the pub and that sort of thing that we would not have done in the past. But because we don't see them as much, we make an extra special effort, and it's really important that we keep that relationship close and happy.
For me, it's really, really, really important. And that was the toughest part with COVID. Like it was really, really tough to maintain a culture when you close the meeting, you're back in your whatever you were, right? And that's why as soon as I could, I was back at the studio, because it's all about culture for me. We talk a lot about business, and today is a business talk, but roughly put, we are doing cultural objects that we sell. So if you don't have a culture to sell, it's tough. It's tough, and so yes, we do all the parties, the picnics, the Christmas. We went for a full weekend in the biggest log cabin on this planet in Montebello It's a Fairmount hotel, spent 3 nights designing a game and playing a game in a room where the G7 went in 1980. It was crazy. So Reagan was there, and there's a team of crazy video games maker doing a brainstorm there. Anyway, so so it's all about culture. You can bring your kids at the studio, your dog. We don't care about your vacation. I'm selling a bit. We don't care. I don't care. I don't have time. I don't have time to really check if you're in or out. The only thing I care is do you deliver what you're supposed or what you told me you would be delivering. I don't care if you're sick. You're sick. You're sick. Stay home. I don't want to see you. There's no Monday. So it's all about culture. It's all those little things. There's no Mondays at Panache. You can do what you want on Mondays. In Canada, you have to change your tires, summer and winter. All right? Do that on a Monday. Go to the dentist, do your little side project. I don't care. I hate Mondays. And I have the Sunday blues, so I manage not to have any Mondays, ever. So yes, it's all about culture. Yes, guys? Huh? And everybody can bring their culture. And what is fabulous, and that happened 3 weeks ago, one of our youngest programmer decided that he would invite the entire team in a cabin in the woods. Okay? By his own term, he asked the team, do you want, and everybody, not everybody, but a lot of them, 35, paid money to be together on a Friday and Saturday night. And nothing happened except having a good time. No politics, no yelling at each other. It was amazing. And it's not a panache thing. It was their thing. I came, but it's because culture is everything. I'm telling you. And I'm proud of what we managed to do in the 7 years, and there's up and down, and then some people don't get the panache culture, and they leave, and that's life. But the one who did or do, so I would say it's really, really, really important.
Yeah, so it's good that Panache doesn't do Mondays. But as a Croatian, I've been told there's a certain competitive element to provinces in Canada, so Big Blue Bubble in Ontario will see your Monday, raise you Thursday and Friday. This is where we get to work from home. Yeah, but I agree that culture is important, but it usually comes from somewhere, and that somewhere is at the very top. So the owner can be the sole owner of a sizable company, that's 80 people. It can be a publicly traded company with a GM, but that person or a board at the very top has to be aware of those things and wish for them. They can be aware of them and hire an HR or somebody to do that for them, to organize the picnics, the retreats, the getaways, but it just won't feel the same. It just won't feel right, so it has to be genuine, right? So if it's your company and you wish for it and you care for it, this is where it matters and why it should matter. Otherwise, I just don't know. I have seen companies that would offer to their employees to come to a nice conference such as this one. And then you imagine being in love with games and excited about games. Everybody would take up on that offer and say, that's amazing, let's go. But sometimes you see like 20% of your employees say yes to that. I think something's off there. And I know from some of my personal friends working at some companies that they wanted to be here today. Not only that their companies didn't offer that opportunity, but they were denied to take personal time off just to be here. So there's that.
Thank you. One of the things I'd maybe highlight is, we do a lot of benefits and perks and stuff within the studio, which I think is sort of the norm. And one of the things that I would challenge any organization is how do you help people through moments in time where they're being challenged. And so during the course of the pandemic and stuff, and our investments in services that people get access for mental health, and we have mental health first aiders on our team, and that just wasn't during the pandemic, that was before the pandemic, that's after the pandemic. And how we there's quote unquote policy, and yes, there's legal things that you end up having to deal with, but there's the softer side, there's the human side, and those are the things that I'm equally proud of as our flexible time, and because I think all of that bundled together is the experience that people have when they come and work at Inflection, and is that they see how we want to make those investments in folks and also help them along that journey if they're recovering from certain dark moments in time in their personal lives. And I'm an accountant at the end of the day. Like it's, accountants usually aren't the touchy-feely, but those are the things that I would, I take the most pride of in our studio is some of our team members who have come through challenging moments in their lives, and then they come back and they're contributing even more. And those are the moments that make you happy to come into the office each day, for sure.
To your point, for sure, at the studio, people they know me, and so it has to start from the top, and the culture of Panache is being genuine, basically, just like I am right now.
No, guys, no.
Now.
Yes.
Yes. Now it's time to say yes. And totally, and to show a little bit of even the boss is human. Mostly, I would say, the boss is human. Yeah. No, but and I personally went through rough times, and I showed it to the team instead of being, no, if I don't show it, they think I'm strong, so everything will be fine. And eventually I couldn't anymore, and they saw, looking at him, I cried in front of my team on a Teams meeting, just to show them that it's okay. I know nobody's perfect, nobody's feeling great, and your boss right now is supposed to be the leader, is not good. I was going through a separation, so you could imagine, and I think that's part also of the culture I want to give my team. It's okay to not be okay, and it's tough, but and I receive good comments after that. And yes, even though there's no doors, at the studio the door is always open, and you're totally right. Maybe sometimes people forget or that it's all about human beings. It's tough though. It's tough. I've got 52 human beings challenging me, and they have their thing. They see that it's all different. They have their struggle, the past, the future. But yes, it's all about people together trying to create something. And so as a boss, and if you want to make sure that the culture is shared, you have to also be a bit open.
Okay. Now that we talked about the culture, I would also ask, how much do you think that diversity helps in sustainability of the studio, and how much focus do you put on that?
We've always had diversity for some reason. I think it's in gaming right from the start. When we set up the company, we had people from all backgrounds and all sexes and so on. So I think it's if you're a creative, there are no boundaries. You can be anybody, and that was what we loved about it. And we still have diversity. But when we go back to core, sometimes there's less of it. But as soon as we, artists come in all shapes and sizes and races. So we're lucky in that respect because for some companies it's a problem. If you're looking for a grant from a government organization, the first thing they start asking is, how many of this, race you've got, and how many, what their religion is, and all this sort of stuff. You get a lot of that, and in the early days we resisted doing anything with that, but because we have this diverse team, we have nothing to shy away from. But I think it's unique for the creative sectors, and it's not just gaming, but film, TV. We are lucky in that we have the diversity that some people can't.
Okay, you've been cautious on your, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Is being diverse important? Yes, but for sustainability, I lost it. I don't know yet. I was looking at the old picture of the team, and we weren't that good at the beginning at Panache. I'll be totally honest. We were white dudes together. It's just a fact, because maybe in my life I can be better around that question. By the way, that's just a fact. And but now, for sure, it's not the. It's such a difficult question. It's around numbers of who's are available. I wish I had more women on my team, in my programming team. There's just less to pick from, and 24% of the game of Panache team is women now. I wish it was 50-50, but it's tough to hire. I'll be totally honest, and please don't tweet anything, because then they can. That's why we're walking on eggs, but it's true. I got people from all over the world. I got one thing though. If you want to work at Panache, this is where I don't switch in my studio. I don't speak English in my studio. So the only thing you got to speak French. It's yes, we're a minority. I come from a cultural minority on this planet. There's only 7 million of us on this planet who speak French with an accent. Some people say it's not French, which is a bit racist. A bit. But so for me, if I didn't do it in my studio, who would have done it? So for me, that's the only thing. Then, what do you like to do at night? How do you like to dress? Who you vote for? What do you do with the money you give you? Ricky Gervais, the Golden Globe, I don't care. I don't care. I want your brain, I want your soul, I want your love. I'm not like the devil, I want your soul. You know what I mean? I want I want to have fun with you, and that's all there is. But it is a tricky question, because we can be so much better and we're not there yet. So it's like, oh, I'm looking at a picture, guys, and I'm like, oh, damn. Huh? But that's the goal, yes. But to which, yes. And the younger generation they're challenging us. My youngest on the teams are like, for them it's really, really important. I have nice conversation with them, trying to understand better and how do we get there. But then you go in university and you say, okay, I want to hire a new programmer, and there's 2 women out of 76. It's like, okay, and then all the studio want the girls. Yes.
On that note, we employed a young student who came to work with us for a year out of university, was part of her degree. She was so good. She was better than some of the guys sitting around her that had been doing it for years. Unfortunately, she went back to Northern Ireland, where she came from when she'd completed her degree. We begged the university to allow her to do a second year, her final year. They didn't. But, you know, it can happen. I mean, she was just so brilliant. It doesn't matter. You can't engineer that sort of thing. You either are lucky, which we were at the time, that we got this young woman, a student. So, yeah.
So being a biz dev and working remotely, this is not a topic that I'm super familiar with, but Big Blue Bubble is a female-led studio with many women in leadership roles. And our diversity policies are in place, and I think they work great. And they hired me, so I guess I'm doing all right.
Yeah, for Inflection, again, there was a small core group of us on day one, and you know, we can't control what's going on in the rest of the industry. What we can control is the things that we do within our studio, and so it was a commitment. I do hear and feel the pain of, you know, it's one thing to say, absolutely, we want to go, and primarily around gender diversity within the studio. Having come from EA, having lived through challenges of some of the senior people that are now on our team being, you know, attacked on social media and stuff. How are we going to create a supportive culture where folks are going to want to come here, recognize that, you know, A, we don't tolerate that garbage, but that we're actively out there sourcing and looking for talent that will help us achieve, you know, certainly higher diversity numbers than we have seen in the past. You know, our number, 30%, if you were to take, you know, male to female talent, just a very high level view of it, is, you know, you can come at that two ways. Is that good enough? Well, no, but it's the journey that we've been on, and it is a commitment on our part, and it is part of the conversations that we have when we have a small group that gets together every couple of weeks talking about all of our open recs, anything new that's coming through our talent pipeline, opportunistic hires we want to consider. And it is one of the lenses that is very front and center for us, because it is something that we do take very seriously. You know, some of that is very personal. I have a lot changes when you're a father. I have twin daughters, and as I've gone through my journey in the games industry and them growing up beside me while I've been part of that, a lot of things, behaviors that you see, just, you know, let alone in the world overall, but just within our industry and stuff, you bring that home and you're like, why do I want that? Like, why do I want to be part of this if my daughters were to ever follow me into the game development studio? So it does take a certain commitment for it to drive your talent acquisition strategies. Where are you going to go sourcing candidates? Some of the ways that you want to ensure that we're bringing more and more in for earlier into our pipelines for interviews. But you know, to the general question, is it important to us? Absolutely. And you know, I think any studio that isn't looking at that today is probably in a fail state, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't think this was going to be a hard question, but okay. Let's do one final question before questions from the audience. Well, maybe I'd like to ask a more technical question. So you said you started working, you didn't want more than 15, and you're a 10 people core, and I feel when you're that small, you can, you know, be in a one room and you can just talk things out. But what happens when the studio starts growing and it starts being sizable, so it goes to the magical number of 80, And then is there like a framework or like processes that you need to implement and you know, and enforce? And is this helping the studio to be sustainable, to help with the finances, of course, with P&L, because then you're not wasting time on unnecessary things and communication is not getting lost? Do you think this is necessary, and at what point you would like to start doing that, or did you start doing that?
Certainly in our journey, I mean, we went from, you know, daily stand-ups of 6 of us standing in the office across multiple disciplines, including finance and accounting, to the more specialized stand-ups. But you know, one of the things where technology does help us is, you know, weekly priorities at the start of the week. The entire studio comes together, everything is laid out, and all of that is being informed by the smaller teams and their planning sessions that are taking place the week prior. So now that we've accomplished what we said we were going to do, what are the things that we want to achieve together, all of that being coordinated, start off the week, weekly priorities, and then come together at the end of the week on Friday as an entire studio over Zoom to celebrate those accomplishments. Here's what we got done this week. And showcasing what each of the different pods within the studio, the way that Nightingale is structured, what they've accomplished, so that people that are maybe be in a different part of the project can actually get inspired by some of the work that's being done that may not have visibility to. So leveraging technology to ensure that even in a studio that's 130 people right now, we're all coming together multiple times a week while still breaking things down small enough so people can get together and collaborate. It's one of the drivers behind our hybrid model that does have required days in the studio. Tuesdays and Wednesdays for us in Edmonton, again, where the majority of our team is located. We want people in the studio, and we've structured the way that the work lays itself out over the course of a week, that those 2 days are designed for in-person collaboration. Calling people into the office just so that they could work on individual projects doesn't make any sense. For us, those 2 days are critical. And then once they've collaborated, they've worked through issues, then they can go home on a Wednesday and a Thursday with their own time to just dive into their work. But it's the way we've structured things. Seems to be working for us as we see continued progress on our title, and we'll see where it goes from there.
I think you will find as the studio grows, so will the problems that can be solved by communicating more. So there will be need for more communication, and I think that would be the single word I have to offer: communicate, and do it often and as many times as it takes. So even if you structure your meetings, we have a front-loaded week, so we do things on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is our in-office time, and then we can come back on Friday to check on things, but that doesn't mean there won't be any meetings in the meantime, and sometimes you will find yourselves taking many meetings, and then we have seen a need for blocking off time where you do the actual work, and this would be down to a personal level. But again, how you want to do those things will be up to your studio and you, but you will need to communicate more and more.
Oh, are you not? Okay, thank you. Right, okay, yeah, let's do it. Well, because we're a core at the moment and at early stages in development, it's easier, I suppose, because there are fewer people to manage. But our creative lead is constantly, what we think, on the phone to somebody or somewhere, you know. So it's just keeping in touch with everybody. We also have a producer who keeps, you know, everything, you know, in place. apart from you know, the creative side, but also is in constant communication, particularly because we use external freelancers. There is a lot of work in communicating with them. Some of them are quite young, so you know, it's just ensuring that they have what they need and that they know they can ask questions. This, I think, is the biggest issue we experience with remote working, particularly since COVID, that you don't have everybody in the one place and they can ask a question of somebody across the floor and they give them that answer straight away. It's this delay factor, and especially for new, younger people, they don't want to do that too often, or you may think, oh, are they the people we really want here? But that's how you learn, and I think that is an issue. But I think for now we're in a good place because we are keeping that conversation going and support. But it's when you increase the numbers, then you need a really strong art director and producer and tech people that know what they're doing, and we're lucky there because we've got people who've been doing it, you know, and working with us for over 25 years, so we know that they can continue to do that work. But it's not easy, it's stressful and expensive.
For me, it was the biggest challenge, going from small to big at 50, is how do you keep this flow of communication and collaboration, because and during COVID when you close and you're all alone, but we have a way of doing games at Panache. It's really structured to structure a bit the chaos. So we have the what's going on I'm not telling, the game we're working on. Tuesday morning, the entire, like, yeah? See what I did there? They were like, nah. Always, you skip Monday, but so, what's going on the game on Tuesday morning at 10? It's really like, we repeat that, it's sprints of 6 weeks. First week we design, plan, 4 weeks of development, and you eventually wrap it up. You ship it. We ship a game every 6 weeks. The game has to be playable all the time. If you break the build, Tim Sweeney on your desk. Yeah, we're using Unreal and Tim coming. So, you broke the build and he's unhappy. And so, Tuesday morning, what's going on? Then on Tuesday afternoon, I meet with directors one-on-one, so I can actually share my vision and they can share where they are. And so the mornings in general for meetings and team meetings, and so we have also stand-ups, sync that we call, depending on the team. But we're about to switch it because we realize people are just talking about their thing, and since it needs to be between teams, if you will, so we're gonna switch, and I announce you guys officially right here, right now, so it'll be feature syncs instead of art team, programming team, sync and whatnot. And on Friday afternoon, 1 week, I played a build in front of everyone. The week after is showcase time, where people show stuff that they're working on. Doesn't have to be finished. It could be a tool, it could be a portion of the script, whatever it is. Do you have something to show? And this goes on, and so communication is always going on somehow. And since, like I said, we renovated the studio, we made sure that there was cameras everywhere, so nobody can, not looking at each other, but you know, you can have a meeting anywhere, and even people from home can be inside the meeting. So, I don't know if I answered your question, but yes, I think I did.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, let's go to the questions from the audience part.
I was thinking, let's go to the bar. I was sure you was about to say that.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Nice. Patrice, you mentioned at some point that as your hiring strategy, you would rather have shotguns than snipers in your team. How would you define shotguns in a team of 15 or 50 people like you have now? Because, right, like snipers, you can say, no, like shotguns, basically what I mean, you can have solo developers who basically do it all, do music, design, coding, art, like everything, right? But then in a bigger studio, you can have, I know, like specialists of cloth animation or something like that. So what would be a shotgun? Like how broad a field does a shotgun cover to you?
I got two of my art directors behind you. And they're not only doing Art Bible, they did an amazing talk just before, where they're still doing stuff in the game. So they're directing a team, they come up with a vision that we agree upon, and then Etienne, he designed all and did in Photoshop all the little icons that are really just to switch the controller, you know, the thing that goes in the menu. He did it himself because he had nobody to do it, and so he's working on three things. Same thing with Nicolas, who's also doing lighting and 3D while managing his team of arts. A coder will have more than one features he's working on. And it's the same for every single, that's what for me a shotgun is, and sometimes in big studios you will do just one, and you will, like you say, really be specialized in this little tiny portion of the game. And when I have, oh, you're not, yes, okay. Go ahead. Okay, and when some people come from big studio, and I hired some of them, I say, you're intoxicated. Yes, because you're used to be working on only a small portion of and this has to be perfect, and say no, not anymore. Do a first version of it and then work on something else right away, because I need the two things, and we'll see which one you'll push a little bit further.
So do you think it's very hard for those people who worked in bigger studios to learn again to do more than one very specific thing?
Yes, they were drilled. It's not good enough. Yeah. And if it's not good enough, you stay late until it's good enough, because my boss is telling me, and no.
Maybe it comes down to the individual themselves, and you know, the term natural curiosity. So having somebody coming from a large studio, in fact, coming to our studio, they've maybe found themselves too pigeonholed, and we provide them the opportunity to experience new things. So if they're coming with the right mindset into our studio, it's perfectly fine. Like, you know, I can solve that problem for you. Sure, yeah, fill your boots, because nobody else can do it right now. Yeah. Sorry, was there? Yeah.
Okay, so question about the cash flow, or maybe more about how much money you have into the bank to feel safe. So in terms of the months of the working, so if everything will go wrong, I don't know, publisher will go away, launch of the game would be crappy, and what is your like safety level? I don't know, half a year, or whatever it is. And the second question, when everything goes wrong, when is your moment that you do the radical stuff, like cutting the people, etc.?
So the creative director will take the mic and answer the business. The two. At Panache, we're lucky enough when COVID hit, we had 2 years. That was our treasure chest. We didn't fire anyone. Some people left after the project. So and so that's my would we say leeway? Yeah, 37.5. I should make a T-shirt for next year. 37.5. And what was the other side of the question, if you remember? Yeah, I don't know. Never happened to me.
We have had to cut back in, remind me, the early noughties. Our publisher cancelled a project that we were working on, and we had something like 28 people, and we had to make everybody redundant. It's the one and only time we've done it in our 33 years. It was painful. Some of them had been with us for a decade or more, and it was sad. It was really sad. So we went back to, just two of us, Charles and I, in the company. Luckily, we had a couple of guys who were willing to work on a project. We'd been approached by Apple, was it? Yeah. And we needed some tech, and they worked on it for free, really. One of them is sitting in the front row there, Tony Werner, one of the founder members of Revolution. And we were very lucky that that happened, because without that, I'm not quite sure what we would have done in the long term. When we were poor, Charles also did some consultancy. He worked on the Da Vinci Code, and he also worked on Doctor Who for the BBC, and that brought some money in that we were able to keep ourselves going. But it's really tough, and I think we were lucky in that we were able to build back up. Apple saved our bacon, really, and then we were able to bring other projects. Our first one to the iPhone was Beneath a Steel Sky, and then we brought some of the other games on. So that was a turning point, but yeah, we suffered that, so we know what it feels like, and it's not nice.
Yeah, I really think that the answer to your question depends on the type of work that your studio does. If you have a game that's coming out in 2 years, and then everything under 1 year would seem scary, for me at least. But if you have a game as a service, or you have multiple projects to begin with, and you can shift things around and say you do one thing that's work for hire, that's bringing in a constant stream of revenue, and then you can shift things around to accommodate for your own project, that would be the best advice I could give.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry. Thank you. Basically, I was thinking of a similar question to this, and you immediately went to the dark times of firing people. But talking about sustainability, what are kind of some of the techniques you employ to kind of keep from having to split up the family? And if it's not just going into the tents and coffers and pulling up more money, which now maybe it is. So yeah, do you have any techniques?
You mentioned Tencent, so maybe feels this is for you.
Sure, yeah. So sorry, the rephrase for me, please?
Yeah, it's just, do you have any tips on how to keep your studio sustainable through difficult times, like shipping a game that didn't hit?
Well, yeah, Nightingale is our first game, so I may have a different answer for you, although we're very comfortable with where we're positioned right now. I do think there's talk earlier in the presentation around just honesty and transparency with the team. Not being afraid to have those difficult conversations, and that's not the fun part about working in a game studio, but when you're having those difficult conversations, which generally around, people are involved, and sometimes things happen, and for whatever reason, it's not a fit for somebody in our organization, then it's to be shaking hands with somebody as they move on in the rest of their journey, and we continue on in the journey that we're on. I think that's again another one of these times where you measure yourself as an organization, the maturity of the organization to be able to have those difficult conversations. It's not that you know, it's not a fit. It may not be a fit today, but it's a fit for somewhere else. But it does come back to just some of these core tenets of honesty and transparency and being able to challenge people in a respectful manner. I think those, you establish those practices at the start, and they will help guide you regardless of the size of the organization that you get to. Others to add?
That's it. Thank you. No more questions. We have to wrap it up. Thank you for attending. I hope it was useful. I hope you had fun. Now go out, have a good time with other people, harass Patrice maybe, I don't know. And I hope to see you again in next Reboot. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
up your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't give lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again in your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count on you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiven minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth, and everything in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Hello, hello, hello. I don't think it's a good mic check if you whisper, like it doesn't work like that. Hello, Reboot, it's good to be back on stage. Thank you. Very first time, the very first time I ever did a talk to like a significant number of people, I think there may be like 25 people, and I was terrified, like I didn't know what I was going to say, and I didn't know anything about public speaking. I was really nervous, and I dealt with it in the only way I could think of, which was to order a really large vodka beforehand, and put that here on the stand. But I also had some water here as well, and my theory was, if things were going well, I would drink the water, and it'd be fine. But if I needed a little bit of Dutch courage, I would drink the vodka. But what I didn't remember is vodka is the same color as water, and very quickly they got mixed up. And I ended up drunk. So, anyway, I know which one the vodka is now. That's the plan. Welcome to the Reboot Develop Blue closing presentation 2020. Now, some of you might think that is evidence that I have just taken my keynote from last year and Apple D'd duplicated the thing. Yeah, we'll find out, Anyway, welcome. I hope I haven't opened the wrong one. My name is Steve Curran. I am a game designer. That's one of the things I do. I make video games in London. I have a studio there. I am making an RPG about goblins and hitting them on the head and hexagons and dice and that kind of thing, like I'm sure about 60% of the audience is. I'm also making a really, really cool puzzle game, which I am certain tonight at some point I will be drunk enough to break NDAs and show some of you, so look forward to that. I do talks. I've done 2 talks at Reboot. I interviewed Charles Cecil with a malevolent AI bot. I love that there was only one voice in the audience cheering that on, and it was Charles. Good. Playing to type, playing to character. And yesterday I killed the games industry. Sorry about that, but I had a nice time doing it. I'm also the host of Marioke, which will be happening tonight. Is anyone going to attend Marioke? Is anyone planning to sing? Slightly fewer people. We'll see what happens. Looking forward to that. I also do hosting. I do this kind of things. And after I am done warming you up, I will be hosting the awards today, which I'm looking forward to immensely. Now, those of you, hands up if you were at the last time I did this in October. So a few of you. So you'll remember what my presentation was about. Does anyone want to shout that out? Well, not yes. Yeah. Yes, I remember. Very helpful. What was the subject of the presentation? Yeah, what was the name of the studio? Spaghetti Games. So last time I was here, my daughter came out with me, and she got really into the idea of game development. She launched a game development company, which she called Spaghetti Games. And I presented her ideas, got you to vote on them, and it was, it was great. So I am also junior biz dev at Spaghetti Games. And yeah, as I said, last year, I presented her portfolio. Again, this still applies. Do not distribute. All of this is under NDA. This is just a recap. So she showed 4 games. She showed Spaghettis, Super Zebra Jumper, A Whale is Swimming in the Sea, which was her indie title. It was my favorite, right? These were quite standard genre pieces, but A Whale is Swimming in the Sea was about a whale driving a taxi under the ocean, and then there is a baby whale that falls out of the back, and that's it. That's the game. And I was like, that is pretty fucking indie. I get it. And then Button/Bottom, which was basically problematic. You voted on them. You preferred Super Zebra Jumper. Well, I am pleased to say that I am going to present for you today, at least briefly, Spaghetti Games 2023 Company Update. So, unfortunately, due to industry conditions, Spaghetti Games has had to make a hard pivot. I love Alice's face in that photo, which is pure CEO, like, sorry, difficult times, we're all gonna suffer. You're gonna suffer more than I am, but we're all gonna suffer, sorry. So, yeah, Spaghetti Games is making a hard pivot in 2023. Games, downbeat, frustrating, and annoying. 2023 is not about games. Spaghetti Games is hard pivoting to princesses. This is literally what she said to me. I was like, oh, right, I'm going to do the awards thing again, so I need an update. Alice, can you tell me, about your game designs from the last 6 months? And she said, Spaghetti Games is finished. I like princesses now. Okay, it's your life. So, princesses. So I did talk to her a little bit about, to try and understand more about the market conditions, about why we are pivoting from games to princesses. And she gave me a little bit of a rundown. So we have games and we have princesses. Now, obviously when you're doing this, you think about your audience first, and is that working? Oh no, yeah. You think about your audience first. Now, games has about a 50% audience reach, which is to say roughly 50% of people identify as people who play games, which is weird because about 50% of people as well, in Alice's demographic, identify as princesses. So we'll call that a draw. Next one's a bit trickier, budgets. Now, clearly, games have budgets that range from, you know, zero micro budgets right up to the millions of, I'm joking. Games' budgets are in the toilet right now. Whereas princesses' budgets are a kingdom. Yeah, hard to compete with that. Now, important third question for Alice was, do you get a tiara? Games, not really. Princesses, absolutely. You definitely get a tiara, so we lost that one. Point 4, are there any Disney movies about them? Are there any Disney movies about games? There's, you know, there's Wreck-It Ralph. Disney, basically everything else. So, yeah, we lose that one too. Major challenges in games development. I'm sure you're all very, very familiar with those. I mean, basically, I would list the major challenges in games development as being everything except for witches, unless you are making a game involving witches, in which case the witches are definitely going to be a challenge for you. For princesses, ironically, witches are the major challenge. And finally, major benefits of making games. Well, you get personal satisfaction, and if you're lucky, you get a copy of your game. Maybe 2, if it's digital at the end. Whereas for princesses, fairy tale endings and unimaginable wealth. So having seen this very logical ordering of points, you can see why Alice decided to pivot to princesses. So that's the end of the Spaghetti Games update. Unfortunately, that has consequences for me, right? There's always bad news, there's always redundancies. Unfortunately, we'll try and keep them to a minimum. The CEO, still in charge of Spaghetti Games, should it be revived, but there isn't really any place for a junior biz dev. So unfortunately, I am now ex-Spaghetti Games, which leaves a slot for me. Leaves something for me to add to my resume. So I looked around for a while, and then I found it. I'm pleased to announce that I am now a ChatGPT prompt engineer. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I know it's a very modern career path, and some of you may not be up to date with what that actually means. So I've put together a little explainer for you. What does that mean? What is a prompt engineer in 2023? Well, just to simplify it a little for you, it means I've got a high-level understanding of OpenAI's APIs, expertise in refining and optimizing text prompts to ensure results are accurate, engaging, and relevant. Also, a prompt engineer in 2023 is definitely a real job, not just a series of increasingly labyrinthine techniques they've used to convince ChatGPT to write Taylor Swift fan fiction. From my experience, just from watching my LinkedIn, prompt engineers are very, very good at knocking out slightly annoying LinkedIn posts about how AI is going to change everything, i.e. why you'll need a prompt engineer. From my personal experience, though, what it means is you are capable of making a really broken quiz bot. Now, this comes from about 2 months ago, I was talking to some VCs, and they were really, really excited about how they just invested $6 million in a company that was using ChatGPT to write quiz questions. And this fucked me off properly, because I was like, I could do that. I definitely could do that. So I did do that. I mean, I did a few other things first. So, for example, one of my first experiments was to recreate, using AI, game development legend Charles Cecil.
Steve, this isn't that presentation. I shouldn't be up here. Concentrate, please.
Okay, sorry, Charles.
No problem. Get on with it.
But I also did make a quiz bot. I made a quiz bot that basically asked multiple choice questions. If you were at Charles's presentation, you'll have seen this already, but ostensibly quite smart. You can give it any topic you want, so I gave it quite a generic topic here. I gave it video games, and it kicks out as many questions you want, 10 questions here. It gives you multiple choice answers in a variety of formats, and then you get to answer and it gives you a score, right? Pretty good, and definitely not worth $6 million. So I did that, and then I noticed that there was a flaw, which was that it just makes it all up. Like, ChatGPT does not know what it's doing. So many of these questions are wrong, the answers are wrong, and sometimes they are weird, like, who is the most iconic character in video games? Is it Pac-Man, Sonic, Pikachu, or Zelda? It thinks Sonic. You might disagree. I don't know. Might be someone else. So what I thought I would do to warm you up for the awards is repurpose that QuizBot and repurpose the fact that I've already repurposed the QuizBot for Charles's presentation into the Reboot Develop 2023 quiz. Now, what I've already told you is that ChatGPT is terrible at writing multiple choice questions and doesn't know the answers. And that's for things that it should know about. Its data set was made in 2019. It definitely doesn't know this stuff. But I'm going to test you on it all anyway. What I would like you to do is, I'd like you all to raise a hand. Like, can you all put your hands up? Like, just as a test. Right, that's good, okay. And then I'm going to ask you a question. When you get it wrong, you're going to put it down, and we're going to see who the last person with their arm up, not standing, you know, your arm up is, okay? And the last person with their arm up will win something that I haven't arranged with Reboot Develop yet. I imagine it'll be a drinks token for Marioki, because I've got at least one of those. So again, keep in mind, all of this is bullshit, and there's no reason you should get it right, but we will find out who the luckiest person in the room is. Everyone put your hands up right now, please. Okay, here we go. It's a dangerous one to start with. Which keynote speaker was the least anticipated at Reboot Develop Blue in 2023? Was it Mark Zuckerberg, Hideo Kojima, Robin Sauls Barnett, or Gabe Newell? Right, so again, you're going for the least anticipated of those four people. Obviously, I would pick an easy one to start with. Keep that in mind. Or would I? Right, you should have answered it by now, and if you get it wrong, I want you to put your hand down, okay? The answer was Robin Sauls Barnett, of course. Are you fucking kidding me? We're in trouble. All right, question 2. Which of the following was an initiative announced by Reboot in 2023? Was it virtual reality recreation of industry events, the abolishment of small studios, high risk, automation of all game-related tasks sounds nice, or the revival of the classics? All right, so pick an answer. By the way, you basically keep your score even if you put your hand down, because I'm pretty sure you'll all be out by the end of these. The answer was A. Oh, still a few people going. Okay, question 3. Which of the following was not a controversial issue at Reboot in 2023? Recent allegations of fraud by 2 major developers, a heated argument about the effects of video game violence, an unexpected keynote address from an AI, or a ban on hover cars at the convention center. I think this is so cute, like, because it doesn't know about 2023. It knows it's in 2019, so it's like, oh shit, what will 2023 be like? Hover cars, hover cars, hover cars. All right, pick your answer. The real answer is C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people still in. Okay, next one. What major console release was showcased at Reboot in 2023? Was it the PlayStation 6? Solid guess, ChatGPT. You have incremented a number. Well done. Was it the Xbox Longbow? I mean, to be fair, the names of their consoles are fucked up, so, like, it's It's probably smarter. All right, or was it the Nintendo Nano, which is adorable, or was it the Microsoft Stream? You can't take a picture of that. This is all under NDA. Like, well, all right, so there's 8 of us left, I think, currently, and the answer is C. Oh, 1, 2, 3 people left. All right. What new game did Sony announce at Reboot Develop Blue in 2023? Was it Banjo and Kazooie 3, Halo Interstellar, God of War 2, or Skyrim Remastered? I swear I have not made any of this up. You can check my console logs for all of this later. All right, make your choice. Three people left, I think. And the answer is Banjo and Kazooie 3. Only one person remaining. All right, well, there's only 8 questions, so yeah, I mean, you can have the drinks voucher, but let's see how far we get with the rest of the questions, okay? So we've got one person on 100%. Which of the following titles was announced for Xbox Series X at Reboot in 2023? Was it Cyberpunk 3000? Empire of Magic: The Throne X? Call of Duty: Unseen War? Or Death Stranding 2? All right, make your choices internally. The answer is Empire of Magic: The Throne X. Of course it is. Like, that's the most video game title I've ever heard. Which of the following talks was not a topic at Reboot Develop Blue in 2023? Was it Master Tips on Lucrative Game Design, AI-enhanced alternatives to game testing, augmented reality and immersive gaming, or how to become a professional race car driver? Just for an experiment, everyone put your hands up again. I want to see how many of you get this one. The answer is AI-enhanced alternatives to game testing. I wonder what the race car driver one was about. I don't know. All right, finally. What title was given to the keynote talk at Reboot Develop Blue 2023? Was it Pokémon Get With It? Was it the boardroom future of video games? Gaming, sorry. Was it how technology is changing tomorrow's games? Or was it Watch Dogs 5, they're back? I mean, it doesn't really matter. The answer was how technology is changing tomorrow's games, but I want this so much. I've never played a Watch Dogs game in my life, but I would play that in a heartbeat. That's it. That's the end of the quiz. We already kind of know who won, don't we? Round of applause for our winner, please. But truthfully, if you ask Charles Bot,
it doesn't matter. The point of the game is the journey, not the result.
Very well said, Charles Bot. Very, very, very well said.
It's time for the awards.
It is time for the awards. All right, finally we made it. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, first of all, need to actually warm you up for the awards, because we didn't do much clapping because I had all your hands in the air, which was dumb of me. Round of applause from this side of the room, the middle, and the right. You guys are very understaffed because you're the only brave ones. People during my talks tend to cluster around the door for some reason. Don't know why that was an hour and a half later. So you guys are going to have to go particularly hard. You are going to all put your hands together because I'm going to welcome up on stage my co-host, Johan Torresen from Raw Fury. I do have a little bit of any other business to mention, which I have written down on my thing, which is the art in games thing that's going on downstairs. Who's seen that? A few of you. That's very polite of you to put your hands up rather than go, woo, yeah! I have, sir. So all of those pieces are on online auction, and all of those pieces are still on online auction. That's the same thing I've just said twice. The auction closes at 8 p.m. tonight. You should go and bid, because all of the money goes to UNICEF. That's super, super important. So go and check out the pieces downstairs, find one you like, put in a bid, and do that before 8 p.m., please. Johan, do you have anything you'd like to say before we...
Nah, mate.
Was that about my accent? No. The other day I was hanging out with someone who just made me say bottle of water over and over again. I didn't find it funny, but apparently TikTok did. All right, so I am going to start by announcing the first award. Johan is going to hand over the trophy when that's ready. The first category, are we going to switch the thing? I guess we have to do as well. The first category is Outstanding Gameplay. I'm going to list the finalists first, and then I'm going to list the winner. I'm not going to list the winner. I'm going to say the winner. Finalist 1 is Go Home Annie by Misfit Village. You could do louder than that. Come on. Okay, very good. Finalist 2 is Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios. Finalist 3 is Thief of Smiles by Irox Games. Okay. So the winner is, and you'll remember from previous years, I get you to do a drum roll and it never works because there's a fucking carpet on the floor. But we're going to try again. The winner is... That's it, the knees sort of work. The winner is Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios. There we go. That's the right place to be, all the way from the back of the room. It's very sensible. You get more applause that way. Come. you want to say a few words?
What? Okay. We'd like to thank Callum, who is probably not here because he's very cool for putting the team together. Some words insert here. We didn't plan this. I get the skateboard, you get the award. Stop.
That works for me. That's okay. Thank you to the team that is working away very hard. Thank you everyone to the judges, the jury. Thank you. So a bit speechless. You have to, yeah, you can continue.
It's my cat. The cat is my cat.
Oh, very important. Please wish list. Please tell your friends to wish list. Tell, yeah, everyone to, your mums, your dads, everyone to wish list.
IndieBI, please download IndieBI. It's the best business. We're not paid business analysis platform. Thank you.
Okay, I should say the prizes, by the way, which I haven't mentioned. The prizes are the official Reboot Develop Blue plaque, which you can just hold up just to demonstrate. Yeah, thank you. What amazing models. An indie package for 2 at the next iteration of Reboots, and this Raw Fury swag as well. Look at that. It's nice. Yeah, it's beautiful. All right, a round of applause for our winners, and we'll get on to the second award. Second award is for visual excellence. Finalist 1 is Lunar Abyss by Bonsai Collective.
Welcome to the Abyss. Due to your unfortunate circumstances, you have been incarcerated here on the Bastard Moon. I recommend making yourself comfortable, as you're going to be here for a very long time. I need you to take control of my remote wardens and scout the depths of the Abyss. An inhospitable place far below the surface of this alien moon. I should warn you, the Abyss has a tendency.
Finalist 2 is Howl by Mipumi Games. And finalist 3 is Gerda, A Flame in Winter by Bird Island.
In an instant, the peaceful life that Anders and I had strived to protect was gone. I need to know why Anders was arrested. My mind was racing after the choices I'd made, turning over every decision and wondering at its effects. I could feel myself changing.
And the winner of the award for visual excellence is Lunar Abyss by the Bonsai Collective.
Welcome to the Abyss. Due to your unfortunate circumstances, you have been incarcerated here on the bastard moon. I recommend making yourself comfortable, as you're going to be here for a very long time. Welcome to the abyss.
Trans rights are human rights.
Yeah, like we're bowled over, so yeah, thank you so much. Big thank you to our art team who are really working really hard back in the UK at the moment. Our art director, Harry Core, and all of our artists on our team have done an incredible job. So yeah, so thank you so much. So yeah, fantastic.
All right, we're on to Award 3, and this is the award for Best Audio. Finalist 1 is Once Upon a Jester by Bonte Avond.
Sick crocodile costume. It's a dragon. Anyway, we better start the show if you want to win the theater contest. Okay, let's go.
The Royal Theatrical Spectacle. It's the best of all the festivals, where everyone loves acting and people appreciate a good song. You two should perform at my festival. It's the best first you need to become a famous theater show every day. You guys totally have a chance to win the contest and perform at the Royal Theatrical Spectacle.
The Royal Theatric the Royalty Spectactorus.
Finalist 2 is Lempo by One Trick Entertainment.
Heretics, you who wander in the dark, lost from the joys of the world once known to men. Many are the reasons to fill your souls with hatred, and few are the reasons to navigate to clear waters and feel the dawning of a new day. I say, embrace it. Embrace the dark.
And finalist 3 is Sulfur. The problem with the Best Audio Award is it feels rude to talk over the audio at the end. So the winner is Once Upon a Jester by Bonte Avond.
Crocodile costume. It's a dragon. Anyway, we better start the show if you want to win the theater contest. Okay, let's go.
The Royal Theatrical Spectacle. It's the best of
Not here. So we will put their award to one side. Oh, okay. Johan's taking that. Give it up for Johan, please. Well done. All right. Category 4 is the special selection. And again, we have 3 finalists. Finalist 1 is Autumn Was the Case by Woodhill Interactive. Finalist 2 is Techno Banter by Dexai Arts. And finalist 3 is Kai, a Kitsune Journey by Akame. And the winner is Techno Banter by Dexai Arts. Do we have Techno Banter here? All right, I think I get this one. All right, thank you. Can you shake my hand? No, you can't. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we have one final award, I think, in this section, and then nearly done. Not enough hands. All right. So the 5th category, very special category, it's the Game of the Year. And that comprises all of the finalists from the previous categories, which I don't know about you, but I thought every single game looked absolutely fucking exceptional. So please give them all a round of applause. Okay, so I really would like a drum roll for this one. One more time, please. There we go. Good work. The winner of the 2023 Reboot Develop Blue Game of the Year is Viewfinder by Sad Owl Studios.
Very much. Gwen, I'm going to keep this one then. You got the other one. Okay, fine. That's. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, Gwen, you're better at this.
Hello, thank you. Please wishlist our game. We will. I've prepared now, so also buy our game because conversions, very important. But yeah, please, thank you so much to Matt who's not here, like to the rest of the team, to the people at Thunderful. I'm drunk, so it's great. It's Reboot. Thank you, Johan, for the skateboard. Thank you, Steve, for the funny chat GPT. Thank you to every organizer of Reboot. Like, it's great. I had so much fun. Stop me.
Just one more thing. The demo is out this week. If you want to play the demo of Viewfinder, download it from Steam and then go wishlist. And thank you very much. It's been amazing being here. Thank you so much.
Okay, I am nearly done with you. I will nearly be off the stage for the final time in 2023. We have a couple more things to do. The final award that I'm going to help give out. Oh, he's already gone. No, I just wanted to say thank you to, please, round of applause for Johan, my co-host. Johan, thank you for all the skateboards. There we go. Beautifully done. But to replace Johan, as if anyone could, I want to bring up someone for the Pitching Session Award. Sponsor of this year's Pitching Session Award is Nacon, and we're going to bring up on stage the head of publishing, Benoit Clerc, to say a few words. And then I'm going to announce.
Thank you for pronouncing my name properly. Benoit is not easy for an English mouth to pronounce, I know that. Very often this is Bignot, for instance. So I got the responsibility to announce the best pitcher. Prior to that, to tease you a little bit, I would like to thank Leo for organizing that during the 3 days. That was a great organization. I want, of course, to thank also my co-jury members. That was an easy pick, so we did not fight during the voting moment. And of course, I want to thank all the studios that came up on stage and give us those great pitches. This is difficult. This is a difficult exercise. So without any further ado, the best pitch of Reboot Dev Pitch Session 2023 is Dense Attack by Undercoders.
Nice there.
Congratulations.
このまま走れ。頑張れ。完璧。危ねえぜ。やるな。ゴールだ。
Okay. I was not ready for this. It's actually my first time here at Reboot, so thank you very much. I felt so welcome. Thank you. And to publishers, I guess you run out of money after 3 days of conferences. But if you haven't, you know, I'm talking to you, Johan. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you very much.
And I forgot to say that the prize is an indie package for 2 for the next Reboot. Congratulations. And I can introduce to a nice Japanese distributor also.
Amazing. All right. So that is pretty much it from me. Thank you all so much for paying attention to this and for being here today. I want to say 2 things. I mean, Reboot for me is made by... Do you mind, Demir? Trying to close this down in a dignified way. Reboot for me is made by 2 things. I wasn't joking when I said I've never seen such an exceptional lineup of games hosting these awards before. It gets better every year, and when I come to this conference, there's always such an exceptional mix of games like that and people like you. It is genuinely the most compelling environment for a conference that I attend, and I'm so pleased and privileged to be involved in it. So please give yourselves a round of applause for being here. But also, none of this would be possible without the ludicrous amount of effort that the organizers, the Reboot Develop team, put in every year to make this feel special. And I don't think that gets recognized enough. And I really appreciate all of them. So please, round of applause for them as well. And when I say all of them, I don't mean Demir, right? Damir's at the front, but I mean every single person, the people you don't see at the desks, you know, the photographers, the people filming, the people who are serving you beautiful food, everybody who works here makes us feel special. And I, for one, am super grateful. That said, I do have to introduce Damir now. And he is an important part of that. I will see you next year without fail. Hope I get to see you all in Canada as well later in the year. Most of all, I hope to see you all at Marioki this evening, where we will sing together. But until one of those events, I've been Steve Curran. Good night. Now please welcome Damir to the stage to present the Hero Awards.
Before I part with you with last few sentences, I want to present an award that's very meaningful for us, where we always like to highlight the biggest achievements of some of the biggest minds and creators of the worldwide games industry, while also putting a spotlight on some of the most successful, longest existing, and longest fighting indie development studios with our region. So it's going to be a Hero Award and the Street Hero Award. So for this year, the Hero Award for the lifetime achievement with the games industry goes to one of the most known women within the UK games industry, the co-founder of Revolution Software, the UK board member, the BAFTA voter, Noreen Carmody. Like, Noreen, please join me on the stage.
You know, I work with somebody who gets lots of awards. And we have this mantelpiece, you know, in our studio. And most of the awards are credited to this individual. I have one, and now I have the coveted Hero Award from Reboot. I don't know what to say. I'm here because of all the people that work with me and have worked with us at Revolution over the last 33 odd years. They have put us on the map. They have, you know, I'm not sure what I want to say, but I feel so privileged to have been part of a games company that has survived, almost died, but we are still going, and we have such a creative team that we respect and have to give the credit to for a lot of our success. We've been coming to Reboot. I think we missed the first one, Damir. But we come every year, and we absolutely, it's the highlight of our year. And yeah, we love being here. So thank you so much. Thanks to Reboot. I'm sorry, I'm just...
Thank you, Noreen. The Street Hero Award goes to a studio that's not really big, but had a huge impact within the technical strategy game genre. It's from Croatia, from Zagreb. They're not really well known for their name as much as they're known for their titles. They're probably not in the audience because it has become a tradition for the regional studios not to be in the audience when they're getting the Street Hero Award. It probably says a lot about our region. So the Street Hero Award goes to 2x2 Games, the creators of Unity of Command technical series. Anybody here from Unity of Command? So Leo, you can take it for Tomislav. Thank you. Before I remove myself from the stage and finally get a few hours of sleep after this incredible few days that, again, I want to thank all of you for, I want to say a few more things. We as a conference organizers, as a part of the industry, as a different part of the industry from all of you, take huge responsibility for trying to create safe spaces, equal places for everybody. I want to raise the voice again for like a 10th year, as long as we have been doing this conference, for fair treatment of everybody from any parts of our industry, from any parts of the world. The harassments and the bad things that were happening for a lot of members of our industry during the last few months, over the last few years, continuously, are absolutely a huge shame that's being put out there. In any possible way, we can contribute more to fair treatment of everybody. We are here, raise the voice. Our mission is to continue pushing for that. And just before I leave, I want to re-announce the dates for next Reboot Develop Blue 2024, 22nd to 24th of April. A small surprise, I'm just going to announce the first 10 speakers confirmed for the next one. There are very well-known names from the industry. Actually, before that, I want to thank again all of our speakers that did an awesome job during the last 3 days. They are the ones creating all of this awesome content that was happening there. Thank you, all of you, for coming and doing this. Can I get a huge applause for all of our speakers, please? So the first 10 speakers for next year are Anita Sarkeesian of Feminist Frequency, David Goldfarb, the Profile game designer of Battlefield series and Hellsinger, Austin Wintory, the Grammy-nominated music composer of Journey and a lot of other awesome stuff, music for games. Troy Baker, the Profilic voice actor doing Joel in Last of Us and a lot of other things. Brian Fargo, the founder of Interplay. Jalen from Feminist Frequency. Mike Bithell, who was supposed to be here with us today as well, but he was releasing a small game a few days ago. Osama Dorias, the lead content creator and designer at Blizzard. Favzi Mesmer, the VP of editorial at Ubisoft. Patrice Desilets, you don't have a choice, you need to appear here every single year, of Panache Digital and one of the original creators of Assassin's Creed. And Rami Ismail, the indie god. This is it. I want to thank you again so much for helping us make this thing like the biggest one ever. We promise that we will try to deliver again, make it better, bigger, safe, and without all of you, this would be just impossible. And now I'm going to go and sleep. Thank you so much.